started? I apologize for that. So yes, but I am finally here today. So, day 2 of, these mics are pretty hot today. Is Rob turning them down back there? Or turning them up?
Keep going, I can adjust them up there.
Okay. Sounds good. So yeah, day 2 of our budget workshop. So, appreciate everybody's attendance yesterday. It's good to have Councilor Godey with us today. Had some work obligations yesterday, I know, so it's good to have you here. And I know Mr. Williams will be catching up on this, watching them either in the evening or the weekend on that. So again, we are streaming these live. They are being recorded on that, just so you're aware. There we go. So that changed real quick. Thank you, Mr. McDonald. And I really don't, I know there's some, beginning for some opening comments from the mayor, and I really don't have too much. I thought it went really well yesterday. Appreciate everybody's time and commitment on this, and I know that we've got a full day ahead of us today, so I don't see any reason to stand in the way of that. So we will go ahead and jump right in, both feet. So I don't have the schedule here somewhere.
Yes, so the mayor, the schedule for today is we'll hear the budget presentation, then we'll have the fire presentation, and then we'll between police and fire, we'll have a break, and then we'll have a presentation from the ECE Golf Recreation, and this is also a working lunch today, so we'll also have departments from IT and finance present. And then library and P&Z are presenting today. Economic development, city clerk, HR, mayor, and council are also presenting today. So tomorrow's presentations will be all focused on public works and engineering. And then in the afternoon, after we get those presentations, then we will be talking about property tax, sales tax revenue projections, discussing wage and benefits, and then any closing comments again.
Excellent. So we'll take the boring ones for tomorrow. Is that right, Rob?
You do have the budget book before you. I will touch on the budget book again real quick for everyone. You can drill into it from the bookmarks that are in that PDF format, so you can jump right to the departments that we will be discussing. And then also within this budget book, it looks very heavy and thick, and I know Mr. Sadik asked if we were going to have hard copies, but this is front to back, so we did not do hard copies this year. And the reason this is so big, this is not what the budget book will be at the end when we have something on our website. This is, the format of this book is you have, Rob, can you bring the bookmarks up, please? So we have some charts in here at the beginning of this, and then each department is broken down with their budget report. Then within this budget book, we have every department singly, and then we will have the general fund all as one report so that you can look at the general fund as a whole. And then at the end of this, we have everybody. So then you can have the whole picture of the city's budget that has all the departments and all the funds in this presentation and in this draft book. Again, I will remind you that this is a draft book. This is not totally complete. We are still waiting on a couple more final numbers, especially our actuarial from our health trust. But what you do have in this budget book, that I'll just kind of brief on the talking points from yesterday. What you do have in this budget book is a 5% health premium increase to the budget. The wages that we have been talking about have the 10% wage pay scale adjustment across the board in all these budgets. They also have what I have been terming the step adjustments. So that step adjustments are for pay grades 1 through 5. They start at 5% for pay grade 1, and then they adjust down the higher the pay grade, and then once you get to pay grade 6, it's all 10% across the board from pay grade 6 and up. So these budgets will have that reflected in here as well. When the departments do their presentations today, they will be addressing the capacity in their budgets as well as cost that may be impacting their budget significantly. And then they will define if they have a position request, if that budget can accommodate for those positions that we went over yesterday. So with that, if there are any questions before we dive into our first presentation?
Maybe just a quick, not question, but as we go through this, when page numbers are referenced, there's gonna be probably two different ones, so we may call both those out as we go. So there's a page number in the document itself that's on the bottom, and then you're gonna have your page number of your PDF document. So those are not gonna match, like the first 8 or 9 are not numbered.
Correct.
And so we'll probably try to reference both of those, so for convenience of everybody here, but also those for Mr. Williams and others that'll be watching online, so they know on that. So it's gonna be, again, the page number, the PDF document, and the actual page number on the document itself with that. Hopefully that makes sense. So we'll try to delineate between both of those.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Rob, can you go to, don't click on it, but just scroll to the table of contents within the bookmarks here to the police budget. And I'll get, we'll kind of go through a little trick of the trade, so it kind of helps you get to where we're going if you're gonna follow through on your laptop. It's alphabetical, general fund is alphabetical. I didn't do it by GL account because Carol Condis did not know how to sort by GL account. So I did it alphabetically. So police is gonna be further up within the general fund. So, yes, keep going. That's okay, Rob. You had a late night, I get it. Police. Right there. Okay, so if you want to start at the beginning of the police budget, then you just click on police in your bookmark and it'll take you to the beginning. If you want to jump to the end, click on the next department down. So if you click on that one, then scroll up one page and it gets you to the bottom of that budget. So you can look at the totals. Most of the departments will be addressing these totals today in their presentation. So any questions on how we will navigate through this budget book today? Okay. So I will be presenting the police budget. We will be talking to the totals here, and then we will be addressing, you should have a handout in front of you for the summarization of the impacts to the police budget. We are working on the column called the 2023 proposed over, it will be my right side. This budget book is laid out with 2 years of actuals, 1 year for the current budget that we are currently in. Then the next column is the estimated. This is based upon actuals that have hit the budget through the fiscal year as of early April.
Page number 209 on the PDF document, and in the thing it'd be page 20, is that right? No, there's more, I think.
I can't see that far away, so my apologies. I'm only seeing what the page
Rob,
numbers are.
it says 209, 748. On my document, it says page 20.
Right, so these pages are, so these pages are by department, so when they're printed, they're only gonna print 1 through whatever.
Okay.
1 through whatever. But when I bring them all together as one PDF document, then that's where you're remembering those.
209.
I turned this a little bit, can everyone still see this? I turned it so I can see the page numbering as well. I can't see it straight on up there. Okay, so the police budget, Dave and I spent a weekly basis meeting, if not a couple times during a week over the last couple months, and working through this budget for the police department. I truly do appreciate Lieutenant Wright's time that he spent with me and with his team and staff. I think I nicknamed the Dave, Damon, and Doug team as the 3D team, because it doesn't matter what I said, I called each one by their wrong name. So I just said the 3D team. So So they all put a lot of time and effort into putting this budget together. They worked on individual line items within their department. So to summarize the police budget, yesterday you heard from Lieutenant Wright. He is requesting one evidence tech. The police budget, as you can see here, I have that they're requesting $553,000 to use the fund balance. So when you look at these budget reports, if there is a negative, that means they are using fund balance. So the request for the budget presentation is to accept the use of fund balance. I know I'm off from what this report says, but what we're showing here is if you approve that evidence tech, because this budget does not have that position in here, so if that budget, if you guys do give us the nod to move forward and put that requested position in here, then we will come out to approximately $553,000 use of fund balance. That $553,000 is what the amount is that Lieutenant Wright needs to acquire 6 new police cars. This budget currently includes, as we talked yesterday, the grant funding from the ARPA. The request is right now for $793,035 for use of that ARPA fund as one-time grant funding request to fulfill the wage adjustments that we just spoke to. Then, and that is just for fiscal year 23. The police budget currently, fiscal year 22 expenses were $11,754,870. This year's request in the fiscal year 23 budget is $13,291,537. This is an increase of $1,536,667, or it represents a 13.07% increase in expenses. I think I have my labels in revenue. Sorry, I have my labels backwards online. So that is a 13% increase in those revenues. On the expenditure side, it's $12,049,998. Fiscal year 13's request in expenditures is $13,785,537. This represents a $1,734,539 increase in expenditures to the police budget. That's 14.39% increase in expenditures. The items that are creating the increase in expenditures, we have a wage increase of $1.4 million. This wage increase does include what we spoke previously on, that 10% adjustment. It has, through the year, through fiscal year 22, there's been promotions within that department, which has created some increases to payroll. It also represents the 2 positions that was approved for fiscal year 22 back in November. So that's representation here of this increase in the wages. They have about $370,000 in operations coming in from uniform allowance at $44,000. This increase in uniform allowance is initial issue. I'm still trying to wrap my head around that. So if we have questions, Lieutenant Wright is here to answer those questions. Initial issue, is my understanding, is for new officers. So if we have termination, we still have to give those officers an initial issue. And that's about a cost of $9,500 per officer, is that correct? So this is picking up the accountability for termination. In the past, we have not had our budget reflecting any kind of terminations and new employees filtering through and feathering their way through the budget. About $57,000 in R&M for vehicle, $101,000 for fuel. So Lieutenant Wright did put a calculation together for the amount of hours and mileage. I'm a spreadsheet person, but his spreadsheet makes me look shameful on how he calculated his fuel. Then, our prosecution contract has a built-in, increase every year, so the increase for prosecution contract, our eye insurance went up. Then we have some minor equipment, again, taser guns and some body armor, and then some office equipment, and furniture for that increase. The capital budget does have a slight reduction to it of $54,000 from fiscal year 22's budget, and that is because in fiscal year 22, if we can get it, that we may have a rollover, is for the animal control truck. So, if that animal control truck does not make it in this budget, then we will roll that over into 23. So with that, I will stand for questions, and if you have questions of Lieutenant Wright, he is here also to answer questions.
What all are you missing with the uniform allowance?
Our uniform allowance, we issue, starts off with everything the officer would need. We start with the uniform, body armor, we got a little light gear into it. So all that adds up into the cost, and then we have cost of training, ammo, intake, we train on rifle, and we cost into that.
Body armor is listed below, is that different than the body armor at the $9,500 quote?
Sorry?
I see the body armor is listed below at $8,000, is that different than you said it was included in the uniform?
That's initial, that we update current issue, body armor that we have for other officers out here, that's why it's expired.
How many uniforms are you issuing each officer?
We issue two short sleeve, 2 long sleeve, and then we'll have what we call a hardened officer uniform. One has patches built into it, one will wrap into it. But I would also like to point out one of the points listed in here, the uniform allowance change into it, is, first of all, we were only budgeting for 5. We've been over that number for years now, and we haven't added into it. And our cost, we haven't increased the cost we have in the uniform allowance, so we corrected that, that's why we moved it to $9,500 this year into it. So that includes the cost of everything we have, so we have to use taser, holsters, everything, all the equipment into it.
And then,
That work better now?
what figure did you use for your fuel? Because clearly we're experiencing the fuel issue as well.
What we did is we contacted United Oil, who we buy our gas through, and asked them for a high-low, and then what they projected that we should use for that cost into it. And we went with their cost they recommended on that one.
So
But that's higher
than
than.
that you asked for enough, or did you aim short?
Well, actually, they're high-low, and the cost that they're projecting is actually higher, so we went with the cost that they're projecting. And we will currently, on this year's budget, we will go over that, because we went with the cost they estimated, which naturally went out of hand into it. And right now, the industry specs are indicating that it's probably even a little higher than they're projecting.
So that's what I'm asking, so did you?
We went with the highest number that they gave us into it. And that's why it shot up our budget probably over $100,000 just on fuel cost into it.
So, Lieutenant Wright, do you think, we might need to reach back out to United Oil to see, I mean, every day we hear 5 cents have gone up, 20 cents have gone up. I mean, it's just, it's a daily increase, so do we need to reach out to United Oil to get another projection, maybe to?
What we're planning to do is the middle of July and the end of July, get a review costs with them, in case we have to change it. Because one thing I want to point out into on this budget, and this is a draft budget, that we're trying to give you numbers into it, because we have a new chief coming in. He's going to probably add different things into it. He won't take numbers away from it, but he may have some different items with his vision or what you guys project, what you require from it, we may need to add the budget. This is just to give you some figures where we can start working on the budget. Because yeah, as soon as he gets started, we'll get him moving in the budget process, and he'll probably have some things he'll want to add. We just wanted to get some numbers out there so you guys can start working with it.
Mayor, go ahead.
So, and just a reminder, want to make sure that when we do speak, that we get into our microphone really good, so that the audio goes good across on the stream. I don't know if anybody checked it yesterday to see how it worked, or if it did all right, but yeah, we just want to make sure, because if we're not on the mic, then those at home or watching after can't hear it. Then also today, feel free to, you don't need to go through me during this, I appreciate that.
I got the feeling
And
of
so, but yeah, we talked about that yesterday, so I apologize on today. Just feel free to fire questions away, and in that regard. So just those, I guess I should have brought that up before, so I apologize for that. That was all I was gonna say.
I also apologize for not turning my mic on, so.
Nope, you're good. We'll forgive you this one time.
All right, thank you. Hopefully this will be the only time I have to speak, so.
So, Mayor and Council, what, we are going to run up against, as Lieutenant Wright did identify, he's gonna reach out to United Oil. I am locking the budget in 2 weeks, so that I can get all of the reporting and everything ready to go. That leaves me 2 weeks after I lock the budget. Gives me 2 weeks to get it prepared, so I can get it to Debbie, to get it on your council agenda, in the first, and since August has a very early council session, I've got to get it to Debbie sometime around July 20th something, I'm thinking 22nd, 23rd, so I have a very short window to put this together once we lock this down. So we may not have an opportunity to wait until July, mid-July. We may have to reach out to them like next week when you get back from vacation to see if we need to update that number. But also, not knowing the timing of the new chief when they come on, we may already have this budget locked down. So we will provide that opportunity for the new chief to review that. And if there are changes, then it may have to come back before council after this new chief is on board, perhaps to do some requests to use the fund balance in order for maybe some of his objectives to be part of this budget. So we have a real hard timing issue going with the new chief coming on, giving him that opportunity, I'm going to assume him, that opportunity to be a part of the budget process. And just the timing is kind of creating a real tough sequence of events.
Mr. Mayor, I've got a question. On the revenues, Carol, they proposed 2023 13.3 million, roughly increase of 1.5 million.
Correct.
And the one-time ARPA revenue, now on the one-time ARPA revenue, we won't realize that in fiscal year 2024 then, is that correct?
That's correct.
Or do we have to put it, we can't put in for that every year?
No, because ARPA funding is done next year.
Yeah,
We have no more
okay.
ARPA funding.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And so part of that, looks like half of that increase is that ARPA funding. The other piece of that increase is their property tax revenue. Identifying that these projections include an assumption on my part that council's going to take the full new construction and take the full 3% in order to achieve these proposals.
If I could, I would like to add a correction. On the prosecution contract, we also added a cost in there because due to recent, we found out we weren't budgeting for certain things we might need from the prosecution. We had certain issues come up where we hadn't had any money budgeted to have an attorney review into them or anything. So we did add some more money into that account to cover incidental costs, things that we hadn't experienced beforehand. So I think
Was it around 10 or 15?
10,000.
10,000.
And that just came up from previous things. We had some people, tort claims come against us where we had to hire an attorney. And we hadn't budgeted for that in the past. So we did add that cost into it. And if you also see in there, we have an increase of 32,000 for taser guns. That's simply because the equipment that we're currently carrying from less than lethal, they're no longer making anymore. So we have to upgrade and do it. And that's why there's a high initial cost for those. So those two items came up just because of either the equipment being changed or our knowledge changing into it. So on prosecution contract, we may have to go again next year on that as we see our needs increase or decrease. We did an estimate of 10,000 on that, just from what our current is. That goes from tort claims that get filed against us, we have to defend or something into it. We just hadn't had that in the past, we did add that in.
Is that from Mr. Taylor's department then, the prosecution part of this? No?
No, it's from an outside attorney.
Okay. And we're not using him for that anymore, or?
We've been Mr. Taylor for our prosecution cases, but other legal things beyond prosecution, as Lieutenant Wright referred to, we have some other outside legal costs for other issues that have come up.
Okay.
Mr. Taylor does our criminal prosecution, and the outside costs was on our civil.
Okay.
Which we just hadn't budgeted for in the past, and we were being educated, so we're budgeting now for that in the future.
back to our discussions yesterday when we were talking about the police department does not receive the admin allocation. So part of that admin allocation is legal costs from civil. And so since they don't get an admin allocation, they're not getting charged for any civil costs. And usually our civil costs are all in one contract, but when there's outside things going on, whether we continue to use, Mr. Hilty for those outside things beyond the retainer, or if we have to bring in a different attorney for these civil things, the police department was not being charged for that. And because we've had such increases in, other litigation issues, we, had to increase that budget so that they would take that direct cost.
I'm just a little confused on what a civil case or tort claim case would, what type of case would get us, and Mr. Hilty's office wouldn't be involved in, but we would still need legal representation.
Public records. We've had a couple, lawsuits for public records violations, and I maybe, Debbie can speak to that a little more.
So it's, the prosecutor's office does not review our public records requests.
No, our civil part is.
Right. Okay, that makes sense.
Quick question, Lieutenant Wright, how many sworn officers do we have and how many, other employees?
We have 78 sworn officers. We're currently down 10 positions. On the non-sworn, I think we're around 12, but I'm not positive on that number.
And 78, does that include the 10 that are not?
That's it. We're slotted to have 78. However, we have not made that number since I know, 17 years. Okay. We're trying.
Lieutenant, can you, give council an update on where we're at with our current year budget for police cars? Identifying that while we placed an order 6 months ago, we may have some police cars may not make it this year.
We got involved with we budgeted initially for 6 cars, and then council allowed us to get a 7th car, and then we also budgeted for 1 animal control truck. We put the paperwork in months ago into it. We initially had a build date of March of this year, and it went to April, and it went to May. Right now, it's June 27th. I just checked on that recently into it. That's on 6 of the vehicles that we have currently on that point into it. So supposedly we have a build date of June 27th on 6 of our vehicles. And with Ford, what happens is, once they acknowledge your order, they give you a VIN number. Our 7th one does not have a VIN number on it. And some control truck we requested back at the same point in time into it, does not have a VIN number. So I'm really nervous that we may not even get those like in this current budget year into it. We're hoping we do, but other agencies have had their orders in before us. They've been told their cars are complete, they still don't have them. So we're considering other options, what we might need to do. We work with the new chief on the plan for that one into it. But we're hoping they'll be built in June. Hoping we can get them on, or at least 6 of them on the road this year. But should we not be able to, we'll have to come from the council and explain that, and request a rollover on that.
You can hold it over, right? Is that what?
Correct. So Rob, can you straighten this a little bit and go over to the 22 adopted budget column, please? But stay on this line. And pull it down just a little bit more. There we go. Thank you. So you can see here in the adopted, column for 22, they made another request last year for the use of almost 300,000 of their fund balance so that they could purchase those 6 cars and that animal control card. And then we'll have a budget amendment for that 7th car. So that 7th car, so in total, they could have a use of their fund balance of 375,000 in this fiscal year when we end. If not, that may not happen, but then next year, we could see these 6 cars and animal control, and the current year's request for another 6 cars hit next year's fund balance at one time.
And just to make it more confusing, just make things worse onto, in August, we're gonna be coming in front of you again to request to order cars off this current budget that we're discussing ahead of time into it, because as soon as Ford opens up to where they'll start taking bids, we wanna get ours in right away and onto that. So we're already working on the specifications to trying to get the information down. As soon as they open it up in August, we're gonna request to order 6 cars then. So if you're asking when I'm gonna try and buy them, it'll be August.
He may put the order in, he may not have to expend the money until they arrive, but we are going to see if we can get that, order placed as soon as this budget is approved.
It should lock in the price. So.
Yeah, once we're requesting to put the order in as soon as we can, once we lock in, once they acknowledge it, and they normally fulfill our order, it's just when. We're hoping as soon as we can get it in, because we're gonna be like every other agency in the nation, trying to get the order in.
And kind of, what's your mileage rounder these days? 100,000, 150, 200,000? Before you turn them in?
Actually, what we'll do is on a patrol car, once we take it offline for patrol, then we either give it to the school resource officers, or we'll give it to traffic. We try to run them for about 130, 140. We'd like to get them off the road before they hit 100, but right now, we're keeping everything into it. And until we get the current vehicles into it, we'll run them longer than that.
Thank you.
Councilman Stoddard, something that we are looking at doing, and we're testing right now with, impact fees, police impact fees. Was it 3 years ago we did this? Two? We bought 2 police cars with impact fees, and the criteria to have, impact fees pay for equipment is they have to have a longer life of 10 years or more. So we're trying to use these 2 police cars for that 10 years to see if we can use our impact fees in the future to buy these cars with as well, instead of constantly having to use the fund balance. Because we're balancing the budget with operations, but we're, as you can see for 2 years in a row, we're asking to use fund balance to buy cars. So if we can get impact fees to assist in not buying all of them, but assist in buying a few of them, then the plan is once patrol is done with those cars, then we're going to push into a SRO or detectives so that we can push that 10-year mark to see if we can achieve that without violating our impact fee usage.
We're trying to keep them as long as we possibly can.
And, would you remind me, we have a budget of $24,000 for employee relations. What is employee relations? What do we spend that money on?
That covers several items, and I need to pull up the account that we get listed into.
While he's looking it up, Carol, on that 10-year deal, who polices that on the impact fees? Who keeps track of that?
Finance tracks it with the fixed asset side of this, but we are also working with whomever in the police department is managing the cars.
Mm-hmm.
So that we are constantly aware that those cars are,
Okay, is there an outside agency that tracks it too, to make sure that we do the 10-year deal, or we're on our own?
We're on our own.
Okay.
Reference to your question about employee relations, what we cover on that is any awards the officer gets out in the field, like the Medal of Valor, or like we have an officer being recognized by the state, and there's costs included from that award, we pay out that account into it, because we had 4 officers recognized last year, we have 1 being recognized this year. We have to provide a cost picture, both into, sort of the cost incurred into that, any uniform items like that. And then just last night, we did a block party up in Manchester, we're handing out stickers and things like that. That's where those items come into, public relations into it. Or if a family member of the department, they have a baby, we recognize that and make sure that the wife gets flowers and everybody gets flowers on that point into it.
Are we operating, does the police department have any grants currently?
The police department, so it's kind of been a weird situation with the BJAG grant, Bureau of Justice something. Those BJAG grants, we used to have a partnership with Canyon County and the city of Nampa, so that, and Caldwell would all 3 go in together and get this BJAG grant, we would get equipment with it. And each agency would take turns being the lead agency, and so whomever is the lead agency is the reporting agency. At that time, it has to do all the grant tracking and reporting, and it has kind of, taken turns between Canyon County 1 year and then Nampa another year. And now that we are, tracking here at Caldwell has taken the lead on that a couple times now. And then the, Department of Justice came back 2 or 3 years ago, Rochelle, and said, you guys qualify, you don't have to be a subrecipient anymore, you can directly apply. So we did, and we got a grant, we directly applied, and now they changed the, criteria again on us, so we're back to, sharing again with these agencies.
And these grants in the past have not been really large.
No.
Or,
20,000, 30,000 in there for equipment. I think we've used them for body cameras, we've used them for vests.
Cameras,
Body cameras has been a big one.
and then we've also went into the county on some radio grants.
Radios, yeah.
so then that's the only grants we're operating under, right? We don't have any COPS grants going or anything, right?
No cost grants, no. We do still have the grant with, ITAC, with the state for, internet crimes against children, that grant where we have an officer assigned for that task force. That, and then they pay certain pieces of that, officer salary. And then we have an overtime grant for ITAC. So if there's any overtime that they request, then we will have, a reimbursement from that. But we don't have any really large grants, no cost grants.
Grants still out there? Are they still,
They are, 2 years ago, they didn't have any cost grants. I don't know this year if the previous chief had looked at cost grants. I know one time, 2 years ago, we really chased it and, came down to the final wire and we missed the, deadline for submittal.
Also on the grants, we have Lieutenant Winfield as constantly researching, because he found different equipment grants for us and everything else, so we are continuing researching that.
What all does a COPS grant cover, or what can you get for that or use for that?
My experience with the cost grant has been that they will cover, in staffing employees.
and it's been, like we were talking about with firefighters, 75, 50, 25.
So similar to like the paper grant,
Correct. Sometimes the cost grants will also provide the vehicles as well, depending on how that, that grant is written and what the criteria is for the grant. So they may allow for cop cars, because obviously if you have officers, you gotta have a car to go with it. So sometimes those cop grants will provide for that ability to purchase the vehicle along with it.
My understanding, they also, there are certain items that they won't cover if we haven't listed in the budget.
Correct.
We're not allowed to cover on that, there are restrictions on that.
Yeah. Any more questions for
I
Lee?
do have one more
Sure,
question.
yes.
What is police department's fund balance today?
At the end of last fiscal year, when the audit was completed, they had, I don't, of course, with the one paper I did keep out, I believe we're around 1.9 million. Yes, they ended the fiscal year with, 1.9 million. So they've got a request in their 22 budget to use 375,000. And then their current year request is 553,000.
Now, my assumption would be that since we're down 10 officers and have been for a long time, that there will be some rebuilding of that budget, payroll, lost payroll.
I would point out also, though, that some of those slots we have to cover with overtime officers into it, that
Yes, correct.
we still have to have certain manpower out no matter what, so sometimes we have to pay an overtime rate to get somebody out of that.
So 375 last year and 550 this year?
Correct. And as well with, your question, Margaret, for cost savings, we have turnover, and we have not budgeted for that turnover when it comes to the PTO payout when those officers leave. So that too then kind of boosts up some of that cost savings.
So, I just keep asking questions. For each agency, we have discussed paying out PTO upon request, a comp time. Is that a budget item that each individual department will see in their budget?
So what we did last year in fiscal year 21, yes, in fiscal year 21, we were not enforcing our comp time policy. We were not holding to the standard of 80 hours in comp time in the comp time bank. So those hours just kept playing. So a decision was made by the governing body in 21 to pay out the comp time in excess of 80 hours and then hold to the policy of 80 hours in that bank. So we did that payout. Police department was one of those recipients in that payout. So we did use fund balance for that to achieve that as well in that year. Now, there is a policy, and I don't know the details of it, and maybe Mayor Wagner can talk to that, but I think we're looking to bring before a buyout or buy down of PTO time. So then, once a year, it would become a budget item in the budget. So, excuse me, if this is approved, then what will happen is employees then will complete a form, has to be submitted by May. So the next year, May of 23, they have to submit to their department. We want to buy, I think it's going to be up to 80 hours on paycheck.
Yeah, that was, originally it was 120, if you remember, when we came to the council workshop, and I thought was what that could add up. So one of the proposals, I think, was comes back is reducing that down to 80 hours max. So it helps to manage that a little bit better.
And so, yeah, my question would be, with a department the size of the police department, you know, we're approaching 90 members, roughly. Are we putting a line item in there with money in it to pay that out when those requests are made?
Yes. So then that then would be an additional cost in that budget.
Is it in there today, or is that something we'll have to figure?
That's something we would have to figure for next year. If this is approved, it's too late to do it this year. We will not achieve that payout. So, if approved, it would go into we would start it with the 24 budget. So in May of 23, they would submit their forms, we would add it to the 24 budget. We will discuss it this time next year. And then they would get paid after October. I think we're looking at a date sometime in November. I think we're defining the 1st of November, the first payroll in November, guaranteed.
So it's not a line that we need to worry about this?
Not this budget year, but next year, if approved.
I think realistically, when you retire, the savings is either you pay it incrementally, or at the end, we can put this one big lump sum check, right? So.
We do, when we have been notified of a retirement, we do put that in the budget, and it has its own line item that we call PL payout. If we are notified during the budget process, to include that. More questions for, right, or the big budget? That's good, thank you.
Well done, Lieutenant. Excited to have you back again next year to present on behalf of the chief. Yeah. Well, I know that it shows a break here, but we did get to that, because so if everybody's amenable, I say we'll start at the fire, and we'll take a break after Chief Frawley gets done. If that's okay with you, Chief, if you don't mind jumping up.
Chief, you turned these pictures around quick. This was yesterday.
Yeah, that was yesterday, so I took advantage of that opportunity. Well,
Good morning, Mayor, Council, Rick Foley, Fire Chief. Thank you for this opportunity to present our budget for the future coming fiscal year. Wanted to start out by saying thank you to Carol and her team for all of her work in terms of orienting me to the budget process, as well as considering some of our ideas and options that we're presenting to Council today. In front of you, you have a brief synopsis of my discussion points for today that kind of outline some of the areas that are impacting our budget. Predominantly, I wanted to start out with the introduction that speaks to the proposed budget actions for fiscal year 2023 that support increased staffing for the department for our new fire truck, improvements in command team and administrative structures, and strategic planning for the future. The operations goals identified in the budget include truck deployment in service, fire administration reorganization, and strategic planning. Now, specifically, as we discussed yesterday, relative to achieving these actions and these goals, we do have position requests and reclassifications that we've structured into our budget. These goals are achieved through the following personnel actions. We're creating 6 firefighter positions. These are 6 new firefighters that will be joining the ranks of the organization. We're reclassifying a total of 4 existing positions to fire captain. These positions will help staff the truck as the supervisor on the truck when the truck goes in service. And then the 4th captain is going to be utilized as a training captain that works on shift, but also has the ability to work the 40-hour work week. And that's a piece that we're having conversations with currently as we work through our contract discussions, so that we can kind of create that position, hopefully. This will give us utility for not only training and reducing overtime for training costs, but it's also going to be a succession planning piece. As new captains are promoted, they spend time in that position before they go to the line. It'll also give us some more utility in terms of filling overtime vacancies on shift. Reclassifying 3 fire engineer positions. These are the driver operators for the new truck. So part of the training that was kind of noticed yesterday as we've been getting the vehicle ready and doing all the training required to make sure that we're confident is making sure that we have those positions, because that's a critical position for making sure that that vehicle is operated safely, because it's such a great addition to our fleet, but at the same time, you know, there's some risk associated with any time you're operating an aerial apparatus. We would also are requesting restructure the deputy chief positions and the fire admin positions, and that's a piece that I've been working with Alyssa in Human Resources as well as Carol to navigate through ways that we can create more succession planning in fire administration, redefining the job classifications, as well as restructuring the responsibilities for those positions, and identifying funding to create succession planning in those roles. Because currently we have a succession planning gap when we look to promote into those positions from line personnel. And then finally, I wanted to mention the grant funded positions we talked about yesterday. So we have a current grant that's application that is in process with FEMA for the SAFER grant for 6 positions. And that's going to be another key piece that we bring back to council once we receive hopeful approval, that will help to bolster our staffing and also address some of our other increasing staffing challenges and response challenges in the community. So part of the challenge, or part of the goal for us to meet these needs, is to look at our current funding, and you can see on the second page of the handout, we talk about our current fiscal year 2022 funding, our proposed funding, and then the transfer of funding from our capital fund and our franchise fee fund. And that capital fund and franchise fee fund is $526,157, and the franchise fee fund is $200,000. So that amount of funding is what's going to be hopefully utilized, working with finance, to help bridge the gap to create these positions. This is a change in how we've historically moved forward in the organization. It's a way for us to look for internal funding to create these positions, but at the same time, it's going to reduce the amount of funding that we place into capital while we create these positions.
If I may?
Oh, yeah.
Can I put this on? if I may, I think that the fire budget, is that correct, Rob? If I'm looking at these numbers right?
Yeah.
So if we can scroll over to the 23 proposal. Yes, thank you, Rob.
That's page 152. That final page, and then the pages before that would be the breakdown of it. 152 would be the summary.
So within this budget, you can see where the chief is showing, he has capacity. So he's showing $744,000 capacity. Now remember, this budget does not include the request for those firefighters, those 6 firefighters. So with the addition of those 6 firefighters, that was what this budget shows. This budget does not have the wage agreement for the union at this time. It has the fire admin, for the 10% pay scale adjustment, but it does not have the union at this time because we are still in negotiations, and therefore we can't put or impose a raise of what we think is a raise until we are done with negotiations. So what we're saying here is the request to fill these 6 new firefighters and to achieve all of these reclassifications that the chief just mentioned is what will consume and then some of the $744,000. So once we reach an agreement with the union, then those wage adjustments, just like with police, then will be funded with the ARPA money, as well as the adjustments that he's mentioned here with these reclassifications. Because once we approve, if you choose to approve those 6 positions, then it will take up this capacity. These restructuring will go beyond what's available here at the $744,000. So what he's saying in his budget here is, I'm telling you, I have the capacity to fill these 6 positions.
Thanks, Carol, and the great piece of this request in my perspective is it's going to increase our minimum staffing. Currently we have 12 firefighters as a minimum on duty every day, and that's an increase over the last 12 months. It was 10, and it's now moved to 12, and it'll move to 14, because that will give us our 4 companies, 3 engines, a truck, and a battalion chief. And that'll be our new minimum, 14. With the 6 additional positions, we'll have an assigned staffing of 17 per day. So those 3 extra bodies are the people to fill in for vacation, leave, training. They also give us more utility to put up a squad. That, in the ideal circumstance, would give us a 5th unit. And then when we get the SAFER grant, that would take us from 17 to 18, then 19 on duty every day. And that's really going to be great if we're successful there, because that gives us the ability to have an additional surge capacity fire engine in service, and it also covers for lead utilization. So I'm really looking forward to that opportunity if we're blessed to receive that grant. One of the other pieces that Carol mentioned that I placed in my narrative is the ARPA options. That's the piece that we're working with currently to try and address the needs as we're looking at negotiations. I also mentioned significant cost impacts. So part of the increase that you'll see in some of the operating budget pieces include equipment for new firefighters. So very similar to the police department, we're looking at about $9,000 to fully equip a firefighter with personal protective equipment, the turnouts, the helmet, the wildland gear. So it's pretty expensive, and it's not getting cheaper, but we want to make sure that we identify those funds so that we can move forward with filling those positions. The fuel impact costs, as was mentioned with the police department, we're constantly looking at our fuel options, and that's probably one area in the next coming weeks as I've seen this rapid escalation of the cost of diesel that I might work with Carol on to see if we can make some adjustments, because I want to be realistic about what our fuel looks like. Some of the pieces that we're trying to deploy internally is making sure that we minimize the movement of our resources. We're getting busier and busier. We're seeing an increase of about 400 calls from this time last year. So it is an impact in terms of the volume. So we want to be mindful as that volume continues to increase in the coming fiscal year. We want to make sure that we have enough funds to cover fuel costs. I mentioned the SAFER grant cost savings. So, that's a significant operational, advantage, but it also helps to save with overtime, because that allows us to fill any vacancies for personnel that are on leave, you know, at any given time during the summer. And then the last piece is the rural fire district collaboration. So I met with council, or presented to council some time ago about our working relationship with the rural district, meeting with them in July for their budget meeting. And one of the initiatives that, we're working towards is creating a part-time volunteer slash, student volunteer program that's gonna be run through the rural district that they would be paying for, that we would be utilizing as a feeder system to hire new firefighters. And that's been one of the ongoing challenges, as was mentioned yesterday with the police department, is recruitment. So if we can build a recruitment system that we control, that we can direct local, candidates through CWI to become part-time firefighters that work there, then we can then train them and then hire them and onboard them. Because one of the fiscal challenges that we face when we put an academy together, and we've done 3 in the last 2 years, is the cost and the time that it takes to keep training personnel. Because it's a 4-month academy, we're looking at about $15,000 worth of overtime per academy. And it also takes our training chief away from other in-service training for our line personnel, and he's pretty much dedicated to training the new firefighters. So if we can build a system where we have that constant, that bucket, if you will, of really competent personnel that we can bring on board as vacancies occur, that's really gonna help to, you know, create efficiencies within the department. And then, I wanted to mention future needs, unfunded pieces, just as a conversation piece as we move forward. You know, we're just looking at this coming fiscal year, but we understand that growth is gonna be an ongoing challenge, but it's something that we want to think about it from a strategic perspective when we move forward and we look to build a plan for the future. We're seeing that service call and construction increase within the community. We're projecting that we're gonna need more assistance with 2 fire prevention positions in future fiscal years. Projected 1 additional full-time office assistant, probably in the coming fiscal year after this 23-24, and, or 22-23, I should say. And then projected need for 2 additional fire stations with an increase of 18 additional personnel, probably in the 2 to 3 to 4 year range. Right now our call volume is edging up to about 8,000 calls per year. It's a pretty heavy load, and it means that we have what's called higher unit hour utilization for our personnel, meaning that they're committed for longer periods of time, and they have fewer opportunities to respond to calls, you know, from simultaneous calls. We had a period yesterday where we had all our units committed to a fire incident, and then medical calls were coming up at the same time that this incident was being conducted. So we want to be mindful of creating better partnerships with our partner agencies, so they can cover for us and we can cover for them. But at the end of the day, as we build out our strategic plan, we're going to be looking to increase our resources in the future and looking for ways that we can do that with a fiscal perspective that's positive and that works within the boundaries of what we have within the community. And with that, I'm open to any questions. You know, the other piece I was just going to mention was in terms of strategic planning. One of the pieces that we want to do in this coming budget with the firefighters is start to work on a strategic plan and build for our future and know what our resource is going to be.
Could you maybe, and I know some questions came up a month or so ago about the deputy chief, kind of, do you mind maybe talking a little bit more of that, kind of your plans and goals in regards to kind of that reclassification? Or
So currently we have a vacancy for the deputy chief of operations, and we've received some applicants for that position, but we're not necessarily recruiting from a really broad spectrum of candidates. We're not getting people aren't knocking down to break down our door to come in to fill that position. So what we're trying to do is create parity between the operations position, training, and prevention. So all 3 of those positions are very similar, and they work on the same line of delineation. So if I have an operations chief that's working on a certain issue, I can then have my prevention chief and my training chief shadow him or her, and they can learn from that perspective, and that way it builds succession planning and redundancy. So if I lose one of my chiefs, if they move on or they retire, then I don't have that void in that position, and there's more, breaking down of silos between those positions. And to achieve that, I want to have parity between those three positions, so they're all reporting to me directly, and that way I can build a better team, and that way they can we can also build succession planning for that position as well. Because currently, there isn't, necessarily a big motivator for line staff, my battalion chiefs, to want to aspire to that position because of that breakdown in pay, basically. You know, they're making less money than the battalion chiefs. I want to fix that issue.
I have a question. What happens if you don't get the SAFER grant?
So we built the budget so that we can still put the truck in service, and we can still, you know, function. And that's one of the key pieces with the SAFER grant, is you never want to build it so that you can't function. It's not going to be as, I don't think we'll have as many options to support additional resources. We're not gonna be able to function, you know, at that higher level. So ideally, it would be perfect to get the SAFER grant. And if we don't get the grant, then we'll have to come back to council in the future fiscal year and look to increase, you know, staffing as we can in the
But
future.
you'll still be able to use the truck?
Well, yeah, we'll still be able to use the truck, because our minimum is gonna be 14, and we'll have 17 per platoon. So we'll still have the 3 extra people.
And when do you find out about it, or do you
Probably mid-September.
know how it's working at all?
Well, I did get an email from FEMA asking about, a clarification point for whether we had a wellness program in our contract, and that's always a good sign. Of course, they say on the top of the email, this is not an approval of your
This is
grant.
not a good
No.
thing.
But, that's a good thing. That's one of the criteria that they use to validate your grant application. So my fingers are crossed, but I don't want to overcommit and say we're gonna get the grant.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Chief, in your future needs, you have projected need for projected need for, 18 additional personnel in the next 2 to 3 years. Is that 18 inclusive of the 6 SAFER grant if we are awarded that?
That would be, excluding the 6 SAFER personnel, because that would be, I didn't want to put the SAFER, piece into the budget conversation, because until you're awarded the grant piece, you don't want to necessarily cross-pollinate your positions, but, that would be 18 above where we are now.
Where we are now, if approved for the current 6.
Exactly, with the current
If
6.
we get the SAFER grant, then 6 coming off that 18 makes it 12.
It'd be 12, correct.
Okay?
So what that would do is that would give us a staffing of 3 personnel per shift per station.
And in 3 years, when that SAFER grant ends, we will need to be able to absorb those 6 positions. In today's dollars, right now, each position roughly is about $100,000, for a firefighter, correct? I think that's where we got that. Okay.
And I think part of the conversation really, as we look across the valley, we look to our partners in Nampa and Middleton and Star and even the communities west of here in the rural areas as they start to build out, I think we're all having the same challenges in terms of seeing the growth, but we're all talking about ways that we can work together and have shared resources. So I think this is a good placeholder number, but at the same time, I do believe there's ways that we can improve our efficiencies with our neighbors, and that is only gonna benefit everybody in terms of not necessarily having to be staffed at the level that, you know, that I've indicated here, but that's gonna be a work in progress.
If I may point out, so on his, discussion earlier, when he talked about the transfer of capital and the franchise fee, what's not being presented today before you is the fire capital, that the fire has. They have another fund that they can put, funding into to support their capital needs. So that fund, what we call Fund 51 in our internal world here. And so on average, $726 gets put into that fund. in Fund 51 so that they can acquire their capital needs. So this year, in order to get to this $744,000 need for the 6 firefighters, the decision was made by the chief to not fund capital this year, and he is not. I think he's requesting in his capital fund, $350,000, use the fund balance so that he can do another engine.
Yes,
Engine
Carol.
rebuild.
That's correct. So we're trying to think outside the box. Instead of purchasing fire engines that are now $1 million, we have, an opportunity to use a vendor, this one happens to be in Las Vegas, Fire Trucks Unlimited, and for $300,000, they can rebuild your fire engine. And it's actually beneficial, especially when you have a fleet that is prior to DEF. So DEF is the urea that is added into diesel motors. So anything prior to 2010 that doesn't have DEF is actually a really good fire engine. And on the secondhand market, those fire engines are actually escalating in price because everyone wants to purchase those and rebuild them and use them because of the challenges that you have with DEF systems. So one of the pieces that we want to try and do is with one of our reserve engines is look to rebuild that and keep it in service for another 10 years.
And just real quick too on that, so that change has my 100% support. I mean, 10% of the budget, more or less, of what was not being used for many, many years. And I get that you want to put aside and save, but if we're taking 10%, and that's, I think, part of the reason why we've had so many struggles with, paying our firefighters and doing those things, is we were basically starting way behind of where we should have been. And so I think we need to use today's money for today's expenses and not be putting those aside and saving up, $10, $15 million to pay for a fire station. Yeah, we need those, but we can bond for those, and that allows the people to vote for that, say, yes, we need it, we want to be taxed for a fire station, rather than us hoarding that money for so many years to go and pay for it. So that has the mayor's 100% support to do that. Yeah, we need to, and that's what those other fund balances are for, but we don't need to, this is just my opinion, artificially stimulate them by taking away money that should be used today for the fire department, whoever it is. Use it today, use it for that. That way we're not, in my opinion, overtaxing the people today for what we want to do tomorrow.
One of the challenges that I should mention about trying to save, versus the bonding option is the cost. And I look at Fire Station 3 and, the organization did a great job of saving money over an extended period of time to pay, but really you really can't save enough to build a $7 million fire station. And I think that's one of the challenges that I think we're all facing when we look to, trying to identify things that are within your budget that are operating pieces, such as rebuilding a fire engine, versus trying to fund $7 million, which is kind of a heavy lift.
Chief, what's the criteria that we use to determine that we need another fire station? Is it population? Is it call volume? What goes into that determination?
It's a combination of several factors. So it's call volume, and it's that unit hour utilization. So are you able to get your effective firefighting force on scene within, the guidelines are 15 minutes or 14 minutes, 59 seconds. And that's for the suburban area. When you get into the rural areas, those change drastically because it's just not a populated area. So we look to that data, and then we develop a plan to identify what that would look like. We also look at traffic patterns and flows to identify where the right location would be. Usually, as a guideline, about 2,000 to 2,500 calls per resource per fire engine is a number that allows you to have that good unit hour utilization, so that your personnel have enough time to train during the day, conduct any kind of public education or fire inspection duties that they may have, and then also the fatigue factor doesn't become a challenge as well. And I think with our fire station 2 as an example, it's rapidly becoming one of the busier fire stations in the state, and so we want to be mindful of ways that we can build for the future, and also look to try and get ahead of some of the growth if we can. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I've got a couple questions for Carol. Under budget requests, the current fiscal 2022, how do we stand currently with that number?
I'm
Are
sorry.
we right on target, or are we under, over, or
For
fiscal 2022?
which department? department fire.
Yeah, the 7.7 million roughly.
They are trending, last time we looked at the budget status, we had some challenges because of the way, staffing was doing the purchase orders, so we are in the process of trying to correct the purchase orders, so that we can get a better number, cause I'm not seeing cost savings right now in the fire budget because of overtime going on, but I'm also not seeing cost savings in operations because we've had some purchase orders that have not been, relinquished yet, because we've paid them, but we're also encumbering the budget with the purchase orders, so we are working through that. My staff is working with his admin staff so that we can correct that to get a better picture of where we are operationally. But trending in, wages, we're not seeing, I'm not seeing cost savings there at this time.
So do you think
Because of the overtime.
we'll have a deficit there after the fiscal year is done or not? Overspending?
Hard to say with overtime with them right now.
Okay.
I think operationally, they'll be fine, but it's hard to say with where they're spending with overtime, because their overtime is just climbing up. We're over budget right now in overtime by $100,000.
Okay. And what effect will that have on what we propose for 2023? Is that gonna reduce that amount, or is it gonna stay the same, or how are we gonna work that? Or we're just gonna ask the council for more money, or?
I don't think we adjusted overtime because we're not sure where we're going to land with that Staples grant. So we've left the overtime budget this year the same, in 23's budget as it is in 22, with the hope that, we will not go over that with these 6 positions. But if we get to 12, we're saying we're gonna come in a little under budget if we take this grant. There's that potential that we can go over in overtime, that's my understanding of how you explained it to me, Chief.
No, that's correct, Carol. So if we're successful with the SAFER grant, that'll give us one extra position per resource per company, which is where we were last year, before the current overtime challenge. Because if you can have, and to give you an example, when we had a minimum of 10 firefighters, we still had 4 extra per platoon, and so that helped to fill the vacancies. And when we went from 10 to 11 to 12, it reduced us to 2. And so you basically, you're kind of multiplying your overtime exposure by 50%. So if we are successful with that SAFER grant, then we're looking at that number we currently put into the budget. But if we don't get the SAFER grant, then, you know, we'll have to work through other options.
Okay. The only reason I ask is, I know in the past that it seemed like we always tried to show the general public or taxpayers that, you know, we're trying to do a good job and we kind of under budgeted for everything. But I hope that our numbers are really accurate this year, because it's going to be important with all the assessors, you know, our assessor raising the values of property and taxes that they might have to pay. It's going to be very important to make sure we come right in on target on this stuff. So.
Historically, the fire department has come in because previous administrations have kept an eye on their operations to make sure if we're not having cost savings from positions not being filled within the fire department, they are looking and monitoring the operations so that we can stay within that budget.
Because like I say, the only thing that concerns me is this ARPA fund, or that what we might get. I mean, it looks good right now, but if we don't get that, then we're gonna take a close look at this thing again. So, as far as the services that we can provide to the general public. So, okay. Thank you.
Chief, I have several questions for you. I realize you're fairly new to the position, but can you give us an idea of what the turnover has been in the fire department?
Yes, from talking to the crews and the command staff, you know, we've had approximately 8 people in the last 4 years that have left for various reasons. I mean, some of them have been, you know, leaving for salary, for wage issues. Others were looking for, you know, upward mobility to neighboring agencies. And I think that speaks to, you know, some of the challenges similar to what the police department has had. I think, you know, some of the information that's been shared with me is, you know, kind of reflects some of the challenges I think we see throughout society where, you know, the cost of trying to buy a home and live in the area is becoming more and more challenging for our personnel.
So you said 8 in the last 4 years?
4 years, yeah.
About 2 years. So one of the things that's been a concern to me in both police and fire, and I understand police a little bit more because they're so extremely short-handed, but the overtime budget has just gone through the roof. I mean, in recent years, we could fund 2 or 3 more firefighters with what the overtime budget has been. And so, and I don't supposed to be a firefighter, so I'm relying on your, but one of the concerns that I have is the minimum staffing continues to go up, and, so it kind of builds that overtime, you know what I'm saying? It, like you were discussing, there's only 2 extra guys. If 3 guys take vacation, you're paying 48 hours of overtime. And so I would like to see us get to a position where that minimum staffing doesn't continue to go up for a little while, but our extra guys do, because like I said, the overtime rate, we could buy 3 or 4 more firefighters with what we're spending on overtime. So I would like to figure out a way to get a handle on the overtime, because again, that's like Councilman Stanek was talking, if I know I have this many firefighters, I know exactly what this many firefighters cost me, but I don't have any idea how to guess the overtime. You know, that's one of those numbers we just can't get an accurate read on, because it just goes to the roof, so. And then the last thing, and we've discussed this informally, I don't think it's ever been a real discussion, but there's been talk in the past that the fire department goes on so many medical calls. Is there a function that could occur, the medics, they have a levy rate plus they bill? Is there a function that the fire department could recover any costs on those medical runs?
Can I jump in on that, Chief, real quick? I'm glad you brought that up. So, because that's what I think one of the discussions maybe got lost under the rug and all the transitions going on. So, right after, when we were going through the chief process, I talked with Donnie at the time about, because when I was in the legislature, this came up, and they said, well, really, you can fix it at a city level. And so we had talked about implementing an ordinance that basically you get a couple freebies, because you don't have the smaller, you know, assisted living facilities that do have that need, but you have ones, I won't mention names, but there's, you know, 1 or 2 in town where they essentially use our fire department as free services for really a lift assist. And correct me if I'm wrong in any of this, Chief, but if you don't have the proper personnel on staff, such as a registered nurse, somebody falls out of bed, you are not allowed to pick them up, put them back to bed. So many times they call 911, the fire department goes out literally to do a quick check, pick them back up, put them in bed, and then they leave them. So they're using the fire department, the taxpayer dollars, for free services. And so we talked about putting in some type of an ordinance, and we have that right to do that, where you could get so many free, you know, 1 or 2 freebies a month or a week, whatever it came out to, and then there was a charge on top of that. So we can definitely implement that. We had looked at that, it's probably bad on me, kind of fell through the cracks, but we could follow up with our city attorney. We'd want them involved to help write that ordinance, but that's something definitely to look at and start generating revenue on that. And I think what you'll see is those assisted living facilities will start having registered nurses on staff overnight, because then they don't want to have to pay that, because it needs to be proportionate to give them an incentive to provide the service they should be. So, that's a great point.
And that's one of the pieces that, at the Idaho Fire Chiefs Conference, we talked about that systemic challenge that we're all facing in the state with those types of calls and ways that we can work with ordinances. And that's definitely something that I would support, to try and help to, you know, make sure that we send the right resources to the right calls, and then so we're not necessarily diverting resources to calls that don't need our resources. One of the nice pieces that also got approved this year was something called GEMT, or Ground Emergency Medical Transport. And that's Medicare, Medi-Cal reimbursement at the actual cost rate for the patient transport. And that predominantly impacts or supports the ambulance service, so Canyon County paramedics. But Canyon County paramedics, we've got a great relationship with them, and part of the conversation that we've been having, and Nampa's been having, and Middleton's been having, is when that comes to fruition next year, that there's a process that would allow for access for first responder EMS, such as Caldwell, to have access to those funds as well. So there is lots of conversations. We were very excited about that because it's only been approved in, I think, about 10 states nationwide. And it definitely helps to really help to address the cost of your resources responding. And they take the cost, everything from fuel to the cost of finance or human resources. It's a total umbrella cost for that resource of that response, not just the hours worked for the personnel. And I think I'm looking forward to that, and that's a big piece that I think will help. It's gonna take some time, but, you know, we're moving forward with it, and we're in complete support with it because we're looking for ways to bring revenue in to keep the department going. And to your point on staffing, I totally agree with the minimum level and having the extra personnel to minimize or negate the overtime. One of the really nice things that I found coming to the organization, working with the firefighters, is they're in support of having those extra people. They're not in support of what is called, you know, constant staffing. And that is one of the concerns that I had coming to any fire department, is constant staffing is where you don't have those relief people. And everything that I've experienced so far in the organization is the men and women are in support of having extra personnel on duty because they're busy. And so they want to be able to, you know, they understand the service piece and the fact that they don't want to be here on overtime or mandatory overtime. I think they value their schedules and making sure that they have that work-life balance. And so that actually was a good thing to hear, and it kind of supports my vision as well, which is we need to have 4 to 5 extra relief people, as I call them, on each shift to help fill those gaps.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
And Carol, could you give us the fund balance numbers for the fire department?
Absolutely, thank you. We did pull up, the overtime line item here, Councilman Alder, for your question. So you can see right here, in 2021, their, overtime was 111,000, 2020 was 111,000, 2021 was almost 160,000. Their budget is 92,022, and when I, pulled the numbers together in early April, they were at 177,000 in overtime, and I believe when we looked at it a week or two ago, when we saw that, we had some, purchase order issues we needed to work through, we were closing in on 200,000 in overtime as of right now.
That's way too big a number. Yeah, so the fund balance numbers, Carol?
Yes, thank you. The fund balance in the Fire Fund 01 is at the end of the fiscal year 21 through the audit is $182,699. Fund balance in their fire capital, while it looks like we have a lot in there, it's because of the internal accounting process that we have because of the loan that the fire capital made to the fire impact fee for station number 3. So they were about 1.2 million. Remember when we talked about fire capital having about 1.2 million so that we could buy that fire truck? We are now using $600,000 of that 1.2 million this year to buy that truck. So now they're going to end this fiscal year with approximately $600,000 in their budget, in their fund balance in the capital fund, and then the chief is asking to use half of that to rebuild an engine. So that will really take that capital Fund 51 down.
So they basically have nothing or very little in fund balance.
Between the two, that would be correct.
And Councilmember, all good. If I could also mention, we have 5 recruit firefighters that just came out of the academy that, they're currently in FTO, for, 8 weeks, but then they'll help to negate the overtime as well, once they become fourth body qualified, so continuing to try and fill those gaps.
Wonderful, thank you.
Fire chief, how many folks do we have on board now?
So
Total?
we have 45 suppression personnel, and so those are the 15 per platoon. So, when you have your A shift, B shift, and C shift, that's, those 15 that are assigned to each one of those platoons, with a minimum of 12 on duty every day.
And that doesn't include any administrative positions?
Now, the administrative positions are separate.
And the training position, those other two are separate as well, they're in the admin. And one of, the chief's positions, three of the chief's positions, back in the day, we called it the indicator department, because the indicator was in fire prevention. And then we've added, another fire prevention person, Lisa, and I think you just got approved in 22 budget for a third person, so I think you're fully staffed. Well, you're not fully staffed. The positions you currently have are now staffed.
Correct.
And so those positions, are considered part of admin, but they're not in this budget because they are funded through the permit fees that they generate, as well as support in permit fees from the building department. Because they work, hand in hand with the building department when it comes to inspections and permit fees and things. So the building department provides additional support for what we call the public safety, department, that's on the fire side of things. So that support is not coming out of this budget, it's coming from permit fees that they have in their, established, permit fees, and then additional support from the building department's permit fees. So the building department will do a transfer of fees, transfer of revenue to keep, the public safety, building public safety department whole. They don't generate a fund balance.
And I want to say that I'm very proud of the what I call fire prevention personnel. There's 3 personnel that are in that division, because one of the things that they do is called community risk reduction. So each one of our probationary firefighters, as he or she comes off probation, they're tasked with putting together a project that comes out of that division that's specific to an area that is an impact in the community. So to give you an example, one of the projects was car seat installation, and that's an area that comes out of that division as a way that we can help to reduce risk in the community, because they're not just about permits and doing building inspections, they're also looking at risk.
So, just to add on to, the chief, those deputy chief positions that he's talking about, he has 3 in his department. One, Mr. Perry, is funded within the permit side of things in that fire prevention, public safety category. The other 2 deputy chief positions are funded in this budget year. So the restructuring of those positions, the, one with, Mr. Perry in the fire prevention, those costs then would become an additional request from the building department to fund that.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
One question for the chief,
Yeah,
just
fire away.
curiosity.
Oh, yeah.
Are you guys, planning on adding paramedic level firefighters to your engines?
Well, we have 2 paramedics currently in the department. They're allowed to utilize their paramedic skill set with TVEMS, which is the new overarching controlling entity for Canyon County. And that's something that's been new in the last year or so. It's allowed us to have that ALS, Advanced Life Support capability. It's something I'm interested in. You know, I'm a paramedic, but my primary focus for this coming fiscal year is the truck and the fire admin reorg and then strategic planning. And coming out of strategic planning, when we see hopefully funding from GEMT, that could allow us to then have the conversation to look to do the ALS component. One of the challenges with the paramedic piece is recruitment and retention, because they're a commodity resource when those candidates are taking tests, they were usually picked up pretty quickly by agencies. So it, in the short term, might be challenging to get there, but at the same time, we still want to support the 2 paramedics that we have in our department so that they can use their skill set when they're running calls.
Well, you kind of went where I was thinking. My thought was, I don't know if I'm accurate or not, if we have paramedic level firefighters, it may allow us to bill differently or better for those services. Exactly what I was thinking.
No, definitely, you're right on point.
Any other questions or anything for the chief? So I'll just say maybe a few last comments, just how much I appreciate Chief Raleigh, and everything he's done. I mean, the fire department is just doing a wonderful job, and I think just every firefighter I've talked to is just so excited about the future of the department. It's just been an incredible breath of fresh air that's come in there, and even with negotiations, they've been going really great, and I met with, Will Gigray, the union president, and Will and I go back, quite a ways, and we've had some great discussions, and they're like, we're gonna turn this around, and this is gonna be a productive, meeting, and it has been, and it's just been so refreshing to see that, and I know Chief Raleigh is a huge part of that, so I just wanna publicly thank you for everything that you've done, and just the attitude that you brought to the department, and just, like I said, it's exciting to see, and I know the firefighters are excited for it, and I'm excited to see where it continues, so thank you for everything you've done, and will continue to do.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very kind words, but it's a great place to work, and it's a great group of men and women, and I'm having fun. It's enjoyable.
Well, that's good. It's important to have fun, so thank you so much. So we'll go ahead and take a break at this time, and come back in about 15 minutes or so.
What do you think?
Just remember too, when you do speak, make sure your mics are on. Okay, it sounds like we are back streaming and recording, so, we are gonna jump back in, and up next, we're gonna mix up a little bit as people come in and are available, as we're a little ahead of schedule, which is never a bad thing. So I think we're gonna jump right into parks, recreation, sorry, it's recreation, yes, parks is later, so. Okay, we have Denise here for that, so Carol, obviously, so we'll kinda let you go at it.
Mayor, if I may, just,
Yeah.
ooh, I'm kinda hot, literally.
We can turn the air conditioning down.
That's right.
Debbie likes
My
it.
mic is hot, so a little warm here. So Parks and Recreation share the same fund, but the way the accounting is Recreation and Parks have separate departments within the same fund. Recreation builds a fund balance, Parks does not. Parks used to be in the general fund, they have now been moved to the Recreation fund, and by state code for property tax, we are allowed to do that. So when Rob tomorrow presents the Parks budget, Parks will not have a fund balance. They receive support from the general fund in the form of shared revenues. So when the Parks budget has adjustments or increases, it will come from the general fund portion of those sales tax revenues. So with that, I will turn this over to Denise.
Good morning.
Are you on?
I think I am on, there we go, you told me to talk close. So, my budget, does not include any new positions. We, did add one just this year. Of course, we are still looking for a sports coordinator again, so I would love to fill that one, but no new positions. Our current budget for fiscal year 2022 was $792,000, and then our proposed budget for 23 is $918,000, an increase of $126,000 there. Part of that, which is the wages, including our 10% and our step adjustment and the 2% for KRAs in the new budget. One of the main things that we do have adding in our operations is $50,000 for R&M building in the pool. So that pool building will have to have some repairs. There's some plumbing issues, and there will be a few other things, the roofing that will have to be repaired as well, and just some regular maintenance, painting inside and out. So that $50,000 is for the R&M building, on the pool building, and then in the capital area, we have $100,000 for the furniture and fixtures of the new Parks and Recreation office. Most of those costs will, be for computers and desks, that type of things. And then also another $50,000 for furniture and fixtures for the pool, once we are able to get that up and running again.
So if I may, Denise,
Please.
I meet with my team, when we do the budget, we sit down and we start having our discussions in February, March, and we start moving through that budget process when I meet with them. One of the things that we did discuss, Denise and I did with this budget, it does not, so you can see here, she is showing a little bit of capacity, in her budget at about $10,000 as presented. Well, she said there's no new positions requested. Yesterday in the personnel presentation, Samir did identify the interest in having a Parks and Rec director, and that director's position then would be shared amongst these funds. Denise is one of them. So at this time, her budget does show some capacity for the funding of that position when it's allocated. Also within her budget, the furnishing fixtures for the pool, as we talked yesterday, the rehab to that pool, we are looking at, I don't know if we can reuse the diving board. So, tell me no now. I know we were looking at that when we were talking about her budget, of can we reuse the old diving board, so I'm getting a no from her. We will need to look at a slide, and I don't know if we can reuse that slide. So I got a nod. So we did confirm that.
Yes, we should be able to use both of the slides that we have.
Okay, and then the other furniture and fixtures for the pool would be, I don't wanna call it cabana, it's not a cabana. The
Shelter.
shade. Yeah.
Yeah, a shade shelter.
The shade shelter, because that had some rips and tears in it when we ended that last season. We thought we were getting a brand new pool with all kinds of different amenities in that pool. So now we're gonna be replacing that, shade, canvas, as well as chairs and tables, picnic tables and things for the pool.
Also, we will need to purchase new lifeguard towers. New models show that you have portable ones, so that you can actually move those to the area where it needs to be guarded, depending on capacity at the pool or where the sun is. And so we will be taking out the old ones and then replacing them with portables.
Carol, we decided that we're fixing the old pool, is that?
Correct. Yesterday when we did our discussion on the capital, we identified, and Rob pulled that up, and we can revisit that for you, Councilman, if you'd like some more information on that, but we're rehabbing that pool.
And we talked about it yesterday, and I guess we were favorable to that, it sounds like.
I don't know what council was.
Yes.
We haven't been given guidance, as
Well, that's
to.
what I'm saying, I wanna order furniture, if we don't know the direction.
Right.
we're going.
We know we're not building a brand new pool to the tune of 12 million, but we have
We're gonna refurbish it.
refurbished it. And,
I guess as long as we don't.
I just heard negatives from council, so.
What's that? Oh,
well, that's what I'm saying.
Well, I think council was in favor of doing that on that discussion yesterday.
And the indication I had was it's going to be on the June 20th, council date.
Perfect.
And as far as, purchasing new things for the pool, I will not be purchasing anything until we have everything settled and make sure that we are on board.
How about the furniture, fixtures, for Parks and Recreation office at $100,000, be able to break down like you do?
Lisa's been getting quotes, for this breakdown. So the new office over there, is gonna have both parks and recreation. Parks is also gonna have a shop that's detached from the new office. And Rod can probably speak to the funding for the park shop, but we being recreation is going to be furnishing all of that building, which would be inclusive of offices that the parks people will also be using. Again, they don't have a fund balance to draw funds to do that, so that will come from, the recreation.
Will it come, so I know they don't have the, well, yeah, maybe my question I answered that already, so never mind on that. Maybe real quick, if you haven't had the experience to go and visit, down at the current Park and Rec building, you should, before the new one goes up, just to see what I guess the existing conditions are of that building, and it's atrocious.
We are out of compliance, ADA, I mean, we can't even offer the restroom to anybody.
I think you just have to go through the restroom to get to another part of the
Yes,
building.
you did.
So, which is interesting, so, yeah, I don't know how that works.
Yeah, there's an men's restroom, you would have to go. But the new offices will have, a conference room, there is a big training area, and so there's a lot of tables, computers, we'll have some big screen, TVs for some of the training areas and things like that. All of the desks that we have are, hand-me-downs from hand-me-downs from hand-me-downs, so we will try to have things that are more ergonomic for all of our staff to be using.
Okay, is that all? Okay, questions or any comments, anything like that?
Yes, ma'am. On the, 10% step adjustment, are there gonna be some performance evaluations tied to that? Or is it just gonna be a flat 10% for everybody?
So, Councilman Stanek, if I may, the 10% is what's gonna be proposed as across the board for all pay grades.
Okay,
That is just moving the pay scale, 10% for everyone. The step adjustment is moving the pay scale for those that are in the lower pay grades of 1 through 5. So the step adjustments would start at 5% for pay grade 1, 4% for pay grade 2, and then once you get to pay grade 6, it's a zero addition increase, and it just stays at 10% for the rest of those. The 2% is tied to performance evaluation.
okay. And what's the acronym PRA stand for? I'm not familiar with that one.
Key result area.
What was that?
Key result areas. So we have a performance evaluation that has areas that, everyone, 1 to 10, ours is 1 to 5. And then those are key areas that, are used for identifying that employee's performance.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else? Denise, any questions on that?
Recreation.
Oh, yes.
Sorry.
Hold on.
Sorry, just really quick, these numbers, how are we doing with these schools on space for venues and gyms and things?
Oh, that's a good question.
Okay, so, the schools did agree to let us back into the gym, in February. So that was actually 23 months that we were not able to use the gym. So that meant all of our youth and adult programs, basketball, volleyball, any of those types of, activities, we had to just put on hold because we do not have any gyms, the city does not. So we worked really hard to try to get everybody a little bit of time to use the gyms during that space of February through April. However, when we got ready to use gyms for summer camps, they, again, since they were using the schools for summer school, they did not have space for our basketball camp, and I ended up going to, one of the churches to be able to, Calvary Chapel, I think it was Centennial Baptist, actually, was the one that was able to, accommodate our basketball camp this year. So we're still struggling. The other issue is that they have not sent me their, invoice, so I do not know for sure how much they are charging us. In the past, it has been $25 an hour for Saturday use, and then for the weekday, practices, they did not charge us. But there has been some concern over the years.
When you're talking there, you're talking the school district?
Yeah, the school district, yeah. They would just charge that $25 an hour, but as they, increased their wages for their, staff, I assumed that they would be, passing that on to us. I have yet to see their invoice, so, that was one of the increases that I did put in there was for that rental of the schools. It would be nice if the city had some gyms that we could use so that we could continue to offer these programs to the youth.
Mayor, I have one more question. How do our fees, whatever fees you charge, coincide with what our competitors are doing in Napa? I know in the past, we were low man on a totem pole all the time. Have we corrected any of that?
We actually, are pretty competitive. Their basketball program is a little lower than what ours is because they have used up their gym, their school gym, without any charge. The way they are set up in Nampa, their ball fields and their gyms, they kind of do a cooperative, effort with the school district, and so there isn't a charge either way. The city doesn't charge the schools for the ball fields, and the schools don't charge for the gymnasiums. And then we also have a higher fee for our jerseys, but, we are pretty competitive on pricing otherwise.
What about the pool side of the business? Do we have any fees there at all that we need to look at when the time comes?
We did look at that this year, and, we had increased fees last year for the pool because we were expecting to get our new big facility. And then, since we are not, we went ahead, I reduced the fees so that we would be more competitive with the facility that we will have.
Okay.
And aren't those fees higher than Napa's school fees?
Just slightly, like by 50 cents.
Just as long as we're competitive, that's all we care about. Thank
Yes.
you.
So I just had one, going back to the use of the schools. How do you set that up? I mean, are you talking to the individual principals? Are you talking to the district office, or how do you make those arrangements?
So we send a schedule to the district office, and then they work with the principals. But it is up to the principal to decide whether or not they want to allow us in. It used to be just the school district would decide, and now they have allowed the principals to make that choice. So we kind of ran into a little bit of problem because the school district scheduled us and thought that it was okay to use Van Buren, but the principal there was new and had allowed one of the teachers to be using it without identifying that with the school district, and so, we ran into some issues with that, but we do send, a schedule to the school district first.
It just sounds to me like it's something that we might consider negotiating every year formally with the school district.
I do.
Instead of, well, I don't know how much we're gonna pay it, how much we're gonna charge this, and what school's going, sounds like something we ought to formalize.
We had in years past. This year, it was, quite honestly, I was sending letter after letter to the school district, to, the education board members, trying to, just get a conversation started to see when they would allow us to start using those schools. And because it was so late in the season, they just said yes, and we didn't sit down and have that discussion. And this is the first year we've gone into it not knowing how much there was going to be, of a fee for that. But typically, we would do that in like July.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Any other questions?
If I may?
Oh, yes.
So when Denise and I have now, looking to the future, we've identified now that we're looking to rehab the pool. The discussions her and I have had, as she talks about the gym, we don't have, well, we have Robert's Rec. It's not a gym set up to do basketball and volleyball, on a continuous basis, because that space is already occupied with some other programs, within Robert's Rec. So there is a huge need for us to consider a gym in our community, so we can continue to provide, these additional, programs to the youth as well as adults. We are very reliant, as you have just identified, Commissioner, Councilman Allgood, on the schools. If they let us in that year, we're excited. If they don't, then we have to cancel all those programs that we utilize within those school districts. So there has been, identified a piece of land over by Elevate School, that half of that land that's vacant would at some time be a future gym for the recreation department to start offering those services. Also in our discussions, as we look at the phasing of the new pool, and we talked yesterday about how do we phase that pool, is phase two all of these things, or phase two maybe a piece of something, and then phase three or phase four further on down the road, we also did, Denise and I discussed a bathhouse. We're gonna keep the current existing bathhouse. We're trying to keep minimal investment in that bathhouse so that we can continue to be open for a pool. But at some point, we will have to do something with that bathhouse. And is that where maybe in next year's budget or the year from now's budget, we look to just build a new bathhouse so that we can have that if we're not able to move forward with the rest of that pool. So those are some capital items looking forward in the real near future of what is the direction of our recreation program going to be with programs and the pool.
Councilor Brody just mentioned how excited he is for the fifth one.
I'm ready.
So,
I'm gonna do this.
Well,
I want to
we have a little
first tournament.
Yes, I want to do that too. Maybe we can, is it a two-team or is it one-on-one?
I think you can do both. I've learned.
have you played yet?
I have not.
I haven't either. I did buy a racket though, and a set, so I need to get out and do it.
Does that mean you're moving to the dark side?
Well, I wouldn't say the dark side.
Oh.
Remember, you're online. Okay, anything else for Denise? Okay, thank you so much. Let's jump into, oh, and Juan is here too.
Did Juan come in?
I was gonna have Juan come, because he was down here for football, so.
I guess the mayor said you're next one.
And let's run out the tea time, and follow at 11 o'clock, and then get back.
I do. We got a bunch of juniors out there.
Very good. Mr. Avila, how are you? Good.
Juan, do you have a handout, council?
I'm sorry?
Did you bring a handout?
I did, I bring a few.
Okay, I can hand it out for you.
What page are we on in here for this? Do you know, Carol, where we're at?
I don't have 798 page numbers right, so my apologies.
Community.
Fund 3. CEC, Fund 3.
I'll share. I can share.
Can I get one, please?
I think I can.
Sort of.
So this is control of that.
Never mind. I'm fine.
The 200 looks like, or up to 25? Okay. This page, just for reference for everybody here and anybody watching or watching later, 225 on the PDF document where we're at, page 225. All yours.
Okay, so basically, as you can see on the handout that I gave you, it's, I'm on asking for much besides the fee increases, but I got 3 projects that I'd like to finish this year with, fencing. And, this fencing is, basically a repair, replacement of, existing fencing that is pretty, curated and over the years. I think most of this fence has been now for over 35 years. So it's time to replace it. As you can see, couple of the quotes that I got them last year. And, we were told not to submit them because we're gonna get some money from other source, and we never did. So obviously the price went up quite a bit, from last year to this year. And then, so the first one of, 2870, this is to replace a section of 75 feet of fencing, right next to, behind the field house, where, the fencing is kind of tore up in this place. The second one we got 2 options in the second one. We got one for, 19,950. And it's, option B for 26,890. 26,890, and they recommend to replace the entire fencing, post, chain, and, no barbed wire. This is underneath the Simba Stadium. Right now, what we're trying to do is do cosmetic work at the stadium. The stadium is we've been doing a lot of work, but I think that it still needs more improvements, to, keep better, presentation to our customers that visit the stadium during football games and other athletic, activities that we have out there. The fence that we have right now is very, very ugly looking. We wash it and clean it as much as we can, but still, it's old, pretty much. So the 19,950 option is just to replace some of the posts. The problem with that is the metal that they used back then is not thick enough to hold the fence, and that's why it's been so easy. So, my recommendation to you guys is to approve the 26,890 to replace the entire fencing underneath Simba Stadium. And, so we use those, cages for storage. This is the college uses for storage, and we use one for storage for our equipment and mowers and whatnot. The last one is for 17,975. This one is a new one this year, and what I like to do with this one is to replace the fencing around the air handlers behind the field house. That area used to be the backside of the event center, and in the last 5 years, that area has become the main access point for the public during the fair and the rodeo. So I think it's important to have a very nice fence to protect those air handlers, and at the same time give a better look to the facilities. That's the new one, and as far as projects for the event center, this is the only 3 that I have, that I'm asking. But, with that being said, we're gonna managing the new RV parking at, across the tracks, be part of the event center. So, we're gonna have a lot of green areas to maintain, that area. And, right now, we have a crew of 2, me and Corey Gershfield. It's pretty overwhelming sometimes for us to maintain what we have now. We got over, I don't know, I think 30 acres or something. I can't remember the acreage that we have. It's a lot of acreage that we have to maintain. Gabriel alone is over 9 acres of grass that we have to mow right now, twice a week. it's very, very overwhelming at times. We asking for another full-time employee for the event center. This employee wouldn't need, office equipment, computers, or anything like that. This person would be entitled just maintenance. So whatever he needs as far as, technology, we can share what we have. They'd be working, directly from under us and, basically just doing, daily maintenance on the grounds, clean up, ground maintenance. I included a package for a new mower. This mower will help us maintain this property and be safe at the same time. I'm afraid the mower that we have right now is too big for the retainers that we're gonna have over there, from islands and, grass areas. So we're gonna have to have something with a collection system to protect vehicles and people that are using that parking lot, RVs that, $100,000 units that we don't wanna crack a window or the debris flying out of the mower. I check up prices. This one looks like it's the better fit for us. Smith's, dealership in Caldwell, they give me a better deal than this. I just got offline, it's $16,345. Smith's gave me a quote this morning for little over 15,000 for a new mower. I can research if I use one somewhere. We don't have to have a new one, but I think always, used ones, they always end up spending more money than what we bargained for. Along with this equipment, obviously, I don't have the price for one yet because the prices, the guy refused to give me a quote on a trailer because the prices, they change daily right now. Because once you're ready, I can give you a price, but we're looking around $4,000 to $5,000 for the little trailer that we need to transport equipment like this. So, overall, I think we're gonna need an investment. I don't have it on this budget because I didn't have any idea of the dynamics of this new parking lot. I still don't until it's completely finished. And then we can see what equipment we're gonna need to maintain it. So that's basically it. Our facility fees increases their basics under 5%, all of them. We're not going, with the exception of the RV hookups prices. Right now, we are at $35 per night. And, I think we propose to go to 55, and that's below average. So we wanna stay competitive and also help the customer who visit the event center. They give them a good deal. But the average right now is between $80 and $90 about for an RV park at night. So I think 55 is very, very fair for our event center. And that's pretty much what I have as far as.
I know we're gonna get into fees more later, but do you think that maybe it could go up even a little bit more? Cause that's a full service, power, sewer, water.
It's a full service, and, the reason I don't think we should go higher is because we're not gonna be we're still limited on the service that we provide compared to other RV parks. We're not gonna be a full-time RV park. Max, 7 days. So, we don't offer amenities.
Most RV parks have laundries and showers.
Right, exactly. Some of them have pools and things like that. We don't have that. So I think 55 is pretty within the reasonable price. I talked to some people that they're regular customers, they travel interstate, about 4 or 5 times a year, and they stay with us, for a couple nights. And I asked them, it's like, what do you think about it? They said, we can do that. Most of the time, we stay in a red station park or whatever, it's like $65, $70, depending on the state, but 55 is I think we're within the fair price market.
And then, some great things that I know Juan's done this last year, it's actually funny, is after we had our, big meeting about the city employees down at O'Connor, instituting, buying a podium and a nice, projector, started to rent those out rather than having people bring their own in. So, appreciate looking at those opportunities. Again, not looking at, making money, but being able to provide
services.
and funds to help sustain what you're doing down there. So those are great.
So if I may,
Yep.
again, one is one of my, departments that I supervise and just like with me, we start meeting in February, start kind of preparing for their budget and we meet regularly to discuss that. The, request that he is making for the fencing, and the mower will be, presented, well, I don't know if he will present in detail, but those will be in our capital fund. The event center does not have a fund balance to draw off of. The event center, while they have fees, and those fees, bring in revenue for the event center, they don't fully pay for the event center. We don't get enough people using the event center to break even or even make whole. So the event center also receives a transfer of support from the general fund, to make them whole. One budget that you're seeing here, just for the event center, does not include these capital requests. Those will be in another fund, in the capital fund, that we use to help support O'Connor, and Juan's needs when they need equipment, so it comes out of that capital fund. But we have a little bit of capacity here in his budget showing his fees, plus I think we have $75,000 in support from the general fund, giving him a little bit of capacity right now. So if we allocate, to him that, director's position, then there would be additional support from the general fund, needed to fund that director's position.
How much do we anticipate the RV park will bring in?
Great question. This is our first, rodeo.
Right, how many spots is it going to have?
11.
So,
18, sorry.
18 plus the 15 existing.
yeah,
Yeah.
We have 15 right now.
There's discussion on that 15, how many over in the dirt lot?
15.
In the dirt lot, we've discussed, with Brent and Rob, but maybe if we're going to, have asphalted brand new RV slots, and we've got the contractor already there doing that for that parking lot across the track, can we just go ahead and have that contractor do a change order to then include these 15 other spots, so that instead of renting, dirt spots for $30 a night, we can then increase those, rates in that spot, if we add, concrete asphalt and pave them and give them more than just the dirt lot to park in.
That's at that dirt lot, right between 22nd and 21st Avenue.
Right.
I thought that was gonna be turned into a parking lot at one point, is that not?
That was the idea at one point. Don't know what happened to that plan, to be honest with you.
And do you know, Rob? Cause I saw drawings for that like 4 or 5 years ago.
Mr. Mayor, that is still the plan. The reason that probably hasn't happened at this point yet is because we have been waiting for that, 24-inch sewer bypass to be constructed. That sewer line runs right through that parking lot. And in addition, we're waiting also to abandon that, dump station, the RV dump station, because that's gonna be moved to the north side of the tracks into the new RV area. And so, once that sewer line is constructed and that dump station's abandoned, then the parking lot is basically, the area's clear where we could go in and put in a nice parking lot there. And we had talked about incorporating in part of the parking lot an area where it would all be normal parking, but you could have maybe some RV, parking in one end up against, I can't remember that, Arthur, yeah.
And also having conversation with the fair and rodeo, they actually don't mind leaving the parking lot gravel for, stocking it. You know, it's easier for the animals to be, stationed on dirt surfaces than blacktop. So they don't mind if we find out the idea of the RV, that'll help a lot.
Is there a place, cause I mean, that's a gateway street coming in, obviously isn't compliant with any code requirements, being gravel. Is there another place they could go if we did wanna beautify that, so it look better for people coming in and out of the city and coming to compliance?
Well, it used to be, now we got a fair building going up. To your question, no. No, other surfaces, open areas that 4-H kids or cowboys, girls can use as, parking for the stuff trailers.
And to tend the animals, is that correct?
Right.
Because I know, Denise isn't here, the fair is the rodeo that takes up part of the park, part of Griffith Park, during those events, so that they can pen their horses, on that grass over there. So, during that time, that park is, not usable for any events, because we allow those.
During the rodeo, in the fair, that parking lot is mainly used for, public parking, not for, stock trailers.
And they park on the grass within the park.
Right, so right now, for during the rodeo, we use Gabriela Field, we used to call Gabriela Field, as, cowboy parking, that area, those 9 acres, they get full of trailers and horses, and the damage to that surface is tremendous. Obviously, the fair uses for the carnival, so the purpose of that is just, parking, pretty much, a green parking. Now we lost the corner, that we're still waiting to see how that, it's gonna work on the fair, with less parking, less areas too.
And then overflows across the street in that grass area for those animals.
So, and real quick, just then again, we don't know what the occupancy rate's gonna be at that, but I just ran some quick numbers. If we had a 50% occupancy rate throughout the entire year, and obviously that'll go, I mentioned up in the summer, down in the winter, but if you had a 50% on average, that would generate $175,000 more or less per year, which obviously paid for not only that position, but maybe even another one, too. Cause it's important to remember, and, you know, Quan and Corey, they manage the couple event centers, the O'Connor Fieldhouse, Templot Stadium, the fairground, all that area. I mean, it is immense what they do for those 2 people. And I know that, I think Corey was out for a little bit with a knee surgery or something like that. So when one's down, that's half of your fleet right there, what's going on. So they do incredible work out there. So, yeah, getting at least one more staff out there is crucial for you guys.
It'll be amazing, only because, you know, I always get scared, you know, there's numerous times that we work, you know, being sick. I mean, when I say sick, I'm talking dragging my feet, but there's no choice. But having another person is gonna be, I appreciate you guys, considering that, it's gonna help us also provide better service for our customers. We have hundreds of thousands of people that visit, that go through our gates every year. We do our best, but I think having 3 people, we can do even better.
Yeah.
The current budget for Juan does not include the approval of that position. So if that position is approved, then, we would look to cover that with some fees off of the RV park and then general fund support until we can start projecting, having a better projection of what the occupancy is gonna look like for revenues on the RV spots.
And one thing too, real quick, so just so you're aware, the 4th of July that we put on every year, which is amazing and terrific. I know I have in-laws that come in from Arizona almost on a yearly basis just because of our 4th of July fireworks display. So in years, we're gonna hopefully change that a little bit with that contract. In years past, the contract has been just for the fireworks, so not paying the extra to have the setup done, the cleanup, the music, all of that. Juan does that every year, and so that's extra work on top of what he already has to do. And then coming back the next day, basically spending the entire day cleaning up that entire 20, 40, whatever, how many acres that is, with just him and Corey. So for this year, I've talked to Stacy, to make sure that we can get some help out there this year for me to clean up, because obviously it's too late this year, the contract's already there. And then in years going on, I wanna look at increasing that contract, so it includes all the setup, it includes the cleanup, it includes the music, so the company doing the fireworks takes care of all of that. So Juan isn't having to go out there on regular time, supposed to be taking care of the facilities and doing all of that, so have that included, all inclusive with the fireworks.
And to put that in perspective, when they are preparing for the Fourth of July, several days leading up to it, obviously the event, and then a day or two leading after it, O'Connor shut down, and so we're not leasing out O'Connor, there's no rental going on, because we don't have anybody to manage O'Connor when they're over here managing the fireworks. So, that's also something that, they have to work around.
The goal would be that Plum can be there with his family enjoying the fireworks instead of working all night putting them on.
Well, I
So it'd be on when he already does.
hamburgers probably, but, yeah, you know, and the whole thing is like Carol mentioned, you know, the field house shut down, and one event that we have, the possibility to rent it, one event we bring is, you know, $7,000-8,000. It's even if it's a one-day rental, if it's a multiple-day rental, you know, you're talking, you know, up to $20,000 if possible. So financially, it's kinda, we're losing.
It's one of those, we're spending $10,000, we're spending 10,000, or how is this, we're spending $10,000, we're spending 20,000.
Yeah, and we can still, I talked to the fireworks company and they said, we can still help with some of it, if we have to, but I just don't want, I just make sure that, you know, we're not gonna go with, this is not a free-for-all, this is not, so you can open the gate and, okay, now I can go from 30,000 to 60,000. That's not the case. If it's gonna be like that, we'll continue doing what we're doing right now to save the dollar. Having the extra person is gonna help a lot. It got tougher in the last 2 years because we lost the Kane County SEAL program workers. So that's a free service that we enjoy for many, many years. But since COVID hit, they shut down, they never recovered. The judges, they still did not giving, people the option to do SEAL work as a part of their, sentencing. So the numbers are low, and, so we don't have that luxury to have free help. On average, we use 6, 7 by 8 hours, a week. And, so it's a lot of hours that we don't spend dollars, and so we don't have them right now, so it makes it even tougher for us to continue doing those little extra things.
Mr. Mayor, I'm just curious, is there any opportunity to share any of these costs with the county, because we coordinate so many things? I know that, have we ever talked to them about that, or?
I'll let Juan speak to that, because that is a very precarious relationship.
Because we, personally helped 2 of the commissioners get elected, and I think we have a little bit of leverage there now, so I'm just curious whether we ever talked about it.
Go ahead, Juan.
Yeah, you know, we always ask, I always ask that question myself, if we can share, you know, I always, you know, Carol and I talk all the time, so well, define partnerships.
Mm-hmm.
Partnerships is usually, in my view, is a two-way street. So I think, I wish the county would be more willing to participate, sharing some of that cost. Right now, we don't get a dime for the fair, or election days, or events like that, so we just, support, which, all event centers like ours, that's what they're supposed to do, that's the purpose of these venues, help our community. But, it gets to a point sometimes where, yeah, you know what, we running dry, we need help, and, but it's up to you guys to pursue that. I'm not a politician, unfortunately, so I just don't know how to approach that, you know, at that level, but, it'll be nice.
I'll talk to Mr. Holt and Mr. Brooks after they get elected and see if we can't get that corrected too, and help us out a little bit.
And I wouldn't say unfortunately, not an because that would be fortunately more than unfortunately.
Yeah.
I appreciate that, Councilor Stotts.
I just want to follow up on Council Stotts. So, we just had an election, do they pay us for use of that during the election?
No.
And we've kind of talked about it a little bit, and just, you know, obviously with elections is what's different, we want to make those as accessible as possible. You know, we looked at even moving into we've been in discussion with, you know, Clerk Yamamoto, about using the airport terminal, and so the thought was, for elections, it's probably best to work with them, let them come in. We wanna make elections as easy and open as possible, obviously get as many people involved in that, to get rid of any stumbling blocks, so the thought was.
They have not been shy about charging us for election stuff in the past, they have hit us very hard. And then the other half of that was, we spend money to make sure that the fair building or the event center is available for emergencies, we have the right air handling, that kind of thing. Are we compensated at all for any of that upgrade?
No.
It'll work. We'll get the right contacts for that.
Yeah, I mean, cause I certainly agree that it's a wonderful place for that, and it needs to be an emergency center, but I don't think we should bear the whole cost of that ourselves.
Correct.
And then just, so, over the past year or two, what's been the revenue from O'Connor? How much revenue every year does it generate?
It's been rough, because what you're gonna look at, what we're seeing here in comparison is a result of COVID. We have 20 revenues up here and 21 revenues up here, and for COVID, O'Connor's been shut down, for a good portion of that. So the revenues that we're looking at for comparison. Now, over the years, the city has, probably supplemented, O'Connor's between 35 and 50,000. These past couple of years during COVID, it's been up to 75,000.
Yeah. And then I have one more question.
Yep.
Who maintains the asphalt cleaning in front of O'Connor? Do we have a service that comes in and cleans that, or? The reason I'm asking is we're gonna have a whole bunch more asphalt in the near future.
Like the parking lot,
Yes.
it's been the street department.
Okay, and so they're gonna maintain, the plan is they would continue to maintain all the new asphalt that we're gonna get?
That's probably,
Yeah.
yeah.
I just have one more then. So one, you would like the fence that's almost 27,000 versus the 19,950. I don't know which one, maybe the budget yet, or will be.
I like to see the 26 go through based on, that's what the fence company recommended, because they also, replace everything, from metal posts, chain. This is a privacy fencing with the plastic rods, because, obviously we have a lot of property behind those fences from the college and us. So we kind of want people to stay away. But I won't be mad if you guys broke the 19,950. I mean, anything is a huge improvement.
That one looks like they're bidding the fence back in place and things of that nature.
Right.
Yeah.
Anything else for Columbus or CEC? Awesome. Thank you so much. I think really appreciate all you do, you and Corey, just good people and good hard workers, so couldn't ask for more down there. So we're excited to hopefully get you some more help down there soon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Brett, I think you are on deck.
I can hand things out for you, I don't have any, did you send them? Yeah. Okay. Actually, Mr. Mayor, the salt is up. I apologize for my rudeness, but I got a text from Ken Wheeler, superintendent of the golf course. He's not here to help present, so I'm gonna send it for him, but I do have a video of an autonomous mower.
Oh, sounds great.
I haven't looked at it yet, and I don't know how to put it on the screen, but I will.
For us?
I don't know how to, I don't think so, I think it's just a photo from him. Can you get
When is
that?
is the install going on right now?
Like, the install is right now, yeah. So let's, let me send forward just an email.
They're done yesterday, and they're programming, they're actually working on number 4 right now, the driving range is done.
So, dang it, I'm not very good at this, sorry.
At our first round of golf course.
ready. Get it, Rob? It might be going through our wonderful junk spam filter, Mr. IT. Probably won't. So they didn't have a subject on it. I'll try again. Rob? Let's say let it go so that Rob can have it. Don't block it.
Does it have a subject?
No. I'm going to. We have the golf budget up. Are we there? No? All right. Okay. Let's we have it, and we'll let the autonomous know. Looks like we're Pac-Man. Right, Brad.
Hi, well, the good news is I'm not here asking for money. I'm trying to bring money to the table, so, just a brief summary of what our budget is, the increases to the expenses, the increase in the wages of the 10%. Also, pay adjustments for our Personnel Plus employees, which is, a lot of it is our maintenance, trying to attract new maintenance people. Every year I've been at the golf course, we've been 2, 3, 4 people short. This is definitely the smallest maintenance crew I've ever worked with. Ken typically is lucky to have 2 to 3 full-time employees. Golf course is rough to operate a golf course and maintain, especially the size of the golf course that we have. Keep it green and keep it maintained with what we have. So we're trying to increase the pay to attract some people. He has been able to fill in the gaps with retired people, mowing 1 to 2 days a week. I believe we have six now that we're filling the gaps with that as we speak. He did get his second assistant, which, Sean, who has been awesome, assistant for Sterling. And, so that has definitely helped overall. Obviously, moving forward, our operations for this year, gasoline increases obviously is gonna affect us greatly. So we have an increase with that. That also affects our fertilizer bill. But Ken has done a great job of buying early and trying to stockpile fertilizer, so we don't get affected by the large increases. And then obviously, bank service charges, it's just the increase in business that we have, most of it's paid with credit cards. The capital outlay is $35,000. We finished off the front 9 this year, putting repairing the car paths, thanks to the street department. And moving forward, we're looking to do at least half of the back 9 next year, and then the other half the following year to complete the project. It's made a huge difference. Obviously, that was one of the biggest complaints that I had coming into the job, and being able to get it halfway done now has been a huge benefit, bonus that people are seeing that we're putting the money back into the golf course. So, the 10 carts that you approved last week is going to make a world difference. As of today, I am able to change
change our tee times from 10 minutes apart to 9 minutes apart. That equates to $500 to $800 a day in revenue. So moving forward, on a conservative basis, we're looking at about another $150,000 to $190,000. That is not in this budget. So when you look at those numbers moving forward, we are looking for that revenue for next year. And being able to sustain ourselves, be able to get any equipment that Ken needs moving forward. So this is, that was very thankful for that. We also are looking to increase our fees just slightly. We had a large increase last year, to kind of get caught up to the rest of the valley. So we increased all of our fees last year. This year, we're looking for a small increase in our daily fees at Purple, with our weekday and weekend fees to coincide, just to stay slightly under Centennial, who is kind of our barometer. The mayor wanted to ask me about possibly matching Centennial. I disagreed because people won't make that extra drive to get to us if the fees are the same, I believe, even though I feel like we have a better golf course, but we're still a destination course, so I feel like we just need to stay just under them. And we're seeing the effects already. I already have people, Banbury has increased their fees, it's $90 on the weekend to play there. People are boycotting Banbury and coming to us now. So we're seeing that benefit already. And our tee times like I said, we're moving to 9 minutes right now, 10 minutes apart. We're 100% capacity, pretty much Wednesday through Sunday. There's no open tee times, so allowing us to open up 5, 6, 7 more tee times a day, they will be filled.
Mother Nature says that.
Yeah, Mother Nature, unfortunately, we've been close to 6 more days this year than we were over last year, but we were also up $30,000 overall than we were last year. So if we could have had those days back, I'd be $150,000 up. It's Mother Nature, so nothing we can do about it. So moving forward, everything is looking good. We're well on track with what we started out to do to make this profitable. So we've gone from $250,000 losses to net profits moving forward. And Mayor's task is, Mayor Nate told us it before, and Mayor Wagner has tasked me, we'd like to self-sustain and buy our own equipment and eventually be able to provide money to the city.
And that's good too, but I think continue to use those funds and generate to improve themselves, also continue to make it a better course. And as, Brett mentioned that when we were looking at those fees, I did say you should, I think kind of similar to what Councilor Strada was talking about, make sure we're competitive, we're not being Santa Claus or you steal your line, and I appreciated the honest feedback, and I will never be offended to anybody that gives me that honest feedback, like, well, Mayor, actually, because that's what we have you, you're the expert, so we give ideas and thoughts, but you give us your input, and so, appreciated the honest feedback on that, where we should be.
And I think we will be there eventually. I think once the development is done out there, we have our own self-sustaining market there, then I think we can match Centennial, but we're still a destination course. That 80% of our players are 1A players. You look at our parking lot, it's 1A players. So they have to have a reason to come. Obviously, the shape of the condition of the golf course is number one, and Ken's the best in the valley. It's not even close. So with what he has to work with, where we're at now, I mean, the course is unbelievable. The greens are phenomenal. So people come back because of that alone. That's number one.
Yeah, that's true. And again, thanks, I know Brett, thank you, but I'll thank you as well for the approval of those carts, last week. That's it. I mean, again, it's one of those no-brainers. Get these in, they'll easily pay for themselves before the end of this year and start making money on it.
And the good thing moving forward, this is our last year of our, initial 40 carts that we purchased when I first came on. So if there would be an $85,000 drop in the payment, those will be done after this year.
Okay. Question?
I'd like to see a couple of things for Fairview. I think I've shared them mostly with a few of you here, but, much like our sign at Purple, a nice sign for Fairview would be kind of nice, especially on 10. And then coming down, when you turn there, it actually leads you past the golf course if you're not, or the clubhouse if you're not familiar, and able turn around, and come back. A sign there would be nice, and then close to the clubhouse, now that we have more carts available, that maybe we have a space there closer to the clubhouse that's paved. I wouldn't mind it being gravel, but I've learned a lot from the maintenance folks, and they would prefer to be paved, so that gravel doesn't end up on the course, if that makes sense. And then either park our carts there, or have the groups that use that park their carts.
But we did take the roads down.
Maintain. Yeah, and that would take care of the maintenance, trying to keep that up, with them driving over it, right? So we're watering it, replacing sprinkler heads or whatever, so we might as well make it a place, if we want them driving there, let's make it my opinion would be to make it a place that the cart would drive normally, not just on the grass of the course.
And the discussion has been to take out the rose garden, move it over to an area over by the scoreboard, and then that area coming out from the pro shop to the first tee, to the side of the putting green, that all get paved.
Yeah, so I've heard about the rose garden too, so as long as you're gonna move it, but you'd be surprised how many people want the rose garden to stay. Yeah, so, I don't know if it's easier just to go you've heard differently?
I've heard, so I won't say any names, but it sounds like, I know there's some from the Women's Golf Association that they asked to get this, so I don't think we should look into it.
Start a pool.
Right. No, I'm not gonna say any names, so.
I don't wanna be fined and have people be upset.
That's true, maybe we've done ourselves.
Yes, that's right. I'm guessing probably someone has some value or sentimental value with what's planted in there, I don't know. That's an option, and then tape over to the side, which is what I said. Sounds like you might move it, not just.
Yeah, we're talking about.
Oh, take a picture.
Anyway, and then I'm interested in a 5% discount for veterans. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I have no problem with that. We do get asked constantly for military discounts, and I have no issue with that at all.
I think,
That would be a required approval from council.
yeah,
I just wanted to get his input.
one of the, things that we'd have to do is make sure they show their VA card. Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah.
I just wanted to mention that most of you probably don't know, but I was on the golf committee back in 2015, 2019. Brett just came on, and I can remember when I suggested that either we make money at this thing or we're gonna sell the doggone thing, and everybody thought I was the Grinch that stole Christmas at that time, but you guys have done a fantastic job, and I know Ken too, and it's just unbelievable how nice that course looks. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
So I have a question, Carol. So in comparison, Purple Sage, Fairview golf courses, is Fairview successful? I realize they're totally different, but is Fairview doing okay, or is it kind of can you give me some background there?
So the fee structure that we created for this year, we have turned it into a 9 and 18 hole fee structure as opposed to day one and play all day. Fairview now is way more profitable than Purple Sage this year.
I will put a caveat on that, while it looks that way, Purple has absorbed all the costs, mainly for, both golf courses. So when Ken orders fertilizer, he's ordering fertilizer and kit and coated to Purple, but he's also ordering it for Fairview, and we have not cost allocated. I meet on a monthly basis with the golf department so that we can kind of review those kind of changes. So one of the things we are working on and moving towards is getting those kind of costs truly allocated to Fairview. I think there's been a tremendous movement in the fee structure change that Brett has implemented, as well as adding those carts from last year, has significantly improved that, course's revenue in that capacity. So the next movement, with trying to truly identify the two courses and their profitability is to get the, Fairview to now take on the actual costs that are truly a Fairview cost.
And that's correct, but as it stands right now with that fee structure, it did make a huge difference, there. With the last couple of years, Fairview was, without even adding that to it, was losing about 50,000 a year. And Purple was.
Covering the cost.
Yeah, it was covering the costs and then generating enough revenue to where we basically broke even last year. Moving forward, Fairview will be self-sustaining as well. So both golf courses will be self-sustaining, and be able to bring money to the table.
I'm guessing Fairview is less of a destination golf course.
Correct, and we manage it differently. You know, quite honestly, I manage the pro shop differently at Fairview than I do at Purple. I have less logoed stuff. People aren't gonna buy logoed Fairview stuff like they do at Purple Sage. We cater more to the seniors, the ladies and the juniors at Fairview, obviously. Obviously, we keep the price structure lower than Purple Sage as well. But the operation side is completely different as well, because when you have a 9-hole course and somebody's playing 18, again, we can't take tee times because we can't, it's hard to generate, you know, what time people are coming around, if they are gonna play 9 or 18, that type of situation. So we have to kind of operate that completely different.
But we're gonna be in the black.
Correct. And both courses we are.
And just on that, because golf carts make so much money, are we full up then, or do you?
I could use probably 10 more. I could probably use 10 more.
10 more at Sage or 10 more at
And
Fairview or both?
10 more, I think we're pretty full at, as long as we can get them all operational. The problem we're having right now is finding batteries, to get all the ones operational at Fairview. So that's an issue right now. I could use 10 more at Purple, just as backup and as, so we're not completely run out, people are waiting for theirs right on their tee time. That's a problem. I'll address as we get there.
What's going on with the batteries? You just can't get them to keep the carts
We
running?
can't get any, you can't get any right now. It's, yeah, you look nationwide. I mean, people with their own private cars at Purple aren't able to get any, so.
So they're still good?
They're on order to come in.
Would it take 4 months to get that last order that was placed in the winter time when they were doing maintenance on the golf course? I think we didn't get those until late April, early May.
So that's why we were so happy to get these 10 cars, they were available now. I mean, and we were able to jump on them.
I'm gonna buy them just to keep the batteries down.
Exactly.
The other thing too, with an additional fleet for Purple, is it will, provide that opportunity for Brett to eliminate the need to rent carts when we have corporate events or golf tournaments out there. Then we can provide more of our carts than somebody else's.
Karen had to ride in a red one the other day. Were you in a red one?
I was.
Ours are much better.
I was seeing, me and Rob were for a little bit there.
You were.
So, it's not an ask of yours for more, but I'm interested in how many more you need. Can you work with Carol, give us an exact count, and then how will we have to get that through the council so that, if it's a moneymaker, it's just sitting there?
Yeah.
So.
And we need to look at storage, I think, for.
Storage is gonna become an issue, and I think that's down the road. Yeah, because we've maxed out that first bay. We're trying to stay away from moving in anymore into the other bay. Eventually, I would like to tear down the big building that's at Purple that used to be cart storage and turn that into parking, because even on a regular, like Saturday, we didn't have a tournament. By 10:30, my parking lot was full, because again, I'm at 100% capacity now. That's never been the case. So eventually, we need to have extra parking, but I've gotta find an area. We looked at turning the conference room downstairs into, more cart storage. County's not gonna allow us to do that, so, we're gonna need.
Where's parking gonna go? Which way are you gonna try and go with that?
Well, tear down that building and turn that into parking. And then what I'd like to do is build a barn right there by, the first row of, the parking lot, there where the carts, we normally bring them out, in that little strip that's, got a tree, and some flowers. And the first 2 rows where the carts, like if we have a shotgun or going to number 10, turn that into a cart storage area right there. And be able to store the extra 20.
So Brett, Rob's bringing up a map of Purple Sage, so that we can better get council visual.
Just one item, Brett, regarding, regular vehicle parking, was there any thought of maybe going to the driving range and using some of that for vehicle parking?
We have no area there.
Nothing at all?
No, we've already found that if we move our T area up any more, which we've done in the winter, that golf balls are going over into the houses and breaking the fence.
I see.
We are installing a strip on the back of the tee. We're gonna lay, concrete down and put pads, to hit off of, to where we don't have to go to that forward tee anymore. So that's gonna be actually a huge asset to us, but there is no area to be able to move over there. Take too much of the footage away.
I see.
So the area where those cars are parked on the front right,
The red looking cars, right?
right there.
Yep.
That area is where I'd like to eventually install a cart storage.
And which one is coming down?
The big building on the right, that one.
Parking would go there.
That would be parking.
For vehicles or golf carts? Golf carts?
For vehicles.
Vehicles,
Yeah.
okay.
So we have taken all the private carts, we've reduced the number of private carts from 150 when I first started. We are now at 73 on site. We have about 100 overall, but the barns to the right hold 72. I have one more to get out of that building, and then all the private carts are done. Right now, we're using it for our extra storage area. Ken is using it for some mowers. But he can easily move his stuff to the maintenance yard if we need be. But yeah, eventually I would like to be able to tear that down, pave that whole area, and use that as the extra, because that's where the cars go now. That's our overflow parking as it is.
Excellent. Any other questions or comments? Very good.
I have a question. Councilman Doty, you talked about a sign at Fairview, and I'm glad Juan is still in the room, and Rob. We have in the budget, and you'll hear that coming up in Rob's presentation in Fund 50, that O'Connor's gonna get 2 reader board signs. We're gonna replace the one that is currently on Cleveland when you come in, and upgrade that sign, and then when the lift station is done over on 21st, there will be another sign over there. So the capital fund 50 budget will have, for O'Connor to have 2 signs. So my question would be, can we repurpose that sign? Because I know Denise wants a sign as well. She did not bring that up in her discussion, because her focus for this upcoming budget year was to get that pool and that office furnished. But she has in the past have also asked for a sign.
Yeah, and I'm not talking about, I think, it doesn't have to be that special, I guess, even though I think I would like the sign in purple, but isn't it a wood, or what is it made out of? I'm not sure, my first one, it's wood. So,
You're talking about like a digital sign?
Yeah, I was
And
saying,
then-
instead of,
You're just talking about
a wooden.
oh, you just want a wooden sign.
Just to make it look like a purple.
the highway, Rob.
I think it's right.
Yeah.
Yes, right at the intersection.
Yeah, so it just looks like, we match, right, our courses. I don't know where we had this one made, but it's very.
Made years and
Only
years
other
ago.
problem I have is,
Oh, is
does
it?
not have the Fairview logo, because it was designed by the previous pros and it was their personal. So I think another thing that we may wanna look at is designing the logo for Fairview. And creating something maybe, and maybe it's.
Or have our city logo, or whatever we want there, but,
Yeah, that's an option, the city logo, put it on the sign, because it is a city
Stellar
logo.
City,
Yeah.
yeah. But just, and we can do some research to see how much it is, but I just think that the more basic sign might look better there than that sign. I know that's a great idea to repurpose that sign, so she needs that sign, but even though it's maybe not in your budget, I'm gonna guess that the little cross in the mayor maybe on the sign. Better than cardboard and stick.
Sure. They're gonna have a bake sale. Can we go to the, back to the golf budget, please, Rob? So here's the autonomous mowers, this isn't the one that Ken sent me, but this is what they look like. It's being installed currently as we speak, that's why Ken's not here right now. I don't think there's sound with the.
Do you just geomap it, or does it have to be something?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, next year it'll be on GPS.
That would be an upgrade that we don't have in the budget yet, 'cause we're not sure when they're gonna come out with that upgrade, to have the GPS within the range, so.
We also have a separate unit that's a ball picker that moves out, like installs the ramp at the back end of the driving range. It, collects 300 golf balls and then goes and dumps into a bucket. So we can, now we don't have to close on Sundays and Wednesday nights because we don't have to clean pick the range anymore.
Here's the range sticker, video that Ken just sent me, if you wanna share that.
So that'll be an addition for our range revenue.
It's not gonna be as fun as teeing off hitting that.
They still have to go out there sometimes.
They'll have to do pretty good shots.
Yeah, that would-
Yeah, how many times did you have to hit it?
That's what we're saying, we're shrinking it down.
So that's the range sticker that we just.
Doing it right now?
Yeah. Certainly is.
And the mower uses, you use less, water, less fertilizer, so it's, I mean, it's really a win-win, and it has the same lifespan as your typical mower, but it's literally 25% of the cost of a typical mower. So then you're not paying somebody just to run a mower, right, it costs way less. So no, it's, I
And
think
one
that's
actually does wanna work.
super innovative, we are the first, I know Channel 7 wants to do a news story on purple sage and kind of highlight it, which would be great for the city and great for purple sage. So, get the word out there for us, so.
Right to look at things. I would call it Pac-Man.
Does it go a couple fairways over for when I'm out there to play those balls?
That's where you gotta send the kids out first.
Yeah.
On the kids, you see between number 7, number 8, number 9. So, okay, anything else?
Just wanna kind of point out a couple things, in this budget here that you see for the golf. Right now, before we knew we were gonna get approval for the 10 new golf carts, they were, having a need to use a little bit of their fund balance, to meet the need for completing those golf carts, or golf paths for next year. So now with the addition of these, 10 new carts, this is one of the tweaks, you know, when I said this budget is 90% done. Now that we have that approval, we will now go back and put that 15,000 that he's identified here. So they will have a little bit of capacity. Again, that was then, please come in, we're straight in the back. That will give them a little bit of ability to absorb the allocation of that, director's position, if that position does, get approved to go through for allocation. If we can scroll over just a little bit, I wanna go over to, 21, actual. And down to the bottom here. So you can see between fiscal year 20 and fiscal year 21, both years, the reason this looks a little higher than breaking even is because at the end of the year, we have a entry that we have to make for Percy for our retirement calculation. So you can see sometimes this can make a difference with the Percy calculation and with accruals for staffing. We did not have the staffing in place in 20, that's why it's showing, the use of the fund balance, but in 21, we contributed to the fund balance. But when you take the Percy calculation off the plate and you take the, depreciation off the plate, they literally were at 4,000 and some dollars break even with actual expenses, netted against actual revenues that they earned, and then taking out the annual year-end and see what we have to do.
Okay, anything else? Okay, good, very good. Then, thank you so much, Brett, appreciate that, and I know lunch just arrived, and we're a little early, so we will go ahead and take a little stop for lunch, and then pick up at 12 for IT and finance, so, okay. I had to run home, yeah, to go home. Yeah, I'm good, my son grabbed just the first closing on our business, starting our business today. We closed, wasn't gonna be at 5, and I was like, I'm gonna go up to Lewis, I got a meeting at 5 now. I'm gonna do it like at 4:45. As much as what I am with the on the buildings, but it's still good work that I did today. Oh, yeah. I have to go get that. Okay, I think we are live and back up and going on it, so thank you, Jose, for that. So, I guess that's a great segue into your budget, is thanks to it over here and live streaming, so that sets you up pretty good for whatever you're asking for, so. So we'll jump into that, and then we'll go into finance right after. You were so late, it's a good thing to do.
People are using the airport. And we can find people there.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, for the IT department, we are, requesting one full-time position for web administrator, since we don't currently have one, and I think we're gonna pull those back away from every department. Because that's approved, so everybody that's currently doing their websites, we have one dedicated person. Our current physical is 423,590. The proposed is 477,295, an increase of 43,705. Wages, 23,432. That includes the 10% increase that's approved and the 2% KRA. Operations, added a couple of switches for TVCC if we move over there. When we move over there. And added for 7,000 for a server for Springbrook and storage as that need comes along.
So maybe pulling that maybe just real quick, so those, the Springbrook server and Laserfish storage, that just is the additional growth that we're getting with staff?
Goodbye. Did you just cut Zoom off?
No, you didn't log on soon enough, so it shut down for 40 minutes.
Did you just throw Jose under the bus?
Yeah, he was, no, right at the IT budget.
That's the first one.
I think it's Ralph's fault.
Page 170. Page 170 for the IT budget.
Oh, the Zoom.
Oh, you choose not that?
Oh, the Zoom.
You guys, you can keep going, I gotta restart the Zoom, so.
Oh, okay, so I think, I thought we were on.
We are.
Okay, very good, so Carol, anything additional?
Yes, I do have a couple things, to add to, Jose's presentation. One of the things that we have changed with, IT and their budget is instead of, IT is part of the admin general fund, so they are part of that admin allocation that I've been speaking to, these last couple of days. So they get allocated to the departments that utilize them. Yesterday, when we spoke about the position request, I did identify about the second, IT position that we have, and that's Dale. And that position, as we are tracking Dale's time, to know how much time he's spending on public safety, so police and fire, how much time is Dale giving to police and fire? Because again, police and fire does not receive that admin allocation, for services. So the discussion would be, do we allocate and assign some of Dale's time that he spends on public safety, for police and fire, some of his, personnel costs? And we were looking at, it's about 5 to 6 hours, if you average. Some days are more, where he's 2 or 3 days totally with us.
6 hours a week or?
A day.
A day, okay.
From what we're looking at.
Fluctuates,
Yeah, but if you, I mean, if
could
you
be
average it.
a couple days straight, just depends on what the situation is.
Right.
And right now, there's no allocation for police and fire.
Correct,
No,
nothing,
seven service times, is that correct?
that is correct, yes. And so for that, that was discussion for yesterday. And then also within this budget that we have changed over the last couple of years, to keep this budget from doing this roller coaster ride, because all of you know, IT is not cheap. To have IT is expensive. They're needing servers and software and upgrades, and it's a continual cost increase. So what we have done is we're now using that capital fund, Fund 50, to purchase the IT needs that are substantial needs. And so if we have to get a new server that runs $30,000 to $40,000, that's coming out of the capital budget, instead of trying to put $30,000 in this budget, and then next year his budget goes down because he doesn't need the server, and then he now has to come back and ask for $60,000. And so it just stops that roller coaster ride, and it just keeps his budget focused in on personnel and operational costs. So the IT equipment needs are now, put into that Fund 50 capital fund budget, which fits the, definition of that capital fund, Fund 50, because it does receive property tax, and it does also receive, sales tax revenue for that capital fund. So that, definition for using that is for general fund. So we're able to now put his needs in that general fund. And when Rob presents that, you will see that that is, included in that capital fund budget going forward. We've done that now. The third year we've implemented putting those IT needs over there. I've had Jose put together a capital plan, so that we're looking out over the next 5, 7, and 10 years, what are the needs in the IT department, so that when a server is ready to have its end of life, we're looking at it and saying, okay, now we know next year we've got to add that server to that capital budget, instead of saying, oh, guess what? I didn't know, but now we need to add the server. Like, okay, we weren't ready for it, but okay. So now I've got IT, working more on, having a capital plan in place, so that we can really see what the needs are for the city as we grow, as well as what our replacement needs are going in the future. He did define, the switches over at TUCC. This would be moving some of the server stuff over there, when that move takes place. Anything I need to add to that, or did I miss?
No, that pretty much covers it. We'll need basically a switch for each floor. We have one there currently because we have the fire training department there. So,
And the police use MDTs as well as.
correct.
Their desk computers.
Yes.
We issue their phones, right?
I'm sorry, do we issue their phones? Yes.
They have a phone issue to the vehicle.
For the vehicle. So all of that required. I know how many people we have working with us at the night. We're clearly bigger, but it takes up.
Well, granted, we don't have a fire station deployed every year, but when Station 3 came on, that was like a week full time, both of us. That outfit.
But all it would do is just designate where the money comes from. It's all the same dollar. It just designates which agency the money comes from. case for that.
Correct, yes. Right now, Dell is part of the allocation, so he's allocated to all the funds, since they serve all the funds in the city. One of the other things too that we are starting to identify, and Jose came and talked to me the other day about, and it's really kind of come to light, a lot, these past couple of days as we prepare for these workshops. As we, last, Monday at, council, I got a text from one of my staff people who was streaming in, and she said, the sound is not very good, and I said, hey, Rob, the sound's not very good, and Rob's like, I don't know, what am I supposed to do about it? And so I went back and I told Jose, it sounds not very good the next day, and he's like, oh, it's because council's not talking in their microphones, or they don't have their microphones pulled down to them, and I said, no, the sound wasn't very good, listen to it, it sounds like it's underwater, and sure enough, we had a problem with, the capacitor here at this thing. And so and when Dale substituted 2 weeks ago for Brent and Rob, when they were out of town at another council session, and Dale was in and working that, Dale came back and reported to me and says, you really need an audio, video, visual person to run these hearings and these workshops. And Rob's smiling over there, and he's like doing a happy dance. Is that what you're doing, Rob? I see the feet moving. Are you doing a happy dance? And it's no disrespect to Brett and Rob, because they do a phenomenal job for what they do. What's that?
Other duties of the side.
Other duties of the side?
Paycheck and pay for the person that did their job for them.
Exactly. So, Jose and I did kind of start talking here just the other day about this third position, while we're calling the webmaster. Kind of gonna be a webmaster, some of us also gonna work on the security, but we're also thinking maybe adding some of this audio-visual need, to that position to assist with that. Cause we really do need someone, cause Brent and Rob, not only are they trying to run the audio-visuals and meetings, they're also trying to participate in the meetings. Because council, you guys have questions for them when it comes to some of these public hearings, so they're addressing the public hearing needs, and then having to come back and try and work through this, so, this has really come about, and I just started engaged in that conversation of saying, perhaps this is something we can look at adding to that position.
Is that why he keeps screwing up today?
And you know, IT is not they're on call, but they're not a truly on-call, staff. So when they leave, they're done unless it is a true emergency. Otherwise, we use Orion, for our emergency after hours. So these guys are hourly people, and in order to keep their overtime down to minimum, because IT can really rack up some overtime, not that they would abuse that, but because needs are 24/7 when you are trying to operate with the city. And so we don't have capacity either within our IT department to have an IT person on call. So we're calling Orion, after hours, and they're been really good partners to have as a consulting entity to help a 2-person IT department to manage what we manage for our city. And we would still continue those services, but we need to be able to, function with our needs in those environments as well.
Can you ask for additional? Yes, we're asking for a web administrator. It's currently every department manages their section of the website, and I would pull that back away from them.
And we're also seeing as we deploy more and more security cameras throughout our city and our facilities, IT is getting asked more and more to look at footage. Hey, there was an incident that happened. Okay, so now they're spending 3 hours looking at footage to find this incident. Well, I think it happened between, 6 p.m. at night and 9 p.m. at night. So now they're watching 3 hours of footage to find something so that they can share with the PD department, or share with whatever department has that need, or the water department who says, hey, we think someone was, vandalizing our, the water, house or something. So that's a new position would also be taking on some more of those duties, looking through that camera security footage needs.
You mentioned, I think, 70% of the time is used for fire and safety, or?
With Dale, yeah.
I just wondered
It used to
whether,
be Jose was off, and
Yeah.
a lot of his time was devoted to safety fire.
I'm just wondering whether fire and safety doesn't need their own IT person,
And that's why, when the ask came 2 years ago for Dale, that was the purpose. And at that time, that discussion was, that position would get coded to these departments. Well, over these past 2 years, that's not has happened because the needs in those departments are different than them trying to also continue and absorb an IT person.
What kind of work does he do over there for fire and safety? Just website stuff, or?
No.
It's everything, your MPTs, your phones, your computers,
Repair,
your printers,
there, oh, I see. Yeah.
body worn cameras, vehicle cameras.
Okay. Anyway, something to think about, you know.
Exactly, and that's why we just kind of keep talking about this.
Yeah.
To, bring to life that, yes, we need to have someone that can continue to do that. We do, and we provide that service, and we won't stop providing that service, with our IT people. It's just that, discussion that says those departments really should take on that expense, and right now they have not.
And Dale's a great fit, he came from the police department, he was a police officer.
Yeah.
So it's nice where he,
Yeah.
fixing that, he used to be the one that was using that, so it's a great,
Yeah.
great job. He's a-
And- Well, that's what I'm thinking, maybe we need two instead of one, and dedicate that, 70% of whatever it is for the fire department, have their own guy. And the other 30%, maybe he could help, the IT department when he's not working over there, along with the extra person that you might have, so.
And one of the things too, I have had conversations with Jose, he is a manager, and Jose is day-to-day running operations.
Yeah.
So I am trying to get more, that's why he's here doing his budget presentation, and he said, I've never done this before.
Yeah, he came in asking for what, my we're sitting. These other people need to be taking notes from him, so.
Very excited.
Looking ahead though, even if and when we ever move over to TVCC, that's gonna compound the problem then, if we don't get somebody for the
Correct.
fire department or safety, so.
Right.
Yeah.
And so we need to really start moving Jose into that managerial functioning capacity instead of fixing computers.
So now that Brad's restructuring his department, what's ideal for IT?
For an IT department for the city of Caldwell,
Yes, I mean, like, it's just ideal, if you have some.
we probably need, because we're gonna need somebody full-time for the website, and now we're taking on the surveillance and public safety. If they pull me away from the day-to-day, then we'll take care of the rest of the thing, while they'll take care of public safety. So,
So if you pulled into a manager position, there would actually be 2 additional positions, the webmaster and another IT guy.
correct.
Then can your webmaster be the audio video guy here?
Could be, depends
could
on
that
the
be
individual,
part of it?
because usually web people are web people. We're looking at, well, we need to have you check the surveillance, right? It's like, not that it's that difficult to do, but usually folks are focused on what their expertise is.
So essentially, you need a webmaster and another guy.
Correct.
Okay.
Just like we can do, I think that's great. The point is, they'll figure out who's gonna be here, just like, it's gonna be Rob or Brandon.
Because your
Figure it out.
2 people can all today be here, the one
Right,
audio video.
an office space.
Or moving building. So who would be the, supervisor if we hired somebody for the fire and safety? Would that be Rick then, or would that be?
Could be Jose.
Okay.
Jose's the manager, he just has to
Yeah,
do the job
okay.
because he doesn't have enough people.
So he would work out of your office, or where would he work at?
Yes,
Well,
they would be.
They're mobile, they run.
at my current office, I don't.
They are doubled up in their office.
They bunk up, there's 2 of them in
Yeah.
there.
Okay. So maybe we need to change the fire chief's budget a little bit too, to,
Well, fire and police is supposed
yeah,
to be.
to offset that, so we can get, they take care of that, yeah. Okay.
So, Jose?
Okay, ask the question, over.
Oh, get back to work.
No, in years past, there's always been this discussion. We pay Orion a lot of money, and when you have a problem, you're supposed to call Orion and make a health ticket. is that still occurring? I mean, are we still paying them for that stuff, or are you
Correct,
taking them?
it's pretty much the same way, but the cost that we're paying them wouldn't even cover an employee for the city, and we have at our disposal probably 5 people there.
So when someone makes a health ticket with Orion, that ticket comes back to you and Dale? Most of the time?
We get notified of it, the ticket doesn't get assigned to us, we just get notification that there's tickets
So
been created.
most of your work comes from someone calling up and saying,
Internally,
yeah.
not through Orion.
So we still call them at times, but just, you guys are still on the ground.
Correct.
Orion gets called after hours, and on weekends when IT is not, on staff.
And that cost is a pretty small cost.
Yeah, they haven't raised that in a long time, so it's pretty,
Hasn't been raised since we started.
and, Councilman Audrey, you brought up a good point, because another discussion that Jose and I had through this budget workshop, not this budget workshop, but bringing into the budget process and looking to the future of staff is, trying to maybe look at, software for a help desk process. Because right now,
Yes.
anybody that calls, they stop and they go. And so we don't have, and they're wonderful at responding, but maybe we can be a little more efficient with the help desk.
And a tracking system, right?
Correct. So we know what the needs are, exactly, Ms. Register, you said it right on.
So do you guys, on his point, do you do anything with Spillman, or do they have to go through county for all that?
Depends on what the issue is, but we do
Then do we pay county?
troubleshoot any problems with Spellman. We do pay our portion of the Spellman software, not for support,
Not for support.
not to county directly, not for that, no. We pay for our share of the license.
Right, okay.
And they do attend still in training, actually, they both just came back. So we sent both IT people to Stillman for a week in April, and we had no IT, for that whole week. So we had Orion, that could help as well, so that's part of their contract.
I have to go to Utah for a whole week.
No, Florida.
Florida.
Wait.
When I went to Utah. So,
Motorola
That's
purchased
okay.
them, so they moved it to Florida.
what?
Motorola purchased.
Oh,
Spellman.
Really?
Sounds like we need a refresher course.
I'm thinking the same thing, so. Like, anything else from Sarah, Carol, or any of the council, so. Sounds like there may be some adjustments there.
So Carol, you'll make those changes then for
Yeah, we'll add that.
upcoming meetings, yeah, okay.
Thank you. Yeah, appreciate it. No, thank you, good discussion, so, excellent. Okay, well done, thank you so much. So we'll jump right into, I think, finance, right?
Yes. My budget's gonna take us about an hour and a half to talk about.
Can I ask a question, Mayor?
Yes.
To you, probably. Do we ever do anything in the city, or would we, where we have maybe like college interns coming in who just want an internship, who can take some of the workload without having a paid internship or a very low paid internship?
So we do, I know we have in the past, and I think we still do, I know, people, so Ophelia Morales, I know has actually worked with the Idaho Department of Labor, where they provide that and they pay them, and they come and do that. I know that they have an intern right now. I think most of them are high school. I know we've done with the College of Idaho before. I know that when I was in the planning and zoning department, Sabrina Godina, who's, I think Ann works in the police department, lives. So she was one over there that can work for me on that. So I know we have in the past. I know there are some currently now in the city that do that. So but we can still always expand it, look to that.
I just wonder if it's a way to do, to offset some of the workload without incurring a big cost. I don't know.
So, just started calling you councilman, and I don't want to offend you by using that language. So in the HR budget, and you'll hear from HR here, I think they are scheduled this afternoon. Within their budget, we have, an internship, category, not category, but we have a line item for paid internships to, if we can find people who want to come into the internship, we do have somewhat of a balanced, budget item in there for that, and it's through the HR budget.
economic development will be here later today too, so they can, Ophelia or Steve could answer some of those questions too, about those programs that are commonly.
And Australia's been a great resource for the for experience coming from the Department of Labor. And so,
Cause even, I know Caldwell High School is moving more into, they're doing more of, more classes for trades, you know, so that they're graduating with some kind of trade certificate or whatever. So I mean, I don't know how much of that relates to whatever the city can offer, but I'm just thinking out loud, and I think, Elevate does too. So they could, you know, even just if it's filtering or making copies or whatever it is, that takes some of the work off so that then people can do their jobs.
Debbie, is Debbie in here? Debbie can kind of really speak to that, because for a while, she did have interns in her office working for her. Excuse me, helping her with scanning and archiving, and because that is a crucial piece, in her department, is those functions. And she was very fortunate, probably for 3 or 4 years, having, there she is, she can speak to that.
You're fine.
She was very fortunate having some really good staff that came from high school, came back to us during their first year or two of college, and did interning for her. COVID hit, and we just have not been able to get those kids interested in coming back and doing that program. So Debbie, I just said that you had interns.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the real issue, and there's other employment that, you know.
Right, for that's great.
Yeah. The wage rate, so, yes, for years, that's how I operated, and I had all kinds of interns come in doing those side jobs for me, and that's where we got to today. So we put out fees for 2 years, trying to get somebody in here for summer work. Nobody's interested. Thank you.
We used to be able to use some of the MIAC kids, and those kids that was in the MIAC program, where we had some good success, but we've just not been able to get them interested.
I tried this year, even with MIAC, I thought, oh, there's a summer intern program, and we certainly could use all hands on deck. And I contacted 3 of MIAC people, and they all had other avenues of employment. So, yeah, it's a whole different environment.
Can you offer, high school volunteer hours?
You don't want to do the volunteer thing from what HR has told me. It needs to be more with having a part-time. There's some liability issues with the volunteer. Am I right with that, Mary Kay? That was always my understanding with previous directors in the HR, that you can have them more with, you know, part-time, very part-time. Yes. But you don't want, quote-unquote, volunteers with that type of issue with personnel.
And Debbie, we were always told that in the engineering department, if they were doing it for credits for a class of some sort, then we didn't have to pay them.
That's a whole different thing on a college level, especially.
Yeah, but if it's not credits, then we have to pay them.
You have to pay. And, yeah, I used the intern department for college volleyball, probably 2 or 3 years, and had wonderful success there. And when we tried just recently with that, I think it's just because so many people, the students and stuff are working remotely and whatnot, it's just hard to get them on site, and the whole structure of even education.
Okay, so finance budget. Our, request for this year is for a full-time grant writer / grant administrator. This position, myself and Rochelle, my deputy treasurer, have been looking to have a grant administrator so that they can track and process and report, the grants from all the city departments. The mayor came and said he, would like to consider a grant writer. So we looked at some, hybrid position of putting the writer and the coordinator, together so that we could accomplish some of the things in finance that, we are currently doing. Our finance department is just two people, if you really call it a finance team, it's just myself and Michelle. We do have payroll, but that's not a finance position, it's payroll. And then we have our accounts payable, and again, it's accounts payable, part of the finance department, and they're part of our team. But when you're looking for those accounting needs, it's just myself and Michelle for those accounting needs. Our current budget, in this year is $401,937, and our proposed increase this year is, $33,151, which is an 8.2% increase. Most of that increase is in wages, as we are doing 10% and the steps to from the staff within that department, as well as that 2% KRA proposal. We have a little bit of an increase in operations, and that is for some software for TextMyGov, and you're going to see that in all these departments. This software is for messaging. So you know how some of these apps are now sending you messages, like your dentist, your appointment is in 5 days. So there is an app out there for government to do that kind of texting outreach as well. So that one is being deployed through the mayor's department, and then all the departments who will utilize this will share in that cost.
So maybe just a little bit, I think I'm back on. There we go. So a little bit on that, so what that does, so if you have, like if there's a police incident, or a fire, or a road closure, it can send out those texts, like, you know, push texts to let people know legally what's going on in certain areas. You know, if they have questions, they can text them, like if they wanna know about city council meetings, they can just, you know, type the word city council or meetings, and then they get this list of, are you looking for times, are you looking for locations? So it helps to answer a lot of those questions, try to reduce phone calls coming in, so you can push out notifications to people, but then they also, the real thing is, you know, like library, you can type in library and they show what hours the library is open, the location, and, you know, links to check out books. So just something to be able to make it easier for the community to learn about, you know, what the government is, learn about the departments, know what's going on. So, you know, it's how do they implement that? I know there's other cities that are doing it now. We just have to try to utilize that technology. I think you've all seen, I can't remember what presentation it was, but showed that our median age in Caldwell is actually much, much younger than most of the cities around us. I think it was like 32, where the average is like 39, which surprised me, but so obviously we have a younger population, so those kinds of services I think are super important, so we're gonna start implementing that. So that's kind of what that next one is.
And then, some training, so if we get that new position, we send them some grant training. The Department of Justice has grant training. It used to be that you had to go to Washington, D.C., to receive Department of Justice training so that you can manage grants from that department. That is required training from them. They, last 2 years, they have not offered that, so once that comes about, then we would, send that person to that training so that we have that certification. And then, adding the GFOA conference. GFOA means Government Finance Officers Association. All the finance directors in the Valley, attend this at Caldwell. And so, this is, training that, comes from, this Government Finance Officers, entity, where we get a lot of our information on audits and GASB standards and financial reporting and, budgeting. And one of the goals that, I have, talked to Rochelle about is to try and move forward so that we have a better budget book that we can provide. We would like to look at getting some training as well as additional software that's just for budget. And we don't have that right now. So you get this, because that is what the capabilities are right now with software. So one of our goals is to, if you look at City of Meridian's budget book or the City of Nampa and City of Boise in their budget books, they have way more information in their books than what we are providing. And again, this is me. So one person show trying to put this together with Rochelle, assistance through, we have audit and we go right into budget. We have a few months off, to go right back into audit. So we are very limited in what we're able to take on for projects. So one of our projects that we're working on right now, and you saw that come through, is the implementation of the new GASB standard for leak tracking. So we are now implementing that software. Once we get that done, then we will be looking to implement a time tracking software system, in the 23 budget. And that is in the general fund budget, because that time clock software will be for all departments except public safety. Their time clock tracking is so unique that it is very challenging to find a software out there that can track public safety, time. So, but this will be a software that will be deployed citywide for all city departments, and so, again, that will fall on myself and Michelle to be implementing that, software. And then I hope to look for in the 24 budget, that budgeting software, so that we can bring a much better product to the table.
We have cities around this with software that you can do.
I have, yeah. So there's a couple very ones, as I have visited with the other finance directors on what they use, and each one has, the personal preference. So it's a matter of then entertaining those entities to see which one really fits Caldwell, and which one we feel would bring a good product to our citizens as well as the council.
I think Michelle's been a lot of research on that, if I remember right. Canyon County, I think, had a pretty good one. That sound, am I remembering that right, or am I wrong?
We're changing it from,
For budgeting?
sounds like we don't want to.
I'm doing training. I'll be training here for this.
Yeah, so there's, Questeca that's out there, there's OpenGov, out there, and it's just, we can just put together much better graphics than what we have now. We can put together more charts. We can take, instead of having 800 pages for you, we can take and consolidate, with this software, the different softwares out there, we can consolidate numbers so that you have, a picture overall, instead of going, well, what's the bottom line, what's this, what's that? So we're looking for that software, so we can put together a budget in a different fashion for you.
And the time coding being web-based, so you don't have to actually be at your desk or just open your phone, report your hours, all of that type of stuff.
Oh, you mean time coding? Oh, yes, I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about budget stuff, I'm like, I'm gonna do it from my
Well,
phone.
I thought we kind of moved a little bit into time reporting,
clock.
maybe.
Correct.
Time clock, yeah.
Yeah, so we have a presentation coming up in a couple weeks, on the time clock software. That one of the discussions is doing it from your phone. Rochelle mainly, because I've been so focused on doing budget, Rochelle's been doing the research on this software, is, looking, one of the departments says it'd be easier for them to have it on a phone. So then that would mean we'd have to add more phones for the implementation of that software versus a desktop computer for them. And so that would
Phone in.
yeah, you can have both. They can have, but a lot of them are deployed. For example, we just had that vehicle allowance policy presented, so the inspectors would not be clocking in from home, if they're going to go to a job site. So they would clock in on their phone.
Well, they would have, should have a tablet with them, because then that's where they do all their inspections.
Yeah.
They have access to internet. All of the programs I'm looking at are cloud-based, so if you have access to internet, whether it's telephone.
Microphone, so we set it on record.
And you're talking about actually clocking in and not just reporting their hours?
I think
We're
it's
looking at the
reporting.
various, options available, to what that means. Is it clocking in for hourly people? And is it just deployment for recording your hours? There's some softwares that offer a portal beyond just being a time clock system. It offers a portal for, employees to be able to go in and say, what is my W-9? Instead of going to HR, and HR is like, well, I don't know, let me look it up. How many withholdings do I have? What am I reporting in? So some of these time clock systems will provide a portal to offer that amenity for employees as well. Doing their, PTO requests, again, getting away from the paper, you're doing your PTO requests online, it's a workflow process that goes, to that particular license.
Yeah, it will allow also for, there's additional modules, I guess, just like Springbrook, right, you can add to it. One is the scheduling module, which then coincides with clock in, clock out. The PTO request module, which you can add to. They all are additional charges, so that would be in the analysis that I provide to you. But all of them are cloud-based, meaning that as long as somebody has access to some kind of internet, they will be able to clock in, clock out, whether it's desktop, tablet, cell phone, whatever the case may be. It also tracks location of your check-in. So it allows you to monitor employees who are working from home or working, not in a standard workplace environment where they can clock in and you can see the location they clocked in at and know it's not, and it's where they're supposed to be at, whether it's a job site or whatnot. So there's a lot of capabilities that I'm requiring in the programs that we're looking at. Some don't have as many as others. Obviously the benefit of having the one that has the most diverse will benefit us as a city. So I'm still working on a cost analysis to propose that. I think I gave Carol a base cost to enter into the budget for this year. Still determining, equipment needs, whether it be more cell phones or tablets or whatever for the departments to implement it as well. And looking at the different types of programs that are available.
And even if the clocking in, so to speak, comes later, then they can always go back to a city computer and log their hours. If we want to make it more specific of where we're at what time, that's additional cost on good here.
Yeah, I'll have it all available with the additional cost, and some departments may not need certain features, other departments might want to use those features. And some of these could potentially be entertained, to be used by police, but that's because their schedules are so variant, between, positions. I'm kind of wanting to do a test run on the rest of the city and then identify the inner workings of the software to see, is this compatible for the police department? The fire department tends to like to do their own thing with their own schedule, because again, they have a very varied schedule. They're already entertaining a couple other things, but there's also been issues with trying to integrate it into our current accounting software with uploads and import and export files and getting all the data that we need, because we have several levels of tracking that we can use in our current software that these softwares don't necessarily have that level on the finance end. So there might be change in processes when it comes to importing and exporting those files to get the data transferred over, as I have already experienced with fire department.
And this system also needs to be able to be compatible with an import into Springbrook, which is our payroll system.
So, yeah, I don't want to be involved in.
Correct, yeah. So we don't have, in IT, we don't have a programmer, and I don't want a programmer in that sense, because once you start offering a product, you have so many things that can change at any time you have to upgrade that product.
I'm just talking about support for it, make sure IT,
Yeah.
they have the training,
Yeah.
so they can.
And that's that's a great point, Councilman Doty, is as I've, visited, and worked through this budget process with IT, they need to be more involved when a department is looking at software. So that this department isn't just running out, picking on the software because it really looks great and it's gonna fit their needs, but then all of a sudden when it comes time to deploy this, oh, we need a server, oh, we now need to upgrade, Excel, or, those are the things that when that department is siloed and looking at software without utilizing IT, now we start having to react instead of be proactive and plan and have a smooth transition and implementation.
IT needs to sign off on new software, but I might be able to, so we have some issues with that.
I don't think Caldwell's weak in that.
Yeah, so we don't do that anymore without IT signing off.
And it does cost, sometimes it does cost more money, because we don't involve IT in that process.
Carol, just clarification on your proposed 2023 increase, does that include that grant writer administrator, that's?
It is not in the.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And then we have office equipment, for that new person, and obviously if that position is not approved, then those costs will come down.
Okay.
Anything else, any other questions or discussion on?
Just a quick question,
Yeah.
Carol. How many employees are paid out of this number?
of the members. We have, let's see, myself and Michelle, that's 2. We have payroll 3, AP is 4, and we have, CDBG is 10% coded here. So one of the requirements with CDBG funding is that the city has to have a match. So what we do with that match is, Carrie, 10% of Carrie's time is in the finance, budget, so that we can prove to HUD that we are matching. So her, costs for holidays and vacation essentially are here, so that her actual time spent working is charged to CDG for those programs that she is managing. And then we also, because CDBG can't own anything, even something as simple as the cell phone, we are buying the cell phone and we are paying for her cell phone within our budget as well, and her computer and any of her software needs, like Adobe, what's that, higher in Adobe program.
As far as wages go, 4.10, 4.1 or whatever, roughly, 4 full-time, and then 10% of Carrie.
Correct. And so this one's the one.
Thank you. Any other questions or discussion on finance? Okay, very good. Then I know that you've been waiting for their moment and it has come. So library, come on down. And maybe, if you don't mind, for me too, library is very unique, where it's its own taxing district. It still falls under the city, so Lake Taylor, if you mind, maybe just give a little brief kind of how that works and what the money and things like that, with regards to where you're kind of your own entity, but still you're obviously part of it. So maybe that's already included in here, so.
Thank you for, having me afternoon, come and talk about the library a bit. I did also want to acknowledge that we have our board chair, Bonnie Smith, is here as well. So just like to thank her and the board's help for putting the draft together. And then as far as the library, so we do have, a separate fund. Those funds are dedicated for the library and used, specifically for library purposes. I think is that what you were asking me, what you were speaking to? And then we do have our board of trustees as well, who's responsible for overseeing that year. And I have meetings with them every month. So there are governing body policy making as well. So that's kind of how that relationship functions. I don't have anything else to add about that financial piece, but in summary, that's, how we work,
So, to add to Lacey, the library receives property tax funding. I think it's about 80% of your budget is, maybe more, 70% budget is property tax and 10% is sales tax revenues that they receive, and then the rest of their budget, or maybe it's 80 property tax.
Or 75.
And then 10% is that sales tax, and then the rest is from their fees that they charge the library. So they do receive that, support in property tax and sales tax revenues. And then they also receive, the admin allocation that we have in our budget.
So I didn't want to, overwhelm you with too much information, but I wanted to, provide some supporting documentation that, will kind of help illustrate how we arrive at our budget goals for FY '23. So if you wouldn't mind actually scrolling to the last page, and I will just touch, quickly on, thank you. So every year our budget planning is tied to the current strategic plan that we fall under, and the current plan that we have is from 2022 to 2025. So that is listed here, and I've highlighted, items that are specific to the FY '23 budget. So just to review those quickly, and I'll talk about them a little bit, more in the budget request for personnel. But under goal 2, we have develop and implement a targeted community outreach and marketing strategy. And Additionally, broaden our physical reach within the community by implementing 2 24-hour access points, and I talked about that a little bit, yesterday with opportunity for ARPA funding to do that. And then, create a full-time youth services outreach librarian position. Under goal 3, create a full-time communication specialist position. And under goal 4, these are going to be more technology, based, so update, some network infrastructure and implement a technology plan, that's going to support our, strategic priorities there, so a little more specific to technology. And those are the goals that we'll be working on. And then, yes, so this, is just locally as we're looking to be competitive, for jobs, wages, things like that. And, every year what we do is, every library in the state is responsible for submitting a, annual report to the Idaho Commission for Libraries, or essentially the state library. And these are the most recent statistics that I have for those. FY 21 won't be available till probably the end of July. But as you'll see, again, I've highlighted Caldwell, in these different categories. The first one is gonna be the population that we serve, followed by our annual budget, budget dollars we spend per person, the staff size, so just to touch a little bit on that, it lists 16, we currently have 11 full-time positions and 6 part-time positions, and with that staff, we are, open 62 hours a week, typically 7 days a week with the exception of the summer months. And, as far as the amount of folks we serve, it just depends on what we have going on, but typically we'll help about 700 to 1,000 people a day, coming in and out of the building for that. And then, the number of locations, so just to touch on that, we do have obviously just the main branch. We're at a point where we should probably be seriously considering what a second location might look like, when would be a good time to do that, but have the realization that the funding is just simply not there to entertain having a second location, as well as staffing it. That would not be workable at that point. So that will help me to segue into, yes.
You do have a bookmobile, don't you?
Yes, we have a space, yes, that you saw yesterday. So we'll use that, for outreach events specifically. That highlights more of the technology, like 3D activities for kids, so takeout. Yes, so it doesn't have, a dedicated route necessarily like a bookmobile, but it's ready.
Strategically, if you were looking for a branch, where at in the community would, a branch be the best fit?
Sure. We're still kind of working through that, and actually the intent was a 24-hour library. Those 2 locations would serve as a way to gather data, so we would put them in a location where we think it might go best, where there might be the most use, and then use that to really evaluate, what would be best before we start looking at spending those extra funds into more of a physical location. But specifically, we thought, Lizzie Park, right around that area, Canyon Hill, would be good, and then, more toward, let's see, like Wolffield, Walmart there, that area, we've identified that as definitely an underserved, section of the community, quite a distance to the current location. So, yes, those are the 2. And then, along with personnel goals, I talked about outreach a little bit, given the fact that we don't have a secondary location, at an expense, of course, to start thinking about those things. So what we've opted to do in the meantime is take, more of a quicker, lighter, faster approach, I guess, and try to embed our staff, in the community, as much as we can, since we don't have the ability to have more folks at a secondary location. And part of that goal is to add an additional full-time outreach librarian position, for FY 23. And then, the only other additional ask we have is a full-time marketing specialist. So currently we have a part-time marketing specialist, So this would be converting that part-time position to a full-time position. So those are the areas that we've identified, the greatest need for at the library at this point. Of course, the current, proposed budget information there, that compares to FY '22 to FY '23. And then thinking about, different operational costs, we don't have, much to really think about or consider at that point. It is time to do a computer refresh for the public, internet computers specifically. We have significant usage on that, so they don't certainly hold up to the degree that staff computers do, and it's time to refresh that, this year. And then the collection, so this is of course the, both print or electronic collections that we have, and just naturally, as more people come into the library, increased usage, we wanted to expand the collection as well. So those are the two needs, that we really plan to focus on, this year. And then, thinking about, potential fund balance or expenses, anything out of the ordinary there. And we don't have, a whole lot to consider, at this point, but I did want to note, so our current facility is 1993. And it's held up very well, but it started to show its age the last couple of years. We've had to have significant improvements to the HVAC system. We had a water heater about this year that we weren't anticipating. Some work done to the planters, there's some leaking in the building, considerations with the roof as well. So, that is always a factor, the age of the building. And then additionally, the only other item that comes to mind, and the mayor saw an example of this yesterday. So with our makerspace, we have a tow vehicle, and we inherited, the current vehicle that we're using, a truck from street department, which is great, which we're grateful for. But that I think is a 1997. So it's a little bit dicey, to say the least, without a question. Yeah.
They held it for about 10 seconds, and it finally started up.
I'd hope to put that off for a while, but I think that's, something we're gonna have to consider too, soon, potentially in this, fiscal year as well.
I know Council Register was able to see that last night. It's really cool that they can take out, especially really for those underserved communities. I know they got the Farming Village, areas like that, where those kids probably never get the chance to get to a library or anything like that. So it's a neat facility, and the inside is just spectacular. It looks so nice. But yeah, it's this old rundown truck that pulls it around, has a hitch on the back, carries their generator around. And yeah, I was wondering if it was gonna start last night or not. So it did, thank goodness. But and yeah, Roman, not to interrupt you at all. I know when we had the opportunity to meet and go over the budget, just so impressed with what the library does, and looking at this, I love this handout, because it shows, these things that hit me the hardest was, as far as, it shows the population served, and then comparing that to these others, the annual budget, we're twice the size of CUNA, but our budget is almost the exact same. Our dollars spent per person extremely low. Our staff, we have the same staff as CUNA, even though we're again twice your size. And so again, it's just, really duplicating, almost like cloning people down there to get the work done, what it seems like they do, and they do a good job. So very little, but they produce amazing effect. And not only that, the awards, she didn't touch on it, but the awards at the library, one I couldn't nail off because I can't remember. I know Lacey was Librarian of the Year for the state. We were Library of the Year, if I'm not mistaken. I think Volunteer of the Year also. I mean, it's just, and it goes on. And so the smallest budget by far, the smallest amount of money spent per person by far, and all the awards for being the best out of the entire state. So it just shows, what she and the board and everything's able to do with what they have. It's almost scary to think what they could do if they were appropriately funded. So it could be just off the charts. So.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Yes.
Probably for Rob. The current building, would you be able to build up on that building, or structurally it's not doable? In other words, having a second, third, or fourth floor.
That is a very good question, Councilman Stock. I don't know
I feel like that, to be able to build vertically, you have to do, some pretty substantial, structural design within there. In the existing building, I don't know what the structure's like, it has a brick facade on the outside, and that's what Lacey was mentioning, that, you know, we're having issues with, we probably have to take a closer look at that, if that would be feasible or not.
Thank you.
Looks like we need to have a 50th birthday party next year for the building, so. That was a good question. Any other comments, questions, or anything else? I hope I didn't catch you off.
The highlights are what I had prepared to share.
Yes, Carol?
Lacey, your current, and again, this may be Rob, and it could be a structural question. Would there be availability and or capacity to add on to your facility? I mean, is there, based on where it's located, is there a direction that perhaps could allow for an add-on? Or maybe an add-on may not work, perhaps another building next door, and you have a breezeway, that connects the two instead of having to share a wall and build it right next to it. Is there, ability to do that over in your location?
Yes, I certainly think so. Of course, I'm not an expert, in that area,
Yeah,
but in the time that I've been here, we have once, I believe twice, applied for grant funding, to bump out a little bit to add new space. So I'm not quite sure how much we could get, but there certainly is, space available, I think.
Extend out from another, not that I don't wanna move away from a branch, because I know that is an important thing, but maybe, another addition could help them while we plan for a new branch location or something like that. Things to think through.
I was just wondering too, with all this growth we've got going on with, especially in the Valley View School District, whether we couldn't talk one of these rich developers to set aside some land for a public library, that would work too. That might be a hard bridge to cross, but at least it's a thought, so. And I was surprised that, right now, it isn't most of the growth south of, Caldwell in the subdivision, and I would think we'd need one over there versus the.
So it seems to be, so we could certainly explore that as well, but being a city library, it gets, not tricky, but you wanna be aware of the boundaries, because if we push, too far, it's more of the county residents, which we could still serve, but they would have to pay a non-resident fee, or will encroach close to Nampa, where their library would be, so yeah, certainly something to think about.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions? Yes, Chris?
Carol, could you explain how the funding works for the library? They have their own levy.
Correct.
Would you explain how that works?
Certainly, thank you. The library does have a levy rate, so, the funds that we do levy to, the county, for property tax, there is a state mandated maximum levy rate, and the library does have a levy rate, and that's what we use to assign new construction to. So when a new construction comes in, I use that levy rate times the new construction value that gets allocated to the library. And then they have that sales tax piece, component that they also receive.
So how much of your overall expenditures is covered by that levy?
That's the same amount that we levy for, or the amount that we receive. So they have about 75% of their revenues are from property tax, which means 75% of the expenditures are used and paid for with property tax.
But, maybe I'm misunderstanding that.
Okay, maybe I'm misunderstanding the
Yeah.
question.
So we have the regular general fund budget where our taxes come in, right? But then we pay fees, police, fire, all that.
Correct.
But they have dedicated tax dollars based on their own levy outside of that. Am I looking at that correctly?
Sort of, yeah. Rob, can you have the budget book up and go to the circle? That shows the graph. So what I have done since I came on as the finance director is when we fill out that form for the county, we have to report a levy rate.
Right.
And then the county makes sure we're within state codes, that we're not exceeding that levy rate. The library, because they are a, entity that receives tax, property tax money, they have a line item on that, form that calculates a levy rate for them, and that is what gets certified by the county. I have come in and said, instead of giving a flat dollar amount to these departments that levy, I'm going to use their levy rate so that they have equitably getting a piece of that new construction. So instead of saying, library, your new construction this year is coming in at $55,000, but I'm only gonna give you $30,000 this year. So I use their levy rate to help give them, and all these departments that you see here, that new construction in an equitable, fair way. Instead of just picking a dollar amount and giving all these funds.
Okay, so, in past, long time past, there was a rate which we funded police, and there was a rate,
And fire act, correct? But
the
in the
library has a similar rate.
They have a similar rate, correct. And so does, so within the general fund has a levy rate, and within that general fund, I have broken it down between police and fire, so that we can, identify new construction again, so there's an equitable distribution for new construction. Then the street fund has their own levy rate. The library has their own levy rate, Parks and Recreation has their own levy rate. And when you add up all of those levy rates for these funds, that's where we get to the 0.0058 mils together, all of these.
Do you have the latitude to increase or decrease the library's levy rate in comparison to something else?
You could say, instead of giving library, the new construction times the levy rate, and that's what that equals to, you can come in and say, well, we're gonna give library an extra $100,000, but you gotta take it from somebody else in the pie.
Because, again, years past, fire department was approximately 24 mils, police department was approximately 48 mils. I don't know what the library is. So, anyway, I'm just curious, their levy rate covers 100% of their needs at this point. I guess that's a long-winded question.
Yes.
I just wanted to understand how their funding worked.
So, doesn't the street fund have quite a bit of money? And it's fund that we're talking about, the fund balance?
No, we're not talking about fund balance, we're talking about property tax and what they receive.
Right, but they go into these different, you said we could take out of this pie and give.
This pie right here, no, I'm not talking fund balance pie.
This
I'm only talking about this pie. This is the pie of property tax, right here.
I think maybe what, Councilman, please correct me if I'm going the wrong direction on this, what it is, where the street fund has a pretty healthy fund balance, maybe in one year, reducing their cut of this pie, adding it to the library cut, to increase theirs, is that kind of the direction that we're going?
This fund balance, why don't we?
This is not fund balance. This is
I know.
I know, but he's just saying use more flexibility in your levy rates per
Based on their fund balance.
Right.
Yeah, these have this pie.
Right.
So then they could get a bigger piece of the pie, street would get a smaller piece.
Based on
Even if it's just for.
Even just for a year, to help give them some extra latitude or whatever it is, and then street fund can some of that fund, that kind of goes on.
And I'll let Brent speak to this, and he can speak to that levy rate and his fund balance. 3 years ago, the street was in a position where we were getting very close to not having a healthy fund balance for the street department. And the general fund was close to having to support that street department. Brent's, street fund and fund balance is a result of a couple things for him, and that has been, not being able to get to the project. So he has, due to staffing, and other things, and he can speak to this, I don't want to speak to Brent and his budget. But we have had a serious discussion 3 years ago about the street department and what is going to happen if we don't get a healthy fund balance. What has happened with the street department is they've not been able to get to some of the projects that they have had in their budget or that they have had on their radar. And that has resulted from the savings from actual revenues that they receive from property tax, from sales tax, and from the gas tax, that have kind of given them a little bit more breathing room than what they had had. We are now in that same position with the airport fund, where we are now having a serious discussion to say, you may not be able to go after grants in the airport until we can get that fund balance back up so that we can match on these expenditures.
Now, but we could use the general fund, the unassigned general fund balance, however, in the meantime, correct?
Support the library?
No, for a grant, for the.
Just using the library.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
So like that on that with the grant where.
We don't wanna give any more money, we just.
I think you wanna give more
Yeah.
money. So, but, that example there was, say, where the airport fund balance is now down, but there's fund balance in other categories that
Fund
could.
balance, the general fund. When any of these departments right here, outside the enterprise fund, when any of these special revenue funds start getting low, in their fund balance, the assistance will come from the general fund,
Balance.
general fund.
So what about the unassigned fund balance? For example,
At the end of the day, when all the numbers flush out, it could be.
So we might be able to give the library out of that, it's not street, it's not, again, just using streets as an example. But it seems like you get pretty focused on that, but somewhere we can probably find those.
If I understand Mr. Orton's situation, a lot of his projects remain undone because he doesn't have the people to do it.
That's another reason, correct?
But
Got the
it's not
revenue
gonna get to
coming in.
next year to, if we reduce this. For the
Right, I
library,
understand.
if it's not gonna
Yeah.
get to the project anyway.
no, those are good thoughts, good questions. So, yeah. Anything else? Any other discussion? Okay, awesome, thank you so much, and thank you for all you do, you're amazing, so keep doing what you're doing. So thank you also for being here, to the board, for supporting Lacey and everything down there, so it's appreciated. Okay, that moves us to Mr. Matt. Your last one of these, sir. He's like, thank goodness.
Been here a little while.
Mayor and Council, thank you.
Page 189, it looks like.
What was that?
189.
There's one for Debbie as well. As Mayor said, this is my last budget presentation. Maybe. First, I want to thank the council for support of the planning department. We've gone through a number of changes over the last 3 years. As some of you may well know, I served as the hearing examiner for 21 years. Next 3 as the planning director. When I came in 2019, the mayor was senior planner. Things were moving very slowly. 2020 came. 2020, almost discovered. Also discovered this was COVID. 20 and 21. One would expect that, growth would have slowed. However, this is I keep saying 3rd or 4th Roseburg 50-year experience, and this one is by far most, the strangest, unprecedented is not really the term, because, in the past, we had growth that happened where people in Idaho were moved from one place. Some growth from outside the state. Statistics show that 70% of the people in Idaho was from other states. 30% were state of Idaho. But Oregon and Washington and California, 30% of the movement to the state was from other states. 70% was from states. So a total change. Back in the 70s and 1993, those growth spurts did not have internet. Anywhere you want to, work anywhere you want to. A total change of dynamics. Also, what has changed is that people are coming from other areas, have substantial funds from selling their home, coming into Idaho. Seeing them buying homes, some sight unseen, some who buy homes and tear them completely down and rebuild. That's something that's never happened. So it's been a change in how the dynamics have worked. What we've seen in our city is a change in the growth pattern where most of our growth was dealing with residential, single-family dwelling units. In 2020, we started seeing we started seeing apartments going into commercial areas. Starting to lose our commercial lands to residential. Council changed that through a couple of ordinance changes. Some people said that would slow it down. That's not slowing pace. One of our concerns as we were going through this in 2020 was that we were getting a lot of residential growth. We were not getting service growth and getting any grocery stores. Caldwell, especially along 2026, which our largest growth pattern has happened over the last 2-3 years. The other growth area is Carter Road, side of town, a local grocery store. And because of the efforts, and you saw this one, Bob and I and a few of you gave a presentation, we were able to provide data to Steve Jenkins that he gave to Winco, Fred Myers, who started becoming interested in the grocery stores of Caldwell. Just a brief introduction of what as you all know, Debbie Booth left on the 6th of June. Also lost Melinda McAllister, who was our planning tech. So with me leaving, planning director, I talked to you yesterday about an additional planning tech. Well, that'll bring us to 10. Started out at 6 when I came aboard in 2013. That also includes 2 code enforcement officers. Alex Jones and Emma Hill came to board and accepted the position in November. I was telling Rob this morning, I look at them and they've gone through a number of public hearings since that time. Sort this information like a sponge. Staff are very, very good. We have to keep them. Those individuals, spend training them, turn them. Cindy Morgan is our administrative assistant. She does a great job. Office two code enforcement officers. Janae, the second oldest staff person, tenured person, I should say. Senior person is April. Check. She's been here since 2000. She has the most knowledge in the office. Store preservation section of our goes way beyond the call of duty. Recommend that she has promotion to a senior planning technician. Two planning technicians are fairly hired to be supervising both of those. Bring this to your attention because they not all know who the members of the staff are. And everyone was there. Turn to be some things that were never done. One thing I mentioned to you yesterday was in regards to data collection, just doing numbers. As I mentioned, that the idea that when someone asks a question, as the council did in regard how many subdivisions have been built, how many lots have been built, what's located within the city. These are things that the business community asks for whenever for site for a new structure, a new business in our community. We don't have that information readily available. Maybe spend a couple of weeks getting that data. I mean, you, on this council, should be able to push a button and it pops up. I was thinking earlier about, because I was waiting when I worked for the city of Pocatello, and we started out the planning department with the planning and research department. A lot of research for the city. And I have put together a housing, basically identified. What we did was we broke the city up into planning neighborhoods that were named after schools. Each one of those neighborhoods. At that time we had 20. Told that 2 years ago, well, 5 years ago, we were still using those neighborhoods that were changed back in 1974. Point is, that was, we collected all our data out of those neighborhoods, and those neighborhoods became census tracts for the city. So they continued that for the last 50 years. We would have a string of information that was more than just 1 or 2 years. So what we put in that document was we identified in those neighborhoods where, or the number of housing, mobile homes they had, or parks, apartments, sewer. When somebody asked a question, work with the new director, I would like to see them be, something like that. I wanted to, share with you, this year and coming, I mentioned, as I go, that typically in cities, we do more zoning. That takes us to what we do in zoning. Comprehensive plan. Comprehensive plan is a document that's required by the state law. It states that every city and county should analyze 17 elements, actually 16 elements, in the comprehensive plan. It ranges from land use, population, schools and facilities, and there's, as I said, there's 17, which is, we're supposed to do an analysis of past, present, and future. So when you look at something like, housing, at the past trends of types of housing units, look at what's existing now, what the trend is at the time, and what's going to be lacking in the future. That should all be within that particular element. And then you develop goals, objectives, and policies to meet your projections and your concerns that you may have. Our current comprehensive plan was approved in 2020, and it was written by Brian Belsey, our previous planning director. I took it through for approval. As we complete that approval, we recognized that the plan was for year 2019, not 2020 in the future. So we need to update that document. There's two pieces. I talked about the comprehensive plan, but also there's a comprehensive plan map. I think pretty much focuses on the comprehensive plan map. Comprehensive plan, the document, is really the foundation of all the things that you do in the city as it relates to the city's growth. Working with the engineering department on sewer and water future plans, designs, concerns, directions, at the airport, how it functions, completed airport master plan, something in your comprehensive plan that contradicts what is happening at the master plan that was completed. What is the city's expectations on their entry rates, on the buildings that are designed within our community, visual impact that we have in our community? All those things are mentioned in your comprehensive plan that guides you, especially for design would be, we would have design guidelines in regards to what buildings should look like. Or maybe better saying what buildings should not look like. So, that's something that we working on in the future with me here or not here. That's something that needs to be done. Now, some of the projects that we're looking at, one of the projects that we've completed since visioning. I talked yesterday regarding the alleyway from Caldwell going west, behind the chop shop. this for a couple of, months. And the idea, the vision with this is that, we've already approved outdoor dining ordinance, which went in effect, this year. It allows individuals, businesses to, outdoor dining areas adjacent to their buildings. In particular to this situation, White Dog asked the question, could they put outdoor dining in that area? The initial response was, well, we have to change the ordinance. Further in the ordinance, that is allowed, commissioners granting discretion to do so. But that area, still has to be accessible to, requirements. So, we're visualizing what are the options, what are the possibilities. And so, I shared with, our economic development group, discussions that have been had regarding the Grapevine area. You know, there's two elevations. One is, up the pathway, so the idea is that, as I said yesterday, take that triangle piece and turn it into area, which would look at much, or you can still, set the triangle. So that would be one piece of the puzzle. The other portion is that as you walk on that pathway, as you know, that's dark and it's very uninviting. And so to have outdoor dining on that area, advantageous to anyone. So the idea is putting two posts, on both sides of the pathway. Corridor. The idea would be that as you, are dining, that's a different ambiance considered than what you have right now. Also, it's more inviting for those individuals when you're driving down, Blaine Street, look to the right, and they see these lights, and they see the dining, or what's going on there. Hey, I want to be a part of that. And so that also enhances Indian Creek in our downtown area. One thing I didn't mention on our comprehensive plan, I budgeted $50,000 to start that process. And that $50,000 to be utilized for a number of ways. One would be someone to assist in, helping develop that comprehensive plan. There's also the $10,000 is available for outreach for our Latino community. Our current comprehensive plan does not mention, 38% of our population. Doesn't mention at all about the Hispanic population that's in Caldwell. And so I budgeted $10,000. Something else that happened this last year, 2021, council approved the mural ordinance or public art ordinance. Staff members in the process and provided those to Caldwell. Last year we had one that was approved, that was a butterfly wall next to Extreme Pizza. And once that was even done, before it was even done, we had to stand in front of it. This last 2 months, April, I think they completed it. Discovered bookstore. Front and side of their building. That's the largest building we have in the city of Caldwell.
They're doing a ribbon cutting on Friday, for that, so we got to celebrate it. I don't know about that.
When is that on the underpass?
So that's this Friday at noon.
That's this Friday,
Yeah.
okay. We actually received a lot of response from individuals. We started talking about murals back in 2019. Got a list of different artists that have in the area. They were like, placing mural. They did not know or do that directed how that would be done. So that's in place. We have, it's been formed, will, review. Caldwell. The handout I gave you was a discussion I had about 2 months ago with one of the professors from Utah State University. They wanted to do an urban design project in the city of Caldwell. And we had a number of conversations with them on, what their expectations were. Of course, one of the biggest issues of that conversation was the cost. We spent a few conversations over the phone and on the web, on Zoom to kind of figure out what are the possibilities for projects such as this. How this works is that perhaps college students come to Caldwell and they would have mentors, they would have subcommittees that would work with them on developing particular projects. They would go back to their campus and finish the project, bring it back to elected officials, do a presentation, and a public view. There were 3 projects described in this email that I gave you. On the first project, we talked about the facility of affordable housing equity. The area we're looking at, which is by J.C. Park, it is a low-income area according to the census. It's an area we identify as a transitional neighborhood. That neighborhood, that zone does not give a lot of direction of what the expectations are. It allows a mix of commercial as well as residential. Some of those uses would be compatible to each other, some are not. The idea is that it's been an area, as the zone describes, where for residential, the setback requirements for square footages are reduced. And so you have a lot of smaller homes, single-family dwelling units. But there's not a sense of direction of how that is going to mix of various land uses. So the idea of this location is to do an urban project that would better define the mix of the land use compatibility to allow maybe a little more denser development. Yes, other amenities such as open space or design, etc. Second, discussed the city center to the ponds and Boise River. When I've talked to, very important, the city has the right of way for a pathway from the city center to the Forest River. The question is, should there be, in my view, is there more than just a pathway, just a route? What do you do to enhance that route? Once you get to the Forest River, you know, to the ponds, what can you do to enhance those areas as well? Give you an example. A pathway that goes from point A to point B is a pathway. You have a pathway from point A to point B, but at certain places you have places to have a picnic lunch. Is there a place where you have information or event that you can, it's a flat tire? Are there other amenities that you can put on that pathway that enhances it more than just a point A to point B? And then when you get to the Forest River, what can you do to enhance that for value? Ponds, we talked about in our pedestrian bike route committee about pathways around, or bikeways around the pond. We talked about the pond being stocked with fish, which I believe it already is, but how do you enhance that? Are there little things you can do? Are there things that might be more expensive that would take further time to have that kind of development complete? As far as I know, we've never done anything like that. The cost to do $25,000 for the students to put their entire project, 3 projects in one. I budgeted $12,500 for FY23, another $12,500 for FY24. Reason why the split budget is because we looked at starting this in 2023, but it was fall. September of 2020. Next fiscal year. So that's the concept for that. The third one focused on the city center, the downtown core. It's about their cooperation with Destination Caldwell. We have the Indian Creek Plaza as a future location for public space downtown. Question is, are there other places that should be considered? And the streetscape should be. So this is just pretty much an overview of the original discussion. We'll be meeting in late June and early July to try to tie this down to a more distinct scope of work. What is the other plan? Last thing I just want to mention is dealing with an issue that we've been working on for 3 years, and that's the issue of pathways and bike routes. As you well know, you've seen come through this body, subdivisions are required to have pathways on their property. Sometimes even they can go along a area. Those developments, as Rob talks about, on city streets and by developments, we don't actually, on many pathways, city's budget. The city has budgeted, at least with me for the last, and prior to that, for a number of years, $40,000 a year way improvements. We have in the past applied for some grants, received those, but have actual allocation comes to the street department of $40,000 a year. Project we're working on right now is, taking a pathway from, Valley View High School to the Seventh-day Adventist, church property, to Karcher, crossing Karcher, and Both Brothers has a, development that they're going to provide a pathway, a park, and to Orchard, and to, Lake Long. $40,000 a year is small in comparison to other cities. And I thank the council for providing that $40,000. But I know that, the chair speaks to the council on Monday, in regards to, the state of FASN and, our committee. Speak to you about, the future funding and how. The point that I wanted to make is that, when we compare the city's commitment to pathways, we have not put anything in the budget this year regarding that. But, one of the projects we're working on is trying to get an underpass at Highway 55. Rob and mainly Rob, but Rob and I have been talking to the committee about this. I was met with ITD regarding Highway 55 and why that, I believe that it will be, it's not going to be safe to cross that surface. Underpass is going to be a safety measure, citizens of Caldwell. So we're working on that, trying to get some confirmation that they'll participate. Our zoning work continues. It has not slowed in the last 3 years. We know that we've gone through COVID, now we're going through some financial or economic issues. To this date, we still receive the same amount of applications and inquiries. What the council may not know is that you see the back end of developments when they come before you for zones, subdivisions. What is put in prior to that takes a lot of our time. I would probably say most of our time. We have at least 4 roundtable meetings, 4 roundtable meetings. Thursday, that's the time when people develop a community and the projects, advise them of what the requirements are, make suggestions to enhance the development they're proposing, to answer any questions they may have. I say 3 meetings because usually we have other meetings here, another meeting at noon or Thursday, or 2 or 3 others during the week. So what decision was made. In doing that, that's just the first step. Usually we might have some development depending on how difficult the project may be. We might have 2 or 3 other meetings after the initial roundtable discussion. So it's a continuous process of development. When someone decides, I want to do whatever development may be, sit down with them and talk to them and walk them through the process.
probably be actually better for Carol, on that. So, in looking, this is page 184. Rob, I don't know if you can go up there or not. Cause I know, like, in reviewing, Susan's reviewing the revenue that's come in, and I get sometimes these negatives and positives confuse me how it reports it, but on the building permit P&Z review fee, so the 2022 adopted was planned of $165,000 coming in. It shows the negative 137, does that mean that's above and beyond? No. This is better, what's come in so far to date, and this was in April, is that correct?
Correct.
So we've received $137,000 of what was planned of $165,000, and just over, really, a little bit more than half of the fiscal year. So we're probably gonna be around 80 to 100,000 positive on that, I'm guessing. Does that sound correct on that? Okay. So, yeah, sorry to interrupt you, I just, I saw that and couldn't, again, I can't remember, I know. It's just, I think in the negative is because that's the way Spring Brick reports it, even though it is a positive on that. So we should be about 180 to 100,000 above on, just on that one category.
That's correct. And so to touch on that, Mayor, the P&Z department, has their own fees, and as you see through their budget here, you'll see their various fees that they assess that's specific for them. But the rest of their support to balance their budget comes from building permits, which is again from the building department. So they receive a transfer in of revenue at the end of the year to balance their budget. Because P&Z is within the general fund, they do not hold a fund balance, either. So they are made whole at the end of the, fiscal year to bring their balance to zero based upon actual needs from the building department. So, you'll see here, for example, as we're looking at this line where the mayor has pointed out that $165,000 is in the, fiscal year 22 budget. And then he was talking about that negative of 137, that is what has come in so far to date for them. Now, right above that, you will see, $462,000 in the 22 year, and to date, you will see zero. That's because that's the transfer that comes in to the P&Z department from the building permit, which is from the building department, that Brent, supervises. So we had that engaged discussion with Brent, along with the fire chief, to define with Brent, is your building permit projection sufficient to cover the needs in the P&Z department, as well as in the public safety fire prevention department? And so that's the transfer in. The reason for the increase over here in fiscal year 23 is, within the building permit software, the P&Z receives 10%, just so that it comes in and helps with, their expenses. So 10% of those building permit fees automatically come into the budget. That's where that $137,000 is coming from. It has been defined, and requested during the budget, workshops that we had with, staff, that this amount gets increased to 20%.
I think that's a separate fee, it's not 10% of the building permit fee itself. There's a fire permit review fee, P&Z review fee, so it's in addition to whatever so it's not taking a fee. So for example, if your building permit fee is $100, it isn't taking 10% of that, it's $110, because you're getting charged $10, the 10%.
I don't know that technical detail of how Brent has that set up.
So yeah, that's been Rob, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jerome on that, but that's how I know it's how it was set up, so it's additional, it's not taken from whatever the permit fee is, it's just an additional, kind of like an impact fee kind of sort of, so it's an addition to it.
So in the 23 budget, they have that increase of 20%. And they, at this time, they're, we're gonna maintain the same support from the building department, because that 10% has now been increased to 20%. And so that's where those numbers are coming from for the revenue projections.
Awesome, thank you so much. Comments, questions?
I'm just, Mr. Mayor, just curious, Jerome, where do we stand on our fees versus like Napa or some of the other cities?
Good
Do we do
question.
that?
apples and oranges. But I can tell you that our fees have been the lowest fees in there is a three-legged stool, the zoning, planning, and the fees. And we're gonna talk about the fees on the 21st.
Okay.
But we've increased the fees, I'd say by 20%, 10%. But also what we did was that we still added staff time at $25 an hour, which is way low, that's our 20. We did this at 2020, but then moved forward. So we still use the $25 hour for staff time. That'll probably increase in the next budget, but I think it's probably where to start.
Yes, yeah, you'll see those adjustments Tuesday when we present the fees, but yeah, they're going up to be much more comparable to those around us, and that should help with the, bringing in, again, not trying to make money, but just trying to make sure that those developers and applications are paying for the fees, and I think you'll see that much, we'll get a lot closer and hopefully get self-sustaining someday, so.
Rob, can you pull up that bookmark, please, for the budget book? Council, at the end of this budget book are the proposed fees for each department except Brent's department, and Brent will present his own fees. So, you will have here, in this presentation, this first page here is just showing what's going to be coming to you for a public hearing for increased fees that exceed the, 5%, as well as the requirement for new fees that have to go to a public hearing. As you scroll through the rest of this document, then each individual department and their fees will be identified here as well. So you will have these fees in your budget book that you got sent to Debbie through that Dropbox or from Angie. Not sure how it got to you, but, that budget book was sent out. You have this, sent to you in your email where you can pull this up and then.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
It would be great if we had a comparison with like NAP or somebody else, so we could see where we're at on all those numbers, because they don't mean anything right now.
Enter your participant ID followed by, you are in the meeting room. There, you are unmuted.
Do some of these departments, it'll be, that's a lot of work for these departments to go through and put together comparisons. We'll have, how do you compare Caldwell Event Center? You're gonna compare Civic Center? That's not a real good
No, I
comparison.
understand that, but
I think
some of
it's
the
more
basics.
focused on P&C, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and you can make that for those departments to bring those comparisons to you, on the night of that fee presentation.
Yeah, I think we could probably get like NAPA pretty easy.
I would think so.
Director now, see what they're first, so.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I did put a little matrix together, comparing our fees of Caldwell. Said it's apples and oranges, but I get that, it's really hard to say what this is.
Do you wanna bring that next Tuesday night, bring your fee presentation and bring copies for council, so they may have that?
Be good, thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments?
Sorry, go ahead.
Jerome, one of the things near and dear to my heart is code enforcement, making sure our city stays, clean and that kind of thing. How is code enforcement doing? Are we sufficiently staffed? Where are we at there? Can you give me an idea?
Thank you, sir. We have, two code enforcement officers. One is full-time, part-time. They're all on their own. During the winter months, things do slow down. Summer months, they're actually, but I've talked to them, the last 3 business cycles. They're doing just fine. Staff person at this moment.
Good, thank you.
They do a great job.
Oh, they do, yeah, that's one of those things where we gotta keep on top of it. And then another thing, and this is just my own, Jerome and I have had a number of conversations on this, and this is just my own personal pet peeve, but, it seems like every council meeting, we have developers come to us with these beautiful plans of developments and what all they're gonna put in their developments. And inevitably, the developer is from Eagle or Meridian or somewhere like that. And, like one we had last Monday night, they're promising basketball courts and pickleball courts, so Brad will be moving there.
Go in there, Brad.
They promise this stuff, and in their presentation, their phasing is 5 or 6 years, or several hundred homes. But in my discussions with Jerome, we don't have any software or personnel to ever make sure that those promises are gone through. That they're, at the end of the day, that all those things that they have sold the development to the council with has actually come to fruition.
Well, they should when it goes to final plat. So when they go to like a final plat, whether it's phase 1, 2, or the whole thing, the staff should be going out there. I know when I was on there, we'd go out and look at landscaping, we'd look to see what was conditions, make sure it's proven, and then let Rob's department know.
Is that in between phases?
So yeah, that would be as each phase goes on that. So it kind of depends on, I guess, which phase it's
Well,
gonna hit.
and I'm just, one of the other things, go ahead, Jerome.
I was gonna say that, what we spoke about yesterday was not things such as landscaping, we're talking about infrastructure, such as amenities. You know, in many cases that I have not seen, they said, you have to have this done in this phase. Usually for amenities, you're looking at phases 3 or 4. But what happens if something goes bad at a residential development, amenities aren't in, you know, when should they go in? Should they go in phase 2? We recognize that they have to generate revenue for those amenities. But if you remember, when we had the last recession in 2000, we had a number of developments that didn't have their street improvements done. And so we set out without those street improvements years until they were actually completed.
Even though there were already people living there, correct?
When the development has so many units.
Cedar Crossing was one of those subdivisions where there was supposed to be a pool in and everything about what Sienna Hills has right now. Never happened, still hasn't.
And so, yes, we go out and look at the landscape. That's probably the least of the major issues our department was concerned about. The ticket items that residents were promised.
And so my, I guess the short is, I just wanna make sure that when the developer comes and shows us the great pictures and makes the council promises on, yes, we'll do this, that at the end of the day, we'll make sure that we hold them to those statements.
I have a question about that. There was a developer that came in and showed us all the plans, did all the stuff, we approved it, it's great, and within a week it was on the market. And they said, okay, it's been approved with this zone, with this many units, you know, so on and so forth. So I asked about it, to Debbie, when she was here, and she said, yeah, they can do that. They can come present and give us the plans and then turn around and sell it. And they're supposed to keep the plans, but they don't know if they do.
They would have to, it doesn't really matter who owns the property.
It's the development agreement.
The question, or the conditions go with the property, so.
So why do they come to city council and go through the whole song and dance and all the presentation if they're gonna get rid of it within a week?
So, because most likely the buyer's not gonna buy it if it's not entitled, so an entitled property is gonna be worth more than an unentitled. So they'll come and do that, but regardless of who owns it, those conditions carry with the land, carry with the approval, so the new owner, whether they divulge that to them out, which they should, and if they're smart, they'll do their research and find out, they've gotta put those in regardless of the conditions. It's not to the person, it's to the property.
like Chuck said, he knows the one that is not in, so what is our recourse?
Yeah, and that's a good question, and that's where it gets into probably more off subject with the budget, but more of the legal questions, like, how does that?
So, okay, going back to, yeah, Chris's original question, was there's no software or tracking system or whatever, right? So, is that right?
Right, exactly.
So, is that something to consider budget-wise?
Now, if they come in today and show us a good development, and we say yes, 2 years from now, some of us may not be here, and none of that hits the radar again, unless there's something that tells us in phase 2, this much has to be completed, and it's not. I don't know, Jerome, does other district or, places have something like that, or?
What we have is that, the council approves development agreements. In development agreements, it identifies what is supposed to be done. What I have seen happen since I've been here is those development agreements have come back to you and asked for modifications. So, anytime a development is coming through, and now has a new owner, we will go through the development agreement, you know what's required, bring that to the council. But rest assured that sometimes we get these services totally different. That's one of our biggest challenges that we've had with developers, is when we tell them you have to follow this development agreement. They're not too happy, so then the first thing they want to do, they want to modify.
If, Jerome, if we would, specify that those amenities, as Mr. Allgood's talking about, that they have to be completed in phase 1, what's your opinion on that relative to the developers and doing the project?
From what historically, what I know, that they probably don't have the money to do it in the first phase.
Well, and it kind of depends too, Arbor, for example, they were adamant that it was gonna be done in phase 1, and it was done in phase 1, so that's the Brighton development, that is at, I think you know where I'm talking about, so out there, not too far from you, and so, I mean, it can be done, it's just up to the developer. If they, like I said, I know Brighton was adamant, we do ours in phase 1, we get it done, because we want the residents to always have it, so it can be done, it's just, it's the developer putting a little bit more, I guess, foot up front to get it done at the beginning rather than towards the middle or the end, so it can be done, it has been done at least.
And my point is, I mean, a lot of these developers are gonna do exactly as they say, and they're good people, but there just needs to be that knowledge that, as a city, we're gonna hold you to those things, and we are going to check, you know.
I think it would hold their feet to the fire, short of a moratorium, but I think if we request it's gotta be done in phase 1, I mean, either they're a reliable, well-financed project, or it's not. I mean, I think that would get rid of the chaff that we see sometimes in the past.
Well, and it maybe it depends on how many phases.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
But I am very concerned that a developer comes in and sells a bunch of lots and then drives away and leaves us hanging. And like I said, during the recession, and Jerome and I discussed this, during the recession, houses were built, lots were sold, and then the bottom fell out, and homeowners were left with 6-foot-high weeds on each side of the property, and.
My experience.
Yeah, exactly.
Mayor, Council, just one statement is that, that ball is going to stay in your court in regards to, and I've told developers since the day I stepped foot in the office of director, you need to bring your best product. But if you can build in other places, fine, bring it. But if you can't build in another area, don't bring it here. You have the ball in your court in this way. What is your expectations of what you want in our community? If you want a phase and certain amenities, that's what you want. If they want to build in our community, our other concern, our department, is the issue of infrastructure, sidewalk, curb and gutter. and done them at the third phase. Because usually they start from the back, and then, and correct me if I'm wrong, and infrastructure may go into the third, fourth. And in the past, we've already seen that we're missing sidewalk, curb and gutter, and street improvements because something happened in the third phase, and that was going to be done on the fourth and fifth phase. So, you direct us what you want, carry that forward.
I can remember, just comment on that, I can remember many, many years ago, there was a plan and zoning committee that, didn't require that, and they were replaced with another one right after that, and those folks said, or asked the developers that were from, Meridian Eagle, would you ever get away without any sidewalks or curbing and gutter in those subdivisions? The answer was no, but they could get away with it in Caldwell prior to this other commission coming in, and we make sure, it's not gonna happen now, but just as you said, I think we have to have those requirements that those amenities have to be built with phase one, in my opinion, and that would take care of the software problem, that's for sure, so, but, I really think we need to do that, so. And I don't know how we get that done, Mr. Mayor, but that's a legal issue, and we have to draw up another ordinance to affect or what it is, but we really need to do that, because otherwise we're gonna have the city, I think, in the future, if we're so lenient, like Mr. Logan said, someone go bankrupt or whatever and never gets done, and we're stuck with it, so.
I think it's really just the discussion, phase, how many of the phases, does it have to be done? I think, maybe you could give them one phase, but by phase two, there's no reason because they have that first phase done, so a lot, so let's get in and get going on that regard, so. Cause if it's, before phase one is complete, they're doing all of that before they even sell a lot. We wanna give them a little bit of a chance, then, so we can either, make that part of the, part of the ordinance.
That's nice, abilities development.
Yep. Yeah, it could, and like that, you can make part of the ordinance where then it's guaranteed that it's in there on that, so.
Yeah, and Mayor, I would just add, Chuck, I think what you're mentioning is exactly right. During a public hearing, that's a perfect time for council to ask, what are the phases? When are these gonna be implemented? And that's where those requirements could be levied right there in the public hearing. And usually in the public hearing, they want approval, and so they're typically pretty amenable, but, that's where we can really, get them on those things.
And we can share that with them, if that's the person the council will go. When we have our roundtables, we tell them what the council's gonna expect, that sidewalk, curb, gutter in the second phase.
So, Mr. Mayor, can we give the plan and zoning committee, the official word that we can do that by phase two, they have to have that stuff?
Yeah, we can start implementing it as a condition for sure, and then work on an ordinance to make that codified, so.
Jerome, that way you can, in your roundtable discussions, you can just lay that out now, so.
There's roundtables tomorrow.
Okay.
I think if the phases get pretty big, though, maybe there needs to be some, and that's gonna get into trouble, right? So we really, if it's a swimming pool, we're not gonna want to put all the concrete out and drive around it or risk driving over it.
Well, yeah.
So I just think we have to.
The curb gutter sidewalk is primary.
Right.
That needs to be in, there's no question. A swimming pool might be in the next phase, but yes, like you said. And I'm sure between engineering and planning and zoning, they could tell us what's appropriate.
Perfect, okay, anything else, any other discussion?
One comment, during, Jerome's presentation, he talked about pathways and the $40,000 that is, it comes to the pathway committee for construction pathways. That is not in the P&Z's budget. That is in the capital fund's budget, that Fund 50. And so we'll hear Rob tomorrow when he speaks to that. So just wanted to make sure and clarify, when he was talking about that 40,000, that it is not in P&Z's budget. Again, P&Z is just an operational budget.
Perfect, thank you so much. Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you, council, appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. Okay, I think that moves us
We do.
Okay, great time, so.
Oh, dang it, I was having so much fun.
That won't get you, Mr. Jenkins.
Steve, you in? No, not yet. Get over here, I'm coming in. You going in? It's really, I'm shaking. Oh, you did? Yeah. Yeah. That's what, yeah, I think comes free. Do it, man, do it. 20 minutes. You know what's coming? Yeah.
Who's gonna walk with me over there?
That's the next one, it's just across the block. Yeah, you bet. He should've been done a long time ago. You know,
Yeah, we have a couple of so what's the debate over there?
Right, we have to be careful.
We do all it already.
Get that word out. Oh, it's been a blast, let me tell you. Blast.
Mr. Jenkins is already up to the top.
oh, well, yeah, I need to ask if they're going to jail. Something like this, like, I think we gave IT that's simply the other there, but there's some budgets now.
Yeah.
I came to work the other morning, and I had something crazy.
What's that?
And I was wrong. Christmas in June.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, are we ready to rock and roll? Oh, there you, I thought you left. Okay, economic development, it's all you.
Great, thank you, Mayor, Council, really appreciate it, I just wanna warn you all in advance of, oops. Right there.
Carol?
Do you want anything to explain?
Triple local look,
It's important information, so.
Did you ask everybody?
Yeah.
Would anybody like anything from Brian?
Might get some comments on the, on the live video
Yeah,
now.
are they coming in yet? No?
Oh, no, totally fine, totally fine. Mayor, Council, thank you for your time in advance. This is my first budget presentation, so I'm going to hopefully get through this successfully today. And I also want to warn you ahead of time, I'm just returning from the dentist, so half my face is numb right now, so I apologize for not smiling or making those types of facial expressions. I'm just gonna be straightforward because I can barely eat or drink, so we'll get through that as well. So with regard to my budget, I made very few adjustments to it. I certainly looked over some of the elements that were there, so my plan is to go through that with you. I have a handout as well that I'll provide to give you an understanding of what we're talking about.
I know what page we're on, by any chance?
I think we're right now, it's like 326.
326.
Can you make extra copies?
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so,
request. I made an adjustment to the special projects and services, and let me know if you all need me to structure this differently, but I'll just start off with the request, the reduction, the current budget, and then the proposed budget for 2023. So I'll go in that order. But the special projects and services, really this pertains to some of the things that we do in economic development related to site visits, and we've seen an increase in activity in site visits this year. And this particular fund didn't have any capital in it, so I figured, gosh, we can dedicate some of the site visit activity to this particular portion of the budget. And in my mind, I was considering things like expenditures, like if we have gifts for folks that visit for larger scale projects, or if we have food catered in, those types of things. So just that pertains to the site visit. And then as we move on to the dues and associations, I made
I'm sorry, can I just ask a quick question?
Absolutely. It says 2,000 increase, what is it currently?
It was at zero currently, yeah. So what we were doing with the site visits, we were taking it out of a different category, right, different balance. So I was able to just, that way we can add a little more specificity, that's what we were looking to accomplish.
Even this 2,000 enough, does that cover any, what you need for that budget?
You know, with everything happening right now, the reason I say that 2,000 is kind of just a ballpark figure I threw out. You know, we're going into an interesting season right now with the economy, and I don't know where things are gonna be headed. Right now, as it stands today, we haven't felt the brunt of that quite yet, and I don't quite frankly know the impact that Idaho's gonna have. But yeah, 2,000, you know, that felt like a comfortable starting place, a very conservative starting place.
That's why I was worried, it might be a little too conservative, but it's a good starting place.
Yeah, absolutely. And I didn't know what kind of crowd you all would be today, so I figured I'd start low and go from there.
I did it based on the information.
If I could smile, I'd be laughing with you guys right now, so.
You are drooling.
I got an action meeting
I deserve that.
Ate too many sour worms with my kids, and I'm paying for it with this cavity here. Okay, so dues and associations, I did an increase there, and the reason being is because so we're affiliated with three main organizations. One is Boise Valley Economic Partnerships in Boise. And what they do is they travel to these site selection conferences and different things that we can't do here in economic development or beyond, I guess, the scope of the work that we do. So we really depend on that partnership to get exposure for the city of Caldwell and for the rest of the Boise area. They provided project leads to us periodically, so I consider them to be an important partnership. And then we have IEDA, this is Idaho Economic Development Association. It's a statewide organization, another great networking arm for the state, as it relates to different ideas and different ways to approach strategies and whatnot in relation to communities that are growing. It's been advantageous for me to be able to participate in those meetings. And then the last one is Idaho Manufacturers Alliance, IMA, and that group is a statewide organization as well, and they obviously focus pretty heavily on the manufacturing industry, and that's our primary focus here in Caldwell. So with that said, the BVEP has increased their baseline fee for membership, and I attribute that to travel and some of the dues and associations that they're paying on behalf of the activities that they're participating in. So that increase is reflective of that. And I'm guessing that some of these other organizations are probably gonna increase as well over time. I think that's kind of just the natural trend of the inflationary environment that we're in. So that $2,000 is just of course it accounts for BVEP, but it also takes into account some other increases that we might see. And they might not be as large as what we see on that BVEP, so I just put a couple of hundred extra, about 500 extra in there, just in case there might be an increase from the other organizations. And then the last one is business promotion, travel, and meetings. And I increased this one by $1,000. again, this is a conservative approach, but, I just wanted to account for some of the increases that we're seeing with, ticket increases, even for mileage when we go to different meetings in Boise, Meridian, et cetera. So that increase is reflective of some of the activity that Ophelia and myself are looking to participate in. The trainings that I participated in this budget, I would love to carry that over for Ophelia as she grows into this profession and continues to invest in this community. And I just wanna make sure she has adequate training so she can be the best version of herself. She's certainly well on her way. So I kept everything intact by adding $1,000. As we move down to reductions, advertising and promotion, we are looking to, because of the latest census report that came out, we're going to update our publication this year in this budget. And then I figured for 2023, that decrease would come into account because, we're not gonna be doing that each year. I would say that this is probably at this rate, 1 in every 3 years, we'll probably see an update in some of our promotional materials. But this year in particular, I felt that it was very important to make sure that those numbers were reflective of Caldwell, and the growth that we're experiencing. Actually, the most current publication that we have was produced in 2018, just to give you an idea, and we were right around, 54,000 people, which is inaccurate. So we wanna make sure when we're handing this document out to different folks that are interested in our community, that we have the numbers that are representative of Caldwell. And then the current, fiscal year 2022, budget is right around $278,915. The proposed is $291,035, increase of $12,120. I'm happy to stand for any questions, and I would breeze through that pretty quickly, but, I'm happy also to walk through the line items if you'd like to as well.
No, we appreciate that, so revenue is never a bad thing, so I think you covered it really well. Appreciate you kind of showing those increases, reasons for decrease, so appreciate that very much. So questions or comments from council at all?
Mr. Mayor, Steve, what are you gonna put down for population, 70s or thousands or what?
So we're right at about, and this number varies quite a bit, but, as it relates to Compass and their demographers in our community in the valley, we're right around 66,440 people.
Okay.
And that's the baseline that I'd like to go off of, because they're local and they understand our market.
Cause if you do this in another 2 or 3 years, we'll probably be above 70,000, never know, but, yeah, okay, absolutely.
Yeah, well, on our way, it's said it's right now, 68, 69,000, so kind of depends on where you look at, right in that high 60,000 number for sure. Any other questions or comments?
Mayor, council, in addition to Steve's presentation, a couple things to note about the Economic Development Department. And just a real quick side note, so that council is aware, Steve mentioned something about, having to increase the budget a little bit because of mileage. So just so that you know, the federal, IRS put out a, I don't know what they call them, I call it an MOU, but they put out an acknowledgement that effective July 1, fuel, because of fuel costs, they are going to increase the mileage reimbursement rate from 58.5 to 62.5. So we will also be adopting that in July as well, to follow the IRS. If they go down, we will go down, and to follow their guidelines. So that's just a side note. A couple things about the Economic Development, Department. They, are special revenue funds, but they are a fund that does not generate a fund balance. There's a caveat to that statement. So within this fund, this is where the TVCC rental income also goes. So the TVCC rent that we receive from them goes into this fund, because the theory was that TVCC would, the rent off of TVCC then would have some support to the Economic Development, Department. So that is why the rent has been, placed in this, department. It's not within his direct budget, it is in a different department, so he's Department 100, TVCC is Department 200. We also have R&M in this budget for TVCC. So when you look at these numbers, that's why they are not exactly aligning with what Steve has presented here. He's only presented what affects his department. What we have included in this budget is the rental income from TVCC that we're projecting based upon a targeted date, of then they would vacate the premise, coming up next year. Rob, if we can go to the top of their budget, so we can, talk just a little bit about, their revenues. Yep, so we'll just go down okay, right here. So you can see here that we have, rental income projected for next year of $100,000 based upon, this could increase, this could decrease depending on the move-in, move-out rate, for them. Also within this budget is $216,000 support from, urban renewal. This, support, has been coming from urban renewal for at least 5 years that I'm aware of. I don't know historically how far back urban renewal has supported, economic development. As we go into the allocation area, for the north allocation area, the hope is that we have enough, increments in urban renewal that we can continue this support, otherwise it becomes a general fund support. Then down here at the bottom, there is a line item. In order to keep them whole and balance their budget, they do receive a transfer in and support from the general fund. So the general fund does have a supporting element to their budget. That, I will stand for questions, or you can stand for questions, or I'll try and answer for them, so they don't have to drill so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, I appreciate it.
Carol, and on the urban renewal side, we pay $18,000 for economic development. Is that the 216?
Correct.
That's what that is.
So we do a monthly.
Paying it into this department.
Correct, it's a monthly check that, is issued from urban renewal to the city. At 18,000, so times that by 12, we get the 216.
Any other questions, or? Okay, very good. Well, thanks for your presentation, and thank you for everything you do. I know Steve, I've never heard a bad word about Steve from anybody that come with the city, just the nicest, greatest things they can say about him, and he's a true asset for what he does for the
The
city.
only bad word I've ever heard is from Steve Pulse.
There you go. So,
Does the city the second best?
Oh, yeah, he does say that, absolutely. Thank you, Mayor, I really appreciate
yeah,
that.
represents the city. We couldn't be more proud to send him anywhere in the country to represent us. It's always gonna do well for us.
Thank you very much, and if I could, if I may, just thank you to Carol. This is my first budget, obviously, and going through this process, I didn't know where to start. She did a lot of handholding with me through this, countless impromptu meetings that I had to, bother her with, so I just wanna publicly extend my appreciation to you and all her knowledge. I mean, it's just been, to me, it was so helpful just to get through it. She explained everything so thoroughly, so, all the way through. Very appreciative.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, you are up. Remember, she's the one that makes us all look good, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Have whatever you want.
I have to get large. Oh, thank you.
Very hard not to.
All right, city clerk department. This was kind of put together before I was out of the office a couple of weeks, so I'm gonna add a few figures just because Carol is still working on a few things, and so was HR during the time I was gone, and it's been a little hectic since I got back. So with that in mind, our staff includes myself. I have 2 deputies, one being at City Hall, and the other one is at the cemetery.
There we go. One is at the cemetery as well, that's Doris, and then Angie is at City Hall. And then we have recently put into work a new position that is the meeting/records clerk position. And that is kind of a dual position that we had appropriations last year for part-time funding through my department for an additional person that would be doing a lot of archiving, a lot of scanning, that type of, public records requests, whatnot.
And then, in the process of trying to find someone, which we all have problems with getting people to apply for our positions. But with that, then, at the same element, the planning and zoning department was looking for somebody part-time to also help with their scanning and records and meeting minutes. We were a little bit on the overwhelmed side with that. And so in doing some consultation with the mayor and then also Jerome and of course our finance director, we came up with the conclusion that we could maybe combine that funding for both of these departments. And then that person would be basically under the city's clerk's department, but also doing work for the planning and zoning department in the area of minutes. And then with the archiving situation, it's not just my department, it's citywide, because the goal is to have all records at some point in an electronic storage system, which we use, they use it. And that helps us on the end result of public records requests.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
And so that is the third position, and we have a person that has just been hired a few weeks ago, and her name is Margaret, and she is filling that position at this point. There has been a couple of increases in my department, just because we are putting out more and more legal publication notices, just because of the growth and the different public hearings that we're having, and then also ordinances and bids and whatnot. So that has jumped from 14 to 15 within my budget, 50,000. And then our annual shredding project, which is construction of records that we do once a year. Seems to be more and more of those as well. And so I have increased that, slightly with that. Some of the reductions that were in my budget last year, which are pretty extreme, one was the elections. I had contemplated actually from a $30,000 expenditure last year, but it ended up being $48,000. And typically on an off year of elections, we allow 1,000 in there in case there is some kind of initiative that we would have to put on the ballot. Very low cost on that end, but, so that has been taken a sizable decrease. And then travel and meetings, and part of that, I wanna kind of expound a little bit on that. As a city clerk, you have to have continuing education. That's just part of being a city clerk and a deputy. And with that, there's a certification that you see as a city clerk, and there's levels to that certification process. I have attained, not only our local state certification, but I also obtained a national, actually an international certification in the process that I have been city clerk for the city of Caldwell. And the reason I did that is because the state, under the Association of Idaho Cities, we have a clerk arm of that, which is called ICCT-FOA. And in the past, they only had a certification process for one level for city clerks. After several years of being able to be on that executive committee and whatnot, we were able to advance that training now into a separate advanced level, which before you could only obtain that through international associations. My proposal is that because now that the state has, the Association of Idaho City has now been able to offer that to us, there's no longer a reason to belong to the international level of that. It suited our goals for a period of time. But with that, there will be less travel because you don't have to go to their yearly conventions and whatnot in order to see those continuing ed credits. So that's why there is a decrease now. And of course, a lot of the different things that you find anymore, fortunately, are online as well. So you can obtain some of those continuing ed without having to be here in person. So there is a sizable decrease in my travel budget because of that. And then the software purchase and maintenance, we were thinking we were going to have our codification for our city code at one point with a new company. There was a lot of controversy about continuing the company that we were using at the time because they were not quite meeting our needs. But I was able to meet with the executive officers at one of those international conferences, so it did help out in that way. And actually had to sit down with them and said, here's our problems that we're facing with your company. If you can't meet those needs, I will look for other, means in order to have our city code codified. And it wasn't actually just me, there was several city clerks in the state of Idaho that was having the same concern. And so they listened to me and they said, what can we do to make this right? And they actually came to Idaho and met with the city clerks and said, here, we want to hear from you, what can we change? And they made those changes, and because of that, it saved us lots of money, statewide, basically with a lot of our cities. So what I had proposed last year for a possible maintenance purchase of some software and whatnot, I was able to save not having to do that. So again, there's a decrease. So you look at, I'm doing my part as a city clerk.
Great.
Helping you out here, I'm helping you out. So our overall reduction of operations budget, last year was $103,000, this year I'm looking at, about $52,000. So it's about half of what I had proposed from last year. Under the umbrella of the city clerk as well, we kind of help with, maintenance issues over at the Caldwell Train Depot and booking that as an event center and then working with the Friends of the Depot. With that, I'm proposing, and I've talked to, our wonderful city engineer with this as well, and then our finance director, that there needs to be a replacement of the roof, and so I believe that that's under Brent's budget now, is that correct?
Park, so the train depot will be under the parks budget.
Yeah, so there's a $60,000 estimate of replacement of the roof on that, and it's in its 21st year, so it's definitely time that we take on this. And then there is a projected increase of rental events because, thank goodness, we're out of this COVID situation where nobody wanted to come together, and now we're just trying to find weekends for people. So I believe that we will have a revenue increase. All right? And then also under my umbrella this past year, I've had staff with our facilities department, and that's been a delight to see that kind of helping get that started and some different things that we've done. Larry Fink is just amazing anyway, so we really appreciated him. And then we have a new gal on board who is our custodian at City Hall, 621, and Cemetery. Her name is Shelley Bott, and I cannot say enough good things about Shelley. She is a go-getter, and she looks for things. What kind of thing? She is a woman. That she looks for things to clean. She's awesome. So we really have enjoyed Shelley with that. I have worked with Carol in drafting a separate budget for that facilities department. I think we're on our way to succeeding with that newly organized department.
And maybe real quick, once you get done, I'll have Rob pull up that budget, and then we can kind of just touch on it.
Yeah, and that's a perfect time. And then with, our fee schedule, which will also be, outlined in another meeting here. But I do want to let you know that I have, when I considered some of my changes here, which I'm proposing 2 of them, I reviewed all my fees with the City of Nampa and City of Meridian, because they're kind of in our same lot as different things that we already have on the books that we charge for. And we're pretty much, Commissioner Counselor, thought if you're wondering about that, we are pretty much neck and neck with them on our thing. Now, we are mandated, I know that there has been some talk, hey, can we increase our liquor, beer, wine fees? And I am sorry, we cannot. We are right there, what the state allows us to do, we cannot increase those. Yeah.
They charge fees
Yeah.
for everything. Mailing fees, I don't want to misspeak what they charge, but the state was doing code legally, and then they charge fees for doing everything in the code system.
Where is that?
Boise City will have a big list of fees they charge in addition to the Idaho code.
Really? That's how they're getting around that?
Handling fees. Yeah.
Thinking about it,
Thinking about it, laundering fees.
Filing fee, processing fee. And I don't want to misspeak, so, but I imagine they give you a list of how they,
That's
what they
interesting,
charge.
because I had never heard that they've done it.
We get called on it often, because it's outside of code.
Excessive of every other city that went in.
But they call it a, instead of a license, they call
So with that in mind, I was only able to really review two that we were quite a ways behind on. And that was in our tree trimmer's license and our peddler door-to-door license. And I am working, just so you know, with the city attorney right now. We're reviewing some requirements that have been put in place by the planning and zoning department that really are under our review as well, because we're the ones that are able to receive background checks and work with the, chief of police with those things. That they're doing that in the planning and zoning department for like vendor trucks, taco trucks and that sort of thing. And we don't really see the need for that to take place. That's just another level of paperwork that's probably not needed for those types of things. And so we are looking now to maybe reduce those. I'm working with with the city attorney on that, as well as some issues, I'm working with the city attorney on clarification of what we can and can't do with the elections and the election process of signage, right-of-way usage, those sort of things, so that it's very clear, in our code, what is allowed with elections and the campaigning process, and what's electioneering, what's, allowed and what's not. So that it's very compliant with, our state code, but it spells it out in our city code as well. So I'm meeting with her, next week, actually, and our code enforcement person from planning and zoning, so we're all on the same sheet. And that's all I have.
Very good, thank you so much. Questions, comments, anyone for Debbie? Okay.
Can we go to facilities then? So Rob, do you have the facilities set up? So what we are now calling the facilities department has been a position, as we talked yesterday, that was in the general fund, that was allocated to all these departments. At one time, that position served these departments in cleaning duties. And through, change of duties and scope of time, that person no longer served them. And so last year, it kind of came to light. It's like, well, all you're doing is City Hall, but the rest of your day is filled with doing all the parks restrooms. So it really was not, fair to continue to charge these departments for someone that wasn't serving them. So this is where we came in and said, this is still a facilities position. Let's put this person in parks where they truly belong, in parks and stuff that they're servicing, and bring this position in. And so it's facilities is still within the general fund, their budget.
Where am I looking?
Facilities is in Fund 1. Should be alphabetical right after C, economic development. Actually, it's right after your budget in the general fund, and right after engineering. Nope. Further up. My apologies, I did not put that budget into the book, so I will make a note that I am missing that one. Anyway, the budget for this position that service, the different departments is still within the general fund. We're just now calling it facilities, and we're calling it out. We're not, blending it with general services. So we're calling it out, we're calling it in, and we're calling it facilities. That way, it is performing the services for those needs of our departments for cleaning needs. The budget really hasn't changed from what we had in general services. So Rob, can you go to the general services budget and we can just kind of look at that? Because that will give them a real clear visual of what we have done in this year's budget.
So who takes care of the custodial work or the training?
Whenever we there, I have a private cleaning service, so that I can call them instantly, and they can come, and usually they're very accommodating, they'll come on the weekend.
Oh, good.
And take care of it at a very minimal cost, and we pretty much include that in with the rental fees that we're covering.
Okay, good, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is the overall general services, but within this general services budget, there are costs associated to cleaning city facilities. And, so we just pulled those costs out and put them into what we refer to as the facilities department. One of the things Debbie and I, kind of struggled with as we looked at what is the facilities department, knowing that Debbie and Carol will no longer be facilities, and that this is really gonna reside in the department it truly belongs in. But we have taken it on, it's under the leadership of Debbie, and myself on the budget side of things, and taking it on until we can get this department landed, with that parks director, if that is the, approval for that position, so that they would then start managing the staff for facilities and managing, make sure the maintenance is done on these buildings. We kind of discussed, what do we do when we move into TVCC, how do we budget for it, what are the needs going to be? And we really didn't know, until we can get into that facility and really understand those needs. So this budget contains the basic needs to clean and service 621, the cemetery, and, City Hall, so 411. We don't have anything in there really concrete for TVCC at this time, until we truly can understand that building's needs and what kind of services and costs we're going to have to put together for the cleaning of that facility.
I think that the goal of this as well, and that we had talked about, is eventually, one building at a time will be added to this, because we're in the same boat with everything from streets to water to wastewater treatment plant. Staff is basically cleaning their own buildings, so they're hiring out to be done by a cleaning service. So to have that, under one roof of a facilities department, that way that person can not only track just cleaning, but maintenance of those. Because at this point, I've tried to establish for the trade people especially, because I know the maintenance there, I have a schedule for that. But not every building does. I know that, Lieutenant Wright has done that for the police department here, and that's a great asset for Larry over here, because he knows the maintenance of his equipment and whatnot. But that's not been the case with some of our buildings, especially some of our older buildings. So to have a facilities department, it will streamline all of that.
It will also take some additional stuff off of Debbie and myself, for some of our other city facilities, that we get called for, like the senior center. We own that building, the seniors occupy it, they do the basic needs on it, but there is nobody that maintains the building, just building maintenance, HVAC, so Debbie and I are always trying to keep them on schedule to make sure we're having routine, and then they're calling and saying, okay, the freezer went down, and now our food's thawing out. And so that will also take, with the request for this additional position, it also take that off of us, put it where it needs to belong, have someone that can respond more timely to those calls from the senior center, that can respond to the needs of making sure that we are taking care of that building, because right now, we are not. That building doesn't get the attention that it really needs for maintenance, not just janitorial. It's Debbie and Carol responding. Debbie gets the call, she comes down and says, okay, we gotta do this, can we afford it? And so this is really trying to give it that position, that duty to take care of that. The Veterans Hall, so when there are things going on at the Veterans Hall, that's beyond what their scope of duties are for the occupying in that facility, that we are taking care of it. Elevator maintenance, elevator inspection, again, those are, Debbie and I make sure all of those routine inspections are being done, on these facilities. So it's really kind of putting it where it truly belongs. And so this department, just beyond Larry and Shelley, would be asking for another position, that will be within the general fund. Now, when we talked yesterday, Larry is assigned here to the police department, So Larry is coded and charged to the police department. So they truly are having that cost already in their budget for him. It would be bringing on a second position, also to help back up Shelley and Larry when they are out and on vacation or sick leave and those things. Anything else that I missed on what?
I think that's what we're talking about. It explains why the need, that's me, we are the dispatch.
Same thing with, yeah, same thing with the cemetery, you know, those guys, up there are great, but they're not janitorial and custodian people, they're taxes, and they are doing what they need to do, and that is take care of cemeteries, but they're not taking care of their buildings. So we have, that need as well for that facility.
Just so you know, thank you over and over again for having that new building built up at the cemetery for administration purposes. I have received phone calls from especially elderly or disabled persons that were never able to go inside the cemetery office because the way it was constructed with steps and whatnot. They were having to service those people at their van or their car, basically. And they had said for the first time, they were able to go into a cemetery office and take care of business up there. New ADA compliance being the way that that building is built. And then others, are very thankful for the outside restroom that's available at the cemetery now, especially during our last season with, you know, Memorial Day and whatnot. That place is awesome up there, to have an outside facility for restrooms is very fun. So, kudos to council for approval of that. Okay. Questions?
Okay. Any questions on that? Okay, very good. Okay, so I think that moves us to HR, and Alyssa had her baby.
Yes. Oh, are we able to announce that?
Well, we just did. So, I think it's kind of, so there you go, that's the area, so, yeah, little baby girl.
Baby Madison.
So, yep. So it's been a couple days, so I figured people gotta know about it, so. Hopefully she's full of parents, so.
Send some prayers and thoughts to her baby, since, she is in the NICU, and so she was premature, and we wish both mom and baby health and happiness.
I think you're doing pretty well, so.
Like, confidential.
Well, it wasn't until the marriage
earlier, and I didn't tell him. So he was on.
So, but we're super excited for her, and she'll be out for a while with that, which is understandable, so, but Mary Kay's been doing a great job, her and Deanna stepping in and filling in, and so we appreciate that and everything she's doing, so.
All right, well, I will do the best I can, but I do want to thank Carol for helping me through all this. I don't know where I would be without her. She's been awesome, trying to fill me in and train me and do her own job at the same time, so kudos to her. So we have requested one HR generalist.
Do you have a handout for council?
Oh, I should have done that, sorry, thank you.
Okay, I'll help you.
It's right here. Thank you.
I'll wait till you get that.
And then knock John down. Maybe I'll come around and bring yours together.
So, our current budget is $288,182,000, and our proposed budget is $320,660,000, with an increase of $32,478. Part of that increase, is wages, which includes a 10% step, or a 10%, increase, the step adjustments and the 2% KRAs that you've been hearing about this entire time. The other part of that increase is for software. Part of that increase is the TextMyGov, which Carol talked about earlier today. Also, we have what we call the Employee Navigator, which is it's a portal for employees, for open enrollment, for benefits. It's also our onboarding, software, where they fill out all the forms when a new employees come on board. That, Employee Navigator has a monthly subscription fee of $3, per employee per month. And the increase for that Employee Navigator is the majority of our operations increase, and it was $3,930 for that this year. Part of that is because this last open enrollment period, all employees we kind of rolled out that Employee Navigator, and all employees are now in that program. There's also some training, that we've put into the budget that's in addition for FLSA training and labor, that the current HR director, Alyssa, would like to attend this next year. We put in for a new position, an HR generalist, which I talked about yesterday. Alyssa did contact me and indicated that her main focus for this person would be for recruiting, since we have so many open positions and we have so many more that are needed. She would like to have someone that just focus on getting applicants and recruiting people for the city of Caldwell, as well as helping with our other day-to-day tasks in HR. That's all I have. If you have any questions.
Any questions, the council? Okay, very good. You are getting it easy. And so that leads us to us on that. So I've been so busy looking at everybody else's budget, I realized I haven't looked at mine for a while since we first went over this. So, I just had Sonda email me, so I don't have a handout, I apologize on that, but I did have Sonda email me over. So the main, I'm gonna go between both computers because one doesn't have Excel and one does, so let me get on this. So the main changes so the mayor's budget has, so the MIAC is kind of free, I guess you could say. There's the MIAC, which is the Money Issue Advisory Council, which is separate, and they raise their own money, spend their own money for their trips. The mayor, and then the mayor's office, which includes Bianca and Sonda, and then also there's the mayor, or the city council budget as well. And so, and Carol, maybe you guys can go over that, kind of explain what all included on that in the city council budget, because I know there's some questions on that. So the main changes on the mayor's budget is going to be in community relations projects and employee relations. So the main things on those, the employee relations includes, and really just kind of trying to bring it up to date where it was at. So they're having, this past year, for example, the employee appreciation dinner was budgeted, I believe, for like $6,000. And the food cost over $6,000. And it's not because they went extravagant, it's just they never appropriately put the money in that they needed for that. So we made those adjustments to actually show it rather than pulling money from other areas, so we included that. The community relations projects, added in those monthly meetings that we're doing during the summer. We go and meet with the residents and neighborhoods like we did last night. We bring a food truck with us to provide a little incentive to get the people out on that, so we did increase that in that regard. And just kind of to go over some of what those items look like. So for community relation projects, to give you an idea of like what those all entail, there's donations to like the TRIO, which is the group at Caldwell High School that does the onward program to get kids to go from high school to college. The includes community outreach events like the Caldwell Hub Coalition, where they provide the food vouchers for the senior citizens at the farmers market. Van Flight Museum gets a grant match out of that. Winter Wonderland, Nightlight Parade, Hope Store, where they get a donation every year out there for like advocates against family violence. So the Meals on Wheels program, so just a variety of the breakfast is a sponsor of that. So just different things to keep us involved in the community. Mayor's Walking Challenge, Breaking Up Caldwell, so those kinds of events as well come out of that. For the employee relations, that includes for like Employee of the Month, SWAT Awards, like I mentioned, the Employee Appreciation Dinner, the movie tickets that they typically do with that, would be regards to providing, you know, tickets for the, 2 tickets, one for the employee, one for their spouse or significant other. And decorations, employee appreciation day that we're doing this year to allow them to bring their child or a neighbor's child or a grandchild, whoever it may be, to come and to be here. Just kind of, the idea of that is just create a more sense of community, I guess you could say, among the employees, give them the ability to do that. So that kind of covers the majority of those. The Mayor's Youth Advisory Council, just to give you an idea what their expenses are, they do the fundraiser, the gala, and that's the biggest fundraiser, to raise money to go on their trips. They go on 2 different trips throughout the year. One is to Washington DC, where they go back basically for the week, and, you know, visit with our U.S. senators, U.S. congressmen, and just have an opportunity to see their government in action. That one is one that they have to kind of earn, depending on how long they've been in the program, what they've done. The other one is the new one that's been instituted. It's a spring travel event where it's more localized. This spring we went to Lagoon, took the group. That one's kind of open to everybody. It's more almost like a recruiting type of thing. Get kids to come and see what it's about. We try to involve something fun, but then also go and meet with like a local Mayor's Youth Advisory Council. So when we went down there, Logan didn't have one, but the city Nibley next door did. So we met with Nibley's mayor and their Mayor's Youth Council, and it was fun to see the kids hang out. They had pizza and just kind of talked about, you know, what worked good for them. They got ideas from our kids, and really just was a chance for them to do that. And we toured Utah State campus also, which was great for the kids to see that. I know there's some that are interested in fields and agriculture. They have a big ag program down there, so I really enjoyed that, kind of seeing that campus. The mayor's wing, I guess you could say, which includes Fonda and Bianca, obviously includes their wages and their salaries. So just to give you a heads up, so Bianca has submitted her resignation, so her last day will be next Friday. And that is public knowledge and information. So she found, our company came to her and offered her a job. So she came to me, we talked about it, and I told her, you know, we'd love you here and love to keep you, but if you feel this is best for you and your family, and so she made that choice, which respect her and wish her nothing but the best. And so she will be gone next Friday. So we've had some discussions. I've sat down with kind of thought, I kind of looked at, you know, our department, how can we best, do we need to change things around? And so we do plan on making some changes. I know Sonda before, she, to be honest, didn't do much work that I'm having her do. I know Gary was very old school and a lot of stuff, and I don't think he might be saying that. We, you know, was writing down his appointments, and I found it didn't really set any appointments for him, and she sets all my appointments for me. So really utilize her as more as like an executive assistant than anything else. So I try to utilize that as much as I can. And so she has done that. So that's really added on to her plate. She was also, you know, doing the employee appreciation dinner, 4th of July, really kind of spearheading those types of events. And then with Bianca's position before her, Chelsea Wilson, I don't know if you probably remember Chelsea. She was very active, and I'm sure you know Chelsea. She was very active in the legislature, and so there was a lot of lobbying that Garrett had her do. And we kind of switched that. AIC, who we're a part of, they have their own lobbyists, and so we figured we'd take advantage of that and let that lobbyist do that. You know, and I have the ability, obviously, to reach out as the mayor and meet with legislators and things like that. So we're kind of taking that off of that plate. And so kind of reorganizing that to where Sonda would be more looking at, you know, director of projects, you know, for like the 4th of July, employee appreciation dinner, doing the public or the press releases, things of that nature. She's very detail oriented, which is obviously very important when you're putting out a press release or whatever it may be. So I felt that kind of combining those two, getting rid of the lobbying part to that position, and then replacing Bianca would be more of an executive assistant position on that, which would be, you know, setting my schedule, answering many phone calls that come in to the mayor's office, weeding through those, getting them to the right department. If they don't get the answer they like somewhere, they like to call the mayor's office, try to get the different answer, and so try to weed those back to where they need to be, so we're not stepping on toes or over anybody's bounds in that regard. So it's kind of a delicate position, but Sonda's done a great job. So we're going to kind of shift her over and then create that not really a new position, just retitling it's an administrative assistant to what it's titled now, so it'd go more to the executive assistant to the mayor on that, in that regard. So those are kind of the changes that we're looking at. And it's, like I said, we have to get with, so there's no new positions being created, just kind of changing some titles and moving some things around and that, so.
So Sandra will be your PIO basically?
My what?
PIO, Personal Public Information Officer, she'll be
Yeah.
handling media rooms.
Yep. I think she'll do a great job at that. And
have
social
to
media,
apply for
yep,
that?
that's right, so like, you know, Facebook posts, things like that, so keeping those out there.
Do you have to apply for that position?
I don't think so, we've been talking about that, where it's really just a lateral change, so I talked with Mary Kay a little bit, we'll check on all that, but, you know, just, again, just realigning the, that was, yeah, she'll be doing that.
The Fourth of July just around the corner, are we still gonna be riding all together in Jeff's vehicle, or do you know?
I'm not sure, so we'll have to ask him on Tuesday, so. Oh, that's right, we do have that, yeah, we can check him out tonight.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm super excited for 4th of July, I mean, I think that's a great example, you know, Sonda, just, she loves that stuff and does a great job of it, she's really reached out to expand it, it was wonderful before, but reached out to the Veterans Council, you know, to get them involved and just actually raise some money for them. And so you've probably seen the signs up around town that she has up there, they're gonna do that 5K run, actually the ribbons, came through, I was looking at those, am I gonna run in it?
Run walk, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a 5K run and a 1 mile, 1K fun walk, so I'll be in one of them, I can guarantee that, so I can run 5K, I just don't run fast, so. But she, like I said, just goes above and beyond, and we're excited to raise, you know, we should raise several $1,000s for the Veterans Council, and that's all Sonda on that, she just gets involved and just does a great job with that, so getting her to be able to focus on that, not having to go back and forth would be, I think, a great thing, make her more efficient in that, and doing a great job on it, so. Other questions, or?
I just had a couple, you have $20,000 for employee performance pay?
Yeah, that's, that employees, so like an appointed official or department manager can submit their, what's that?
Merit pay.
Merit pay, okay, there we go, so merit pay, so if they feel that somebody's gone above and beyond, they can give, you know, up to $300 on that. I know it's been standard practice in the past is for the street employees, I believe after putting up the Christmas lights, they've always gotten that, and I think it's always the max for all of them. Just kind of a thank you to go in above and beyond, and so they just give that to them, and then we get, for example, we recently did one, for one of Rob's employees, that's just an excellent worker, she does an incredible job, and so he submitted her name to receive a $300 merit pay, so that's what those are for.
Okay, and then, travel and meeting, you've got 20,000, I'm just like,
Yeah, no.
How will you do your transportation, your mileage, for your drive over to meetings, things like that? Are you just gonna do a mileage situation, or what is your?
Yeah, that's typical, so on that, so just kind of the mileage, I track my mileage.
That for that line?
Yeah, so that, when that includes that, and then also, you know, there's a few, you know, throughout the year, back in, you know, was the NL, National League of Cities has a conference every year, there's another conference, so attending those on that, but then also the mileage.
Now, we can reduce the mileage price to you since you're not burning gas.
That's true, that's true, that is true, so, yeah, that is true, I agree, so.
Him to charge his car.
So, yeah. They're coming, I think, right, Rob? So, they're, one of them, three of them are down, so we're gonna get those. But I felt bad even asking him since he just lost his right-hand man, so don't wanna overwork him on that. So, yeah, but that's where that's coming from, so. Okay, anything else? No? Okay, very good. I think that was it, just some final comments. We got one more day. Today was a long day, and I thought it went really, really well. And it was great discussion. I loved.
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
We were gonna have Carol talk about the council's budget.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
I can talk to it, Sonda is the one that prepared the budget, but if we can go to council's budget, mainly council's budget.
Do you know the page?
going to think probably around 25. 22, I wasn't
One
surprised.
twenty is a big number.
The big, 120 is a big number.
No, I think you said 22, right?
No, 120.
120?
Yeah.
Sorry. So mainly council budget, just consists of a couple line items in here, council travel, for meetings and, trainings like AIC. Rob, can we start at the top and then just kind of scroll down so that we can just kind of hit their line items, so they're aware of what they have in their budget?
Yeah, as many years I've been here, I still haven't done this, so.
Oh, okay. So this piece here is just your, salaries that you receive and, health insurance and, employee, your benefits. So this is the, wage piece of your budget. Okay, and then, oops, let me scroll up just a little bit, there we go. So, I can't speak to what Sonda put in detail for special projects. I think one of the items in this, Rochelle, do you have Springbrook, are you able to pull Springbrook up? Oh, can you pull the budget? Can you go to the detail for the budget, please? And I will stand over your shoulder and speak to it that way, how's that?
She's been waiting all day.
She has.
Yeah, I don't.
You know what, because the big should put in your,
Put a telephone, a little bit more room. What's that? Hopefully next year sometime. Oh, we'll put a little glass, a little beginning, or the rest of the years.
We supply cell phones to any other employees at all, like to us, or besides us?
So yeah, so employees like Rob has a fixed cell phone. So we kind of encourage that to where, so they have that.
Yeah,
To just keep it cleaner.
What about internet service, do we supply any of
I
that?
think it comes with it.
Is that right?
So, like on your cell phone, that you have, it comes with your city cell phone, it has like internet service, I believe, correct?
Yeah, I think it's up with, yeah, part of the package.
Oh, I see, okay.
So if they're, while they're looking that up, we can go check out some of the other stuff. So, where's that one? Oh, right there. So, yeah, look, I'm not sure what all, I think that's pulling up. So some of the stuff I guess like we could talk about while they're pulling that up. Yeah. I saw it. So for travel and meetings, for example, that's for like the AIC conference, the one I think all three of us do in fall, that one over in Nampa on that, so. Yeah, so we travel, that'll be for travel meetings, they're looking at.
That drop my taxes.
Either way, yeah. furniture, be like if we need new chairs here, for that would cover, food and beverages, flying in around. Oh, you get them, sure. I thought you meant for me, food or something like that. Well, it'll be every, so the city council is. Have a jacket that says City of Caldwell.
When you go to the budget room,
Yeah.
when you go to the budget room,
My mom used to do those in the sixties and seventies.
Alright, so we have your budget. So the first line is your, special project, and this is miscellaneous. We just have,
Sorry,
I'm sorry.
we were having a separate conversation.
That's okay, I'll just talk over you. I've been pretty good at that today. Your first line is your special project, and that includes, fingerprinting. So if we have a new council president, that new council president has to be fingerprinted. And then we have, miscellaneous. So this is where you have a little bit of leeway to do something. You have $4,000 to do something. So if an entity or a group comes before you in some sort of special presentation, and they're making a request for, I don't know, let's just say that someone, let's say Advocates Against Trauma, I know they're already in the mayor's budget, but let's say they come before you and they have a special need, that they have over at, Hope Plaza. And they're looking for $1,000 assistance to buy a washer, dryer, to outfit the unit. This provides you that opportunity to select someone or something that you can, do something with that's from council.
In the past, that firefighter's food fund.
That's in another budget line item.
Okay, and then also the one with the stairwell.
That's in another line item.
And also, this may be another, like the mayor's, that gala we were talking about, and oftentimes the council buys a table. So I don't know if that come out of this one or out of the community relations project,
It's
but.
in a different line item, yeah. Okay, so your next, line item on here is, software, and that software is for the dual security, so if you're logging into, the city software, then we get charged for that. It's a monthly fee, and then you also have, that text my gov, so council will have the ability to have that text messaging as well, so that software charge is gonna be, on them. Then your next line item is professional services. This is for the wellness fair. We are charged the wellness fair, so if council participates in the wellness fair in the fall, and they get flu shots, or they do blood draw that's offered, or biometrics, the entity that comes in and does that, they do charge us for those services at our wellness fair. So if council chooses to have that performed, then, they do have that in their budget for that. We've added, cell phone, service to your budget, so there is a cell phone cost in there.
There was some discussion, Carol, there, but maybe combining cell phone and telephone into one, because it sounds like the majority of the council, if not all, almost are wanting to relinquish their cell phones, and then that could just be used as phones in the future, if we are gonna move into that other building, for if there's a phone in there for them to use in their work area. So maybe combining telephones and cell phones into just one category.
Cell phone doesn't have a line item.
Yeah, it's blank, but I guess maybe just get rid of that one and then just say phones.
I can't get rid of it because it's a GL code that's consistent in all departments. But we can activate yours in council.
Yeah, just activate it, yeah.
And then the next item on your budget is, R&M furniture. So I think this is in anticipation of the move to CDCC. Mayor has identified to us that there was gonna be an office that council can come in and use. So that is just putting office furniture in that space. The next one is travel and meetings. So this is for training for council. We have the academy, this is newly elected council members can attend that academy that AIC does in spring. Then if anyone is attending AIC, we do have a budget in there for them. The mayor has, asked that all council members be members of APA, and so there is a line item to attend an APA conference. And then, workshops, if there's some workshops that council choosing to attend that has a fee attached to them, and then you do have about $1,000 for any other miscellaneous workshops or trainings that might come up. Then the next big one is your community relations budget, and in this budget, these are the annual employee awards that, are at the end of the year. And then, plaques, so if we have a retiring council member, then you do have a line item for those plaques.
Sure.
Yes.
In the past, I've called into Sonder or whoever and said, will you put me in for new break lunch or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
So we attend those functions. Are they in here somewhere?
They will be, in here, I believe they are in your travel budget, miscellaneous.
Okay.
Yeah, that's your miscellaneous, so
Yeah.
that would be it, right
I
there.
think it's important that we attend those kind of things, but I just didn't know where that was budgeted.
Yes. Also within your community relations is the, cost for Dan Sweet to do video productions, so that's $3,500. He's done like Winter Wonderland, video production, he has done the 4th of July. If we contract with him to live stream our 4th of July celebration, that cost there. Then there's, sponsorships, so again, if you're doing a sponsorship, for some entity that comes before you, you have $500 miscellaneous sponsorship. Specifically, the stair climb for the fire department is in here. They always come and ask, for a sponsorship for that stair climb, so that's very specific for you. Then we have $1,500, miscellaneous in community relations. Again, if there's something that, you've identified that you want to support within the community, you have, a little bit of, budget there for that. And then the monthly cost for the downtown Wi-Fi of $2,000.
For the year, not
For the year, correct. Wouldn't it be awesome for the month? Wouldn't it just be an awesome, high-fast speed Wi-Fi? Instead of something that just circles all the time. And then some general operating supplies that we have in here. And then, office equipment for, council. So I think all of you have been assigned laptops, or if you're not assigned laptops and you wish to have a laptop, then we have office equipment, in here for that budget for you to have a laptop or a notebook or something of that nature.
Is that also for like chairs and that sort of thing?
Mm-hmm. You use that in chairs to replace the chairs up here.
Is that all of them?
Yes, that's,
Okay.
that's
So, thoughts on that? Do you wanna move anything around? Add, take away?
Like something for our clothing or something like that, or whether it's.
Something for what?
Whether it's,
Clothes, like
Clothing?
like a city of Caldwell shirt, the engineering part, and all of those little shirts.
I don't have clothing, I'm not logos.
Yeah, and I'm thinking the same thing.
You don't want it?
No, I do want it.
Yeah.
Go to events, I would like to wear it.
Or something, yeah.
Like I say, the Caldwell Veterans Memorial visit, you know, we have an event.
Like if we go to all this stuff that we're giving money to, if we go to that, that'll support them to wear something from the city.
Sure. We can go in and add a line item for, uniform allowance. And we'll look back at what, Debbie, you just recently bought shirts for, what kind, and you can work with Debbie, and myself and whoever, how you want your shirts.
Or what they call, just like the community relations project, if I'm reading this right, we've only spent $1,800, it's already budgeted at $2,200.
Sorry, I didn't.
So the community relations, it was budgeted at last year for $9,000, there's only been $1,800 that'll come out. So could some of that, I think the thought is could take some of that out.
This year, you could, and then next year, we can then add that line item. So, what do you think, 1,500, 2,000 to get you outfitted?
I guess we can get a price.
Budget?
What it would cost.
Make sure they're good shirts though, too, not,
Yeah, I mean,
where the
we-
collars roll up and all.
I think we could let you choose, we'd have a book, and you
We
can
can
come and
send
choose.
you, we can send you to Carpenter Printing, and you can select what you want. Now, do you wanna be uniformity, so we know the
Yeah.
message to give,
Yeah.
do you want short sleeves, long
Could
sleeves,
we
vest?
just get an amount and we go
We can
pick,
get, yeah,
pick what we
okay, I
want
can
to
give
wear?
you, I can give you, I'm sorry. You can put in your budget.
Because we have to, since there's so much left, I mean, I don't know year to year how much is left in the community relations.
The reason the community relations budget has been slow again is due to COVID, so we haven't
That's why I
used
wanted
that
to
line item. Yeah,
Oh, but this year,
you could use it
Say
this
each
year.
council member has $300 or whatever, you know, if you go buy a shirt, a vest, a hat, whatever your, whatever your category.
What did we spend on, how much did we get through facilities?
But
They
to do
got
that, I
5
want
or
at
6
least one
shirts?
council meeting where all of you show up with the same shirt.
even Diana.
Yeah.
I think we should have the same.
Like they were. What's that?
That's a good picture, isn't it?
Just one time, let me show up the same.
That's one of your girl shirts.
They have a showroom at,
Girl shirt?
It's actually does, yeah.
so you can go in and if you wanna say, as long as they're dark blue or whatever color you want, then maybe that would give you uniformity, if y'all showed up the same thing.
Where would we want the
Color. But they do have different styles right there in the showroom, or they can order them in.
Oh, and I don't.
But the screen printing logo is already set up there, so that would be the best way to go.
Maybe the city calls it, we call the logo with the city council.
Yeah, they could just put city council on it. That's what we did with, recently with facilities. City logo, and their salt can, but Larry wanted different than Shelley, and was fine. They just chose the color, and then the style is up to you guys.
We need to get a form too.
Oh, you go, girl, I like it.
How about most of us have the same color?
I would just think about that, because I mean, get whatever, I think whatever color you want.
So, are we thinking $300 each for
I have no idea how
council
much that
to?
stuff costs.
Yeah.
That would get you a few, it's gonna be probably around
About $35.
50, I think more than that with the logo on it.
No, the logo's already set up, so they're not charging extra for that, because it is set
But
up.
you, well, I said, I think if you want a nice looking shirt, so it's probably $50 to $80.
It might be for a wick
For a
away.
shirt, yeah.
Yeah, a wick away is gonna cost you.
So,
But they do.
well, I think 300 each would be plenty to get you a few, and even a jacket or something like
One
that.
that's the same color and the rest would be go.
For one hot piece for everybody.
One hot pink for everybody.
You wear it in the month of October for breast cancer
There
awareness.
you go.
If we do that, because we have not taken a group picture yet, the city council, that would be really nice, if they're all the same, color, like a black or dark, you know, put on that order. That way that group picture would be unique.
So what about this?
One in common shirt and the rest.
Yeah.
What about this, council, since there is some money in that one line item, Councilman Doty, that you identified, we haven't spent, all of it this year. So maybe we go and get 1 or 2 shirts to get you through this budget year, and then the next budget, we will put another $350 in for you, and then we would just continue with the uniform allowance each year, moving forward.
Yeah, so what we do is I would contact them and let them know that you guys are coming in and you're gonna choose what shirt you want, that's what we're going with. And then they'll send us, they'll send me a proof. Of it, to make sure that we have everything.
So what's the color?
Color?
It's the color.
They don't own it anymore.
They sold.
They sold.
They sold. Now Elaine is still going in to kind of help us out, the boss out.
One common blue.
Do they have names on them too then?
You
Debbie?
can, so what we did on the other was just the logo and then underneath it had the department, so on yours it was just the logo and then.
City council.
city council.
Anytime somebody call on this, Christmas, you know.
That's gonna go across the back.
Okay, so in a few days, we can go there, once you set kind of, we can go there and get it going.
Yeah,
Okay, does somebody decide what the uniform shirt is, and then so crazy or not?
And so then,
What's in your budget?
so then for next year's budget, we have a line item for this year, probably just about a few.
Right, yeah, so you can get, you know, one or two shirts to get you through this year, and then next year, we'll have, that line item at $3,500 each. And then it'll just be continuing, so that way it's not a one and done. Each year you would have that in your budget, and then you can replace shirts as they wear out, and that way you still have a budget to do that.
I'll get an idea of what, are we kind of thinking like a jacket and maybe like a lightweight kind of polo
I'm
sort of
thinking
thing?
of polo and, we like polo and that, like a color shirt.
That's what I would, okay, let me get some ideas for the carpenters, and then I can send that out, and you guys can just go in. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay?
Okay, very good. Anything else on that? Probably not.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, well, it was a good day, I said it was a long day, but, it was really good, great discussion, and that's what this was for. I really liked when we were talking with Jose, and that other position came up, I mean, that's what this is for, that's why we have a budget workshop, to really get the discussion and see. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down, so.
That wasn't like very much, but I think we did pretty good.
No, and I think that's it, I mean, Jose, for example, he was a one-man show for a city of 60,000 people, really, I mean, that is just insane.
Well, and that's why I asked that question about the service desk at Orion, because for years, at the police department, we argued for additional IT staff. And we were always told, you don't need additional IT staff, you can just call the help desk at Orion. But Orion is off the distance, and I don't even know where their office is. And so it was impossible to get anything done, calling the help desk. So everybody was behind the scenes calling for day,
I think, yeah, I think
It sounds like one's gonna be dedicated.
yeah, I think, and they'll be busy, beginning with, two instead of one.
And you say, one was, did we all talk about
Yeah,
one being?
we will allocate.
Two is because of how much police and fire was taking it, and the other 30%.
Could be other city services, yep. So we can, allocate that, so that Dell is allocated between public safety, and then the rest of it will remain in the IT budget for him to assist and back up. Okay.
Okay, so we're here or whatever. Okay, so we have one more, well, day this week, and we'll wrap it up next Tuesday, so tomorrow, we're scheduled at 8 AM to 3 PM.
Correct. Do we wanna go around and see if council had any comments, like last night, where council had individual comments at closing?
Oh, yeah, if there's any visual comments or something you want researched tonight, ready for tomorrow, or anything like that, any council?
I'm good for now.
I think
We don't have a hard discussion with the devil, you know?
Yeah. The only thing I could do is maybe just having some, as we go through the fees, we can get tomorrow, or that's Tuesday, so there's more time, it's just having some comparisons to other cities.
I did have a question, I'm sorry. Like I said, we had a hard discussion about it, and so we're gonna reach a point where we say, because as you've said many times, all these new positions are not in the budget we're seeing. So we're gonna need to see a dollar amount at some point, with all, everything added, to know where we're at, you know, how many positions we need, so.
Did that,
That is covered tomorrow.
did that, handout that we gave out yesterday, I know it has dollar amounts estimated, but it does not look like we have a total. So I can work with Mary Kate to give you guys a total of the cost of those new positions.
Yeah, I mean, the way I'm understanding it, is all budgets that we've seen are balanced.
They are balanced without these positions.
Right, so we just need to see what that effect is.
Right. So, like we saw with, fire's budget, it showed that they can absorb the 6 firefighters. So do you want us to, give you a total then on all these budget, position requests so that you have a grand total? Or is the line item per position request that you received yesterday in the handout?
Could it be Tuesday night quickly or not? Or we get it before,
What's that right there?
what we want to see.
So there are totals next to each position. There's a total estimated cost, line items, and this was handed out yesterday, so I don't know if you have your hard
I
copy.
think a grand total would be good too.
Grand total, okay?
You should.
Mary Kay?
Somebody.
And we will discuss this tomorrow, because tomorrow's presentation, we've got some time dedicated to wages and benefits. So again, we will discuss the wage proposals, and we will have this opportunity to talk about these positions.
And then Tuesday as well. Tuesday's kind of a.
Yes, and we can bring it back on Tuesday night as well, if you guys want to have additional.
We just start from the beginning Tuesday night till we're all. I guess it's five I see.
Excellent, so that ends it for today, and like I said, tomorrow 5, so we do have executive session at 5 P.M. Unfortunately, we can't start it early.
Not enough time to go home, too much time to sit around.
I do have, I have time to go to the office.
Lazy boy.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go and check on it. But yeah, so this should pass off, I think I talked to, Debbie, talked about, Probably go to front here.
Wound up now?
Are we off the live stream? Live stream on?
Did you get a warm up?
So have you documented everything for this discussion?
That's what we have,
Yeah, yeah.